Alrighty. It seems we are ready here. Pending that some things do happen. And they should be able to. Let me pull this over to the side here so that you guys can see that. Turn that off. Boom. Alright, we're good. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is the day. It is November 29th, 2022. For those of you who are watching this after the fact, a tornado outbreak is anticipated today. All of this is a live reaction, as well as us trying to get information out to as many people as possible. So I highly recommend you try to look into my channel to find more recent or current videos that could be on the channel. The likelihood of that might not be very high due to the fact that I have a life outside of this, but still, it is something that you can consider. Other than that, a tornado outbreak, as I have just mentioned, is anticipated here today, as we do have a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, with the consideration of an upgrade to a 5 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. In regards to where that could potentially be, that is unknown as of this time, but there is, let alone a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued for portions of Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. I'll read it here for you guys, and we also have the scroll text right below me that tells you about the actual tornado watch. But the summary is, supercells are expected to develop this afternoon and track northeastward across much of northeast Louisiana, central Mississippi. Parameters appear favorable for strong and long-track tornadoes this afternoon and early evening. Tornado watch is approximately along the 80 to 2 miles north and south of a line from 25 miles north of Fort Polk to 55 miles south of Tupelo, Mississippi. The actual parameters here, the probability, or at least the torprobs here, are greater than 95 and 90. Someone's talking to me real quickly. Alright, that sounds good. Yep, I can hear you loud and clear. You guys can, of course, but I'll fix that. Don't worry about it. So let's do audio. Headphones. What? Headset. But I think that should be it right there. I want to do tools, help, options, status. Probably help, right? You would think that all this stuff would be fixed by now, but no, it is not. But anyways, we do have a storm chaser. You guys can't hear him, but he is currently down near Greenville and Vicksburg. He's going to be helping us out with our activity today. And it's going to be relatively crazy here, to say the least. But I mentioned earlier, I said, even if you're in the yellow area yesterday, all right? So I mentioned last night, we live streamed last night talking about what could potentially happen. We do have our risk here that expands for the yellow area. And I mentioned that if you are in this yellow area, regardless of the fact if you're in the orange or in the red, you need to watch out for today's severe weather here today. And we see a big reason to that is because they've actually shifted the risk in all sorts of different directions and even expanded it to some extent. So once again, the yellow, the orange, and the red areas here today, if you're in those areas, you guys need to really watch out for this event here today, as things could potentially become dangerous. As we have mentioned, there is the threat for some long track tornadoes within this style of event. Vivian with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Michael with the 13 months of Tornado Tracker, thank you so much for that. Evelyn with the 16 months of the Tornado Tracker, and then Will with the 7 months of the Weather Watcher. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate your guys' support to the channel. I really want to see how I can fix that, because I really want you guys to hear the Zillow conversations. I guess we'll just have to see. I guess we will really have to see. Let me see if I can play his message one more time here.
Hey Nate, I'm just testing to see if this works. We're getting close to Rolling Fork in Mississippi. Yeah, we're going south. We got a little bit of rain, but we're just gonna probably wait down here. If we need to drop south all the way down towards Jackson and Vicksburg, we will. But as of right now, we're just gonna chill up this way.
All right, so you guys heard that. That was from our chasers Will and Peter out there. So whenever they come into the fray, you'll be hearing stuff from them in and out here on today's chase. But once again, big risk here for severe weather, and we will start out with what is currently ongoing in central to southern portions of Louisiana, where we currently have 2 tornado warnings. I was watching them earlier, and they were looking like they could have potentially tried to produce a tornado over near Oberlin, but over now towards the I-49 areas, tornado warnings here that do include areas like Evangeline, Iolis, or Ioyas, and St. Landry parishes here in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you know anyone who lives over there near the St. Landry area, the Whiteville, the Bunkie area, and eventually down towards, I would believe to be that the Evergreen, the Cottonport, and the DuPont areas, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. We also have a storm that's north of Opelousas, so if you're in Opelousas, you are fine from this event. It is now Washington, LeBeau, and Palmetto over here, as well as areas out in front of that like Woodside, Elba, and areas along State Highway 105. So a tornado warning for you guys over there. That'd be for Evangeline and St. Landry parishes until 12:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. The actual velocities of the system, you can see that we have some rotation. So the radar is over in Lake Charles, which is at the bottom left-hand portion of your screen, off screen. The reds are moving away from the radar. The greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. You can see the same exact thing over here near Washington. And then there's another storm over here south of Cottonport and north and east of Whiteville that could be heading off towards the Lettsworth and the Simisport areas. There's another area of rotation, relatively weak compared to the other two, right within there. So if you guys live in those general vicinities here, near Simisport, as well as Lettsworth, Woodside, DuPont, Big Bend, Fort Adams, and the area along the Mississippi River near the border of Louisiana and Mississippi, you guys should definitely watch out for the potential of something severe heading off into your general vicinity. But those are the current 2 tornado warnings at this time. We also have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings that are over in the northeastern portions of Mississippi and the northwestern portions of Alabama. We'll get to that here in a second, but I want to direct your attention over here towards these bands of storms that are over here approaching Monroe along I-20. And this is really going to be the storms to watch. These storms right here, and then these storms out in front near the Greenville and Vicksburg areas. If any of those storms can become dominant and actually intensify further and further, we could be potentially talking about those significant tornadoes that the Storm Prediction Center has mentioned in their discussions. So that's the reason why the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch has been issued throughout much of these areas, and that the people over here in places like Alexandria, like Monroe, like areas north of Lafayette near Opelousas, Natchez, Macomb, Vicksburg, Jackson, Yazoo City, Philadelphia, as well as Columbus, Macon, Greenwood, and Grenada, you need to watch out for this event here today, as if one of those storms do end up becoming dominant, they will more than likely produce that significant tornado. So definitely something to make a note of as this thing continues to move about. I have no clue. There we go. Also, I do want to mention real quickly, thank you, Hell Advocate, as well as Felicity, for the memberships, 6 months and 16 months, respectively. I really do appreciate you guys on the channel. Just wanted to give them a shout out because I don't want to leave my supporters behind on that one. But once again, we do have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, that is currently underway. It just got issued, I would say, about, what, a half an hour ago? Yeah, that's about a half an hour ago here for Louisiana, extreme southeastern portions of Arkansas, and central Mississippi. We are anticipating the potential for strong, long-track tornadoes within some of these areas. So if you live anywhere within the orange or in the red, you need to have a plan of action. So whenever more tornado warnings get issued, I'll say things like get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you don't have that, please have a plan of action ahead of time, all right? For some of the people over here in Mississippi right now, if you have a mobile home, you need to figure out a way to get into a sturdy structure that is not that mobile home, because mobile homes will not survive tornadoes. We've seen numerous instances here on this channel when we were doing this live and some other events where a tornado has went over a mobile home and it is completely leveled afterwards. The foundation of the actual structure is not very strong. As a matter of fact, there's a reason why it's called a mobile home. It's meant for it to be moved. And due to the fact that that is the case, it is not anchored to the ground, it is not a sturdy structure, and therefore it gets demolished almost instantaneously. So you need to figure out a plan of action. If a tornado warning gets issued for your area, you need to head to some form of sturdy structure. That could be a nearby gas station or a friend's house or apartment, and then seek the lowest ground of that structure, whether it is the lowest floor or the basement of that building, so that way you may be able to be safe from these storms. So that is one of those things, once again, to where if you are in these areas, you need to have a plan of action ahead of time. Let's go ahead and take a look at those severe thunderstorm warnings here, because I did say I would mention those very briefly. Here's the severe thunderstorm warnings now. One is off near the Tishomingo area, approaching the Florence and Tuscumbia area. Another one is near Hamilton, approaching Hackleburg and Phil Campbell in Alabama. So if you guys know anyone who lives in those areas, anticipate a lot of large hail and some strong damaging winds with these storms. The reason why I say these are more of a strong damaging wind risk is because you see these little kinks in the line, the little bow echo, if you will, that is what we call it. That means that we have a lot of winds surging in behind that, and it's kind of jutting out the rain into a bit of an arc fashion. So usually at the tip of that arc is typically where you will find the strongest winds. So by seeing that, we can associate that with more of a strong damaging wind threat. Same thing up here in Tishomingo, to where you can see that kind of bowing fashion right within there as well. So if you live out in front of those areas, you need to go ahead, seek indoors, seek shelter if you can, and stay away from windows just in the off chance if large hail or flying debris actually breaks them and enters the actual facility there. Move my water over here so it's more easily accessible for me. So that's currently what we got. The one tornado warning in Louisiana just got canceled. Or at least, yeah, it did get canceled because it was supposed to go until 12:45 Central Standard Time. It is now 12:43. So the one that was over, that would be near the St. Landry area. That one got canceled. Let's actually take a look real quickly at what we can see from that. It looks like, to me, for good reason, the storm over north of Opelousas near the Washington, the Palmetto areas, as well as LeBeau over here in Louisiana, still has a good reason as to why it should continue to be tornado warned. We're looking at this from the Fort Polk radar at the moment, and you can clearly see we do have some rotation with that. So for reference, the Fort Polk radar is all the way up here at the top left-hand part of your screen, and we'll zoom into the actual rotation. The greens are the winds moving towards the radar, the reds are the winds moving away, and this counterclockwise spin indicated by radar is what the actual rotation is. We can take a look at the normalized rotation, which further quantifies how strong it actually is. And on the left part of your screen, you can actually see the scale. We'll constantly refer to the normalized rotation here with it, or within the stream and throughout the stream, so that way you guys can kind of get an idea as to how some storms stack up with other storms. And so for a brief moment, we actually had it above the 1 scale, and 3 is when it's really maxed out. It can go above 3, but it really is kind of pointless at that point, because once you get to a 3 in normalized rotation, That's some relatively significant rotation to the point to where it could be very much so your significant tornado that the Storm Prediction Center would be hinting towards. But we see right now it has some low to middle amounts of rotation, probably low amounts of rotation as of this point right now. We'll take a look at the velocities to see why is that. And you see a lot of these pixels are kind of pretty scattered now. Before, if we go back a frame, you can see how evenly distributed these greens were, to where you had the significant amounts of greens and then it fanned out a little bit more towards the side. You had these significant amounts of reds and then they fanned out more towards the side. You move this up a frame here now, and you can see that it is kind of infiltrated. The red has infiltrated the green, which has made it a lot more difficult for it to really be all too organized. Usually, once again, you want those greens evenly distributed and the reds evenly distributed in order for you to get your tornado. Due to the fact that that isn't the case as of this moment, the rotation, at least according to the radar, has weakened ever so slightly. But still, one of those things to where that's the type of day that we're going to have. We're going to have a lot of these storms that are going to create this rotation, and then they're going to kind of fizz a little bit, and then they're just going to try and meander. And until one of these storms, you know, just like these or the ones further north that I talked about, approaching the Monroe, Louisiana areas, until those storms really start to intensify further and further, this is kind of what we're going to see until then. And, you know, the fact that we have so many areas of rotation, even the fact that this is so far south of the main area to watch here today goes to show how volatile this environment is from a wind shear perspective. And look at that. The latest scan just came in. You can see exactly what I was talking about before. If you get a lot of those velocity pixels stacked upon each other, you're going to get a lot of very strong rotation within that. And there's the new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Avoyelles Parish in central Louisiana, northeastern St. Landry Parish in central Louisiana.
So that's the automated tornado warning indicator there that tells me if the National Weather Service issues some new warnings, specifically tornado warnings, it'll sound out just like that throughout the entire stream. So we do have that new tornado warning. We can take a look at that from the lower resolution model that I have here. And you can see there's Palmetto, there's LeBeau. And if we go back to what we got there in Fort Polk, yeah, there we go. There's the new warning that just appeared. So once again, new tornado warning here. This would be for Avoyelles or Avoyelles and St. Landry Parish over here in Louisiana. That'll be until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, which for people who don't know, the state of Louisiana actually calls their counties parishes. So whenever I say parish, constantly refer to them as counties in your mind, because that's really what they are. So that is a new tornado warning. LeBeau, you guys are in immediate danger as of right now because the rotation is heading straight for you. I mean, you can see that right there. LeBeau is at the center part of your screen next to Palmetto. And if I take a track right here of this current rotation at this given time, you can see that the track takes it right over LeBeau. This white line right here that just appeared out of nowhere, that is the current storm relative track to which this rotation will actually head towards. So if a tornado does form, it'll actually be going right over this town right here near LeBeau, Louisiana. So if you're in LeBeau, take this very seriously, as there is a tornadic storm that could potentially produce a tornado, and it is heading straight for you guys. The actual rotation here actually is weakened just slightly here, which is kind of the good news. Once again, you want these reds to be evenly distributed, and now it's not really as distributed as it once was. So it's kind of in that meandering phase, and I think the main reason for that is because if we go back in time to what this storm once was, or at least once these storms, really started to kind of do things. We'll look at the storm over here that was approaching Easton. You see how this thing actually had this bit of a hook right here? That's because it was drawing in the rain right over here and wrapping it around just like this. And this would be your counterclockwise spin within this storm. But you need a lot of this clearing right within here, which is your warm, moist air, in order to get into the storm. So if we take a look at what's happening right now with the current tornado warning, it looks like a big hunk of meh. You know, there's a lot of rain that's kind of bogging down a lot of the moisture that the storm is really getting. So that's kind of the reason why the storm might have a little bit of difficulties as it continues to move off towards the north and east until it clears out that rain, until it actually is able to get unimpeded moisture into the actual supercell. We can continue to see this kind of phase of it kind of meandering about to low to mid rotational strength, which, as I said, we'll look back at the normalized rotation. You see a lot of light blues within this area, which can indicate that we've got a lot of low to almost mid rotation. Once we get into the kind of greens and even the yellows, the greens are kind of the low middle rotation. So, like, you know, it's not super strong, but it is somewhat strong enough to potentially, you know, be one of those to try and produce a tornado. Once you get towards the bright yellows and even the reds, that's when you have some very strong rotation within your area. And of course, the pinks would be kind of the worst case scenario. So once again, we kind of have this low rotation right now within this storm. Take a look at ZDR. I don't really see a whole lot of intensification in the future within the cell. Of course, we may be actually, we're not too far away from the radar, so we might be able to you know, see something if it told us, but it's not telling us right now. So and yeah, look at that rotation here, guys. You can see very much so starting to become displaced, not very evenly distributed right on top of each other. So for the time being right now, looks like this storm is undergoing a weakening trend, but we'll come back to that storm in a second because I do want to take a look a lot further north here just for the time being. As I said, if you're new to the channel, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible because this is a dangerous day that could potentially unfold. Strong, long-track tornadoes are possible within this environment here today. And so we need to go ahead and try to get this information out to as many people as possible. Please take the link to the stream, spread it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, social media, web pages, so that way we may be able to continue to try and get this information out to people who may need it, especially since this area over here in Louisiana and in Mississippi, it might be a little bit difficult for them to get typical news coverage due to the fact that there isn't really a whole lot of people that live within some of these areas, with the exception of Alexandria, Monroe, Jackson, and those general areas around that as well. So please be sure to share that. Please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below as well so that we can continue to get on YouTube's algorithm and spread it to more and more people who may be interested in this event. I want to take a look at the current synoptics real quickly. I want to take a look, and that is very interesting. So this right here is looking at the current vorticity. You need vorticity in order for these thunderstorms to really start going and start forming. We have a lot of that right within there, specifically right in here. This is kind of the area that I'm watching very, very closely, that band of storms that are approaching Monroe, and they're starting to get towards the Greenville area, I believe, is where that actually is located. And yeah, that is Greenville. So those areas might start to fire off here relatively soon. There is a storm, a relatively strong one over here near Indianola, and that actually looks to be producing some pretty large hail according to the radar. So that might actually go severe warned here relatively soon, but it doesn't seem to be anchoring quite yet from a rotational perspective. So not really too tornadic within that as of this moment. But, you know, these types of storms over here, this entire area over here in southeastern Arkansas, northern to northeastern Louisiana, as well as western Mississippi, these are the storms to watch out for right now if I were, you know, the National Weather Service or Storm Prediction Center, due to the fact that it's just the environment in this area is so good for tornadoes to form. It is really good as of this moment. And if they can form, the key word is if they can form, there will be quite the activity. Let's go back to the tornado warning right now, because the tornado warning. Ooh, what is that over there near Bunkie? Oh, that is the old rotation. And it seems to... That's very interesting, with the old rotation near Bunky. It might be forming a new mesocyclone. If that thing can recycle in time, this thing might be an issue later on for areas along the Mississippi River, like Bordelonville, as well as Black Hawk and Acme. Palmetto. So the rotation now just went through LeBeau. Doesn't look like it's producing a tornado as of right now, which is the good news. I'll double check that. It does have a lot of vorticity. Look at that. Lot of turbulence here over near where the rotation is. We might actually see some heightened winds from this right now. This one actually might be something to watch for a little bit later. And it actually looks like this cell is doing exactly what we don't want it to do. It's starting to kind of clear out this area, maybe starting to try and arc a little bit to try and create that hook. And if that does happen, that wouldn't be the greatest thing in the world. Yeah, we do have a ZDR arc right within this area right here. What about a KDP? KDP foot is right in there. Yeah, the vorticity is relatively high. Streamwise vorticity within that area is relatively high. Just by eyeballing it. I'll have to put it through an algorithm if I really wanted to see how much vorticity there is. But based off of the look of it, this storm does look like it's going to be tornadic still. So we'll have to continue to watch out for that. Wanted to do that real quickly. Make sure that I'm on good communication with my storm chaser. As I said, he is going to be heading out into this area. Yeah, look at that. Bunky is really trying. Might be a new area to watch there with Bunky heading off towards Cottonport, Mansura, as well as Bordelonville and Big Bend. I'm not quitting on that cell quite yet over near Bunky. That one's still... over time might try to continue to intensify, but definitely the more concerning cell out of the two as of this moment is the one near LeBeau. It actually just passed LeBeau. It is north of Palmetto, and it is approaching the Woodside area. So if you're in Woodside or along State Route 105 or State Route 360 here in Louisiana, you guys need to go ahead, take your proper precautions, and get into your safe space. Let me do this real quickly. Once again, at the top part of your screen, I'm doing this right now so there's no miscommunication whatsoever. This is Louisiana, and from now on, or at least hopefully from now on, if I remember to actually update it, and of course you guys in the chat could also say it as well if the thing's not updated. I'll have the indicator of where I'm currently talking about on the top part of our screen, so that way no miscommunications can occur between myself and the viewers here on the stream. But it does look like the storm, once again, usually when we have this arcing fashion right here within the radar, within these storms, this tells me that this thing is starting to recycle. This thing is telling me that we could potentially not be done with this storm. And that's also the reason why the National Weather Service hasn't canceled this tornado warning quite yet. They've kept it up here for as long as they have. Actually, the storm relative velocities look a lot better than it once did. We have a lot of centralized winds here, outbound velocities that are moving away from the radar. A lot of centralized inbound winds moving towards the radar. So once again, we have the general flow of counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere here within this particular storm. But the fact that it is starting to gain a lot more stronger wind speeds here within those central areas tells me that this thing might be trying to intensify further and further. Of course, we have mentioned that this is currently in a meandering state to where it'll intensify briefly and then it will weaken briefly, and it'll just continue to go into that phase or those set of phases over and over again. But we also mentioned that if some of these storms can just continue to intensify over and over again, which is what the environment is favorable for here today, the continuous intensification of some of these supercells, then we can potentially see one of our strong tornadoes. And there it is. There is exactly what I just mentioned right there. That is some strong intensification. Look at the normalized rotation. There you go. You have the greens that are now starting to show up here, which means that we are starting to have some strong rotation within this storm. So this is definitely a concerning situation for areas over in Woodside. We'll take a look at the spectrum width. There is some turbulence within that. Oh, wow. Look at the regular velocities, and that kind of just tells the overall picture as to what is going on right now. But you go to the storm relative, and that tells you right there, that is a definite tornado vortex signature. Whether or not it is on the ground as of right now is kind of to be determined. But from a vorticity standpoint and a turbulence standpoint, we do have a lot of it. And tornadoes typically do create that. So we have that activity that is currently ongoing. Once again, this is north of Palmetto in Louisiana. If you guys know anyone that lives near Woodside or anywhere near U.S. or not U.S., State Route 105 or State Route 360, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. So guys, once again, please spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, so that way we can continue to spread this with more and more people. Also, please be sure to help us get onto YouTube's algorithm to spread it out on YouTube by hitting that like button down below so that we can continue to, once again, spread this information with people who may need it. So that's basically the way to really get us out to more and more people. If you see any new people in the chat that ask, you know, how can we spread this information? Or if you just want to remind people, say the same exact thing that I just said so that we can continue to kind of just spread more information with more and more people. But once again, tornado warning here. This would be for Avoyelles and St. Landry Parish. St. Landry Parish until 1:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. There is the rotation once again. Your greens are your winds moving towards the radar, and the radar is on the top left-hand portion of your screen out of sight. Reds are moving away, and the fact that we have it so evenly distributed where we have consistent greens on one side, consistent reds on the other, that tells me that we do have some relatively strong tornadic rotation within that area. And once again, look at that ZDR. That tells us that there's a lot of activity, a lot of intensification ongoing within that thunderstorm as of this moment. And actually, we could take a look at the actual reflectivity standpoint. Look at this hook here, guys. It actually curls off into where you have a donut hole. You have a hole in the middle of the rotation. We'll go back to the velocities. You can see it lines up perfectly with the velocities as of right now. That right there is a bounded weak echo region, and that tells me that we have a lot of rain that is being slung around the actual storm. That could indicate that we might have a tornado on the ground as of this moment. Correlation coefficient doesn't say too much with it as of this moment, but this does tell me that we do have some rotation that is starting to translate towards the ground, which means that yes, there is definitely there's a good reason why this storm is tornado warned by the National Weather Service. But we have the hooking fashion within the thunderstorm. You can see the rain wrapping around all the way completely, and right in the middle of that donut hole is where the actual tornado would be. Avoyelles. Okay. I appreciate that. Once again, I'll just zoom out. Oh, wow. Actually, no, we'll talk about that later. That can wait. Once again, we are talking about the potential for a significant situation to unfold here today, as we do have a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, that has been issued for extreme southeastern portions of Arkansas, central to northern Louisiana, and of course, central portions of Mississippi right here. So if you live anywhere within this giant dark red box right within here, this is your particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued for this area. So please be mindful of the changing weather today, as there is the potential for strong long track violent tornadoes within some of these areas, especially if a storm can get by itself. It could potentially try to do so and take advantage of the very unstable air mass that is in this environment here today. On the other hand, if you take a look at all these different assorted colors, this is your outlook that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in the dark green. So if you're in the dark green, not a very huge chance for you guys to get severe weather today. You guys are not in a very favorable environment for tornadoes in general. So if anything, it'll be just some strong gusty winds within that area. If you are in the yellow, that's where some uncertainty lies as to what type of weather you guys can get. A good consistent basis would be you guys are definitely going to get some strong damaging winds if you get a storm. You definitely could see some spotty hail, but uncertainty lies as to whether or not you guys can get tornadoes. So I would still be mindful. If you're in any of these yellow areas here, you need to watch out for the weather here today. However, if you are in the orange or in the red, this is where I would be the most mindful if I were to be living in these areas. The orange or the red is where the most significant weather is anticipated here today, especially in the red. So if you live within any of those areas, or if you know anyone who lives within those areas, I would highly recommend forming a plan of action or telling them to have a plan of action. If you have a tornado warning, that just got issued, by the way, so we'll let that go here.
Tornado warning for northwestern West Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Point Capee Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southwestern Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi.
So once again, that is a new tornado warning that has been issued. It is now going to more than likely cross over into Mississippi, so we'll watch out for that. For the people who are asking what is a PDS is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Particularly dangerous situation. PDS, particularly dangerous situation. You can also hear that wording in some instances with tornado warnings. If a storm is significant enough, it is large, if it's strong enough, you'll also have particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. And we hope that isn't the case, but you see on the legend up the top, you'll see the tornado warning legends, the PDS tornado, that is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So we hope that doesn't have the case, that we hope that isn't the case here today. We hope that we only see just these red boxes for tornado warnings, because anytime a tornado is on the ground, that could be a very unfortunate circumstance for anyone who can be impacted. And of course, we always pray for those type of people that are in those areas. But once again, if you're in the orange or in the red, you definitely need to have a plan of action. If you're in a mobile home, figure out a way to get to a sturdy building, because a mobile home is not foundationally, good. It is a very weak building. I've seen numerous times weak tornadoes, very weak tornadoes that still demolish those style of buildings. So if you have a friend that has a sturdy structure, please get to that building, ring them up, say, hey, if we get into a tornado warning, can I come over to you? Or can I stay over at your all's place for the night? Can I just, stay over, at whatever? You can go to a Walmart, you can go to a gas station and say, hey, if a tornado warning happens within my area, can I stay here so that way I can be safe? 9 out of 10 times they'll say yes. And, when you do have that, get to the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Or if you get into a building that has a basement, get into that as well. So lowest innermost part of your building, bathroom or closet. If you were to put out a layout of your house and you were to find the innermost part of your building, put a mark on that, place that dot if you had that map, and find the nearest, room, nearest closet that is surrounded, with walls, no outdoors. Or if you don't have that, if you don't have a closet or a bathroom that's centralized to where it's in the innermost part of your building, get pillows, get mattresses, and, even get other things, and surround yourself so that way you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. That's kind of the big thing there. The thought process behind all of that is you want to put as many things between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. So if you can do that, if you can get into a sturdier structure, that is the best way to go within this situation here today. So once again, if a tornado warning is called for any of your counties or parishes, you need to heed it. Elliot with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. So let's go back to the tornado warning down south. We mentioned that this storm is probably going to be one that's going to last for quite a while. This actually has some side lobe contamination, believe it or not. So it's going to be kind of difficult to really assess what this storm is doing. But we'll go up in time. Yeah, once again, it has the side lobe contamination. And the worst part about it here, ladies and gentlemen, you know, I'm not complaining or anything because I can still assess these storms, so I'll be able to still tell you guys what's going on. But as we get further and further towards the north and east, there is a more of a lack of radar coverage that could exist with some of these showers and thunderstorms. I'll circle the areas right now that I have radar of. We have a radar in Shreveport. We have a radar in Alexandria or DeRidder. We have one over here in Lake Charles. We have one in New Orleans. And we have one in Jackson, Mississippi. So if we get into this area right within here, this is going to be a little difficult for maybe some people, or really I should just say this area right here. It might be a little bit difficult for some people to be able to interpret as to what is exactly going on with the storm, especially since we're looking higher and higher up in the storm and not lower towards the ground. So this is one thing to note, that we have that issue here as you know, as weather analysts and even the meteorologists behind the National Weather Service desk, that they're kind of really watching this out very closely and relying on the storm chasers that are actually out there on the ground and providing pictures. So I do want to you know, remind you all real quickly, if you guys have any pictures, usually you guys send them to me. That is good. On the other hand, I want you guys to do one of two things. If you are familiar with your National Weather Service office and what jurisdiction you're actually under, at them as well. So that way they can get that information, they can see what's going on, and hopefully make a correct judgment as to what they could potentially do about it. Or if you don't know what National Weather Service office you're under, that's fine too. Do the hashtag on Twitter, hashtag your state abbreviation. So if you were in Mississippi, you would put MS and then put WX afterwards. That's a little abbreviation that stands for weather. So MSWX, hashtag MSWX, or hashtag LAWX, or you know, whatever state abbreviation that you may have. The National Weather Service will also monitor those hashtags as well. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. But once again, we do have some rotation. This is now approaching the Woodside areas, as well as the Lettsworth and the Innis and the Bachelor areas. So if you know anyone who lives in those general vicinities, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space, as there could potentially be, there could very much so potentially be a storm to try and produce a tornado heading off towards your area at this moment. So Woodside, Lettsworth, Innis, as well as Bachelor over here in Louisiana, you guys need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So once again, if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible, so that way we can continue to get this out to people who may need it. But I do want to actually take a look, and I mentioned earlier, we'll look back at the meso-analysis here from the Storm Prediction Center. This is kind of what they look at to try and determine as to which areas might have the highest parameters to where some things may occur, some things may not. I'm looking at the vorticity parameter right here, and we have these kind of shaded greens and yellows right within here that could hint that some thunderstorm initiation, some thunderstorm development can occur within some of these areas. And we actually have those severe thunderstorm warnings over there in the northwestern portions of Alabama that actually are riding along that vorticity boundary right within there. So if we still have that, if this vorticity boundary still exists within this area and some thunderstorms form along it, 100% that is the ground zero for our actual activity, those are going to be the areas to watch and potentially could have your significant tornadoes. I want to take a look and see what the CAPE is doing within this, and it looks like our convective available potential energy, which is essentially how much energy thunderstorms have to form or sustain, is starting to creep further and further north. We'll look back an hour ago, or actually 2 hours ago, and you'll see that it wasn't really as high as it once was. We don't have as many contours in this area. But we move it to now, and it is starting to race across northward, and it is starting to extend to the northern portions of Mississippi. So if this continues to occur, if we continue to have more and more energy levels that exist within this area that is relatively high, once again, that could lead to some strong thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes. And on the other hand, our lapse rates are starting to climb here. If these lapse rates continue to do so, you know, for instance, if we start to see our 6.5 numbers, or even our yellow contours, that could potentially hint towards our significant storms as well. So if those continue to increase, then we could potentially hint towards, once again, what the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center is looking out for. But that's kind of the current environment right now, so not quite yet for those storms over near Monroe and Vicksburg. And it looks like the cell near Woodside is undergoing the same process that we've been talking about before over and over again. We have, you know, a period to where it starts to intensify, and then it starts to weaken, and then it'll intensify and weaken. It doesn't really sustain any further than that. Wow, what an updraft over there in Cottonport and Bunkie. That right there, that might actually get tornado warned here relatively soon. I wouldn't be surprised about that, actually. As I look with height, yeah, that is a mesocyclone. You can see in the upper portions of the storm, once again, greens moving towards reds and even pinks moving away. So we do have the general rotational updraft within the storm. Big ZDR column with that as well. So I would not be surprised if we had a new tornado warning here for areas near Bordelonville, as well as Big Bend, Moreauville, and areas near Black Hawk in Louisiana. So if you know anyone who lives over near those areas, I would also inform them that this activity could be potentially possible near them as well. But yes, we do have 2 supercells right now. 2 supercells in a big tornadic environment. This is, you know, the fact that it's happening this early here within these storms tells me that this could potentially get very interesting down the stretch. Once again, it all depends upon how those storms over near Monroe and Greenville actually form, of course. Take a sip of my water. I want to go take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning that is over near Greenwood. It definitely seems like some large hail, I'll tell you what. That's the same storm that was over near Moorhead and Sunflower. We'll backtrack that there just temporarily. And yeah, the storm that was over near Indianola, that did get severe warned. We also have these storms near Midnight and Belzoni. And those ones at the surface, they don't seem to be rotating all too much. But there is one that's pretty elevated over just to the west of Belzoni. That one might be something to watch a little bit later on as a potential storm to produce a tornado. This one over here, just to the west of Belzoni, which would be south and east of Greenville and due south of Indianola. So that one would probably be the one to watch. I also want to take a look at the severe thunderstorm warning that's over here. Florence and Tuscumbia, they're about to get slammed, and I actually kind of want to bring up radar Omega here, just temporarily. And this is not in Louisiana, but I do want to see this. Okay, where are some of these cams? The one cam that I constantly look towards is not on there anymore, which that kind of sucks. But there's the look right there of Florence, Alabama. Very ominous skies at the moment. There you go. Now it's playing. and you can see them start to roll in. We'll keep watching that, actually, because that is very interesting. And I'll actually move the Radar Omega camera over here just for the time being. But yeah, you can see... What was that? That scared the crap out of me, but that was just my chaser talking to me on the side. But that's good. Chaser is still doing stuff right now, and we'll continue to talk to him as time goes along. It looks like most of the chasers that are out and about today on Radar Omega are heading towards Vicksburg. We have Brad Arnold right there. We have Brandon Kopic, and we have Vince Whalty, all within a span of a few miles of each other. All right, there we go. Sitting in Rolling Fork, just looking at what's around us at the moment. So Rolling Fork, that's up there. So our chaser, wow, surprisingly, they're in a pretty good position at this moment. Let's actually go over to the radar. So our chaser, as of right now, very hard to tell. But Rolling Fork is right here. So this is where they are at. And there's a storm over near Belzoni, all the way up to the north and east. They're probably not going to get that one. If I were them, I'd probably head to Yazoo City. I would go to Yazoo City and try and see what else they can get around them, because these storms are not exactly quite there yet. But either that or sitting at Rolling Fork, or maybe going a little bit further north towards Hollandale could be interesting as well. But yeah, our chaser's currently right there as of right now. I'll pull up their feed here in a bit. They're encountering some spotty service, which means that things are not exactly the best for them at the moment. But I'll get the feed up here in a bit when they do actually do it. And when they do, hopefully we can see what their hard work has got them. Well, let's go back to that cell over near Bunkie. And yeah, it looks like that is starting to... It got severe warned, which is the good news. At least the National Weather Service is monitoring the situation with that storm relatively closely. So that's really good news on that front. If anything does change with that, we could, potentially expect a tornado warning from that, but... As of right now, stuff isn't translating to the ground completely within that storm. So we still have a little bit of time. With that. Yeah. Let's go back up top. How's everyone's day so far? Hopefully you guys are not being impacted by this event. But if you know anyone impacted by this event, I hope they're all right. I hope they make it through this event. They should. One thing I will say, all right, and this is to calm down everyone's anxiety that they may have. Because I know tornadoes may cause this, significant weather, they can cause this. Getting hit by a tornado is usually not very high. The chance of that happening is not very high at all. So, as long as you heed the National Weather Service's warning. All right, whenever that does happen and you take care of yourself, you'll be safe. All right, it's just the whole reason why they issue those warnings is because on the off chance that it does happen, all right, because, you know, there's always a chance for anything and everything to happen. There always will be, all right, but the off chance that it does happen, they want people to be safe ahead of time. So this is, you know, getting hit by a tornado usually isn't all too likely, but they still want people to, you know, heed the warning and make sure that people are safe on the off chance that it does. So as long as you guys do that, you'll be fine. You know, this will be a breeze. You can stay here on the channel. You can watch it with me. We can react to a whole bunch of stuff together. You'll be fine. As long as you take care of yourself. That's true, as long as you don't work at that Amazon warehouse. Are the purple polygons watches or PDS warnings? These are actually, I probably should take that off. But this actually tells me what the environment is like. I probably should take that off for the time being. But that is a good question. It basically tells me what the current environment is like. And I guess I don't really need that as of right now. I'll make it easier for you guys to kind of see it. But yeah, I'll take that off from my place files. Panels, place file manager, that off. Do this thing off. Boom. Yeah, at this point, I pretty much know what the environment is like, so I don't really need this. I'll need it later on tonight, though. I will say that. So, might be some miscommunication later on. All right, did I get everything? That... No, I did not. I knew I was missing one. There we go. All right, so yeah, there you go. What about the Yazoo City area? Yazoo City is definitely in ground zero for this event. So if you're in Yazoo City, I would watch out. Definitely watch out. We're going to be lucky enough to have Morgan with us. Probably later on tonight at 5. Today is a very busy day for him. And he may not even be on for that long. That's cell near Belzoni in Silver City. High values of ZDR across the board. That might be something to watch out for Greenwood and Winona. Interesting. So that is increasing. The lapse rates are starting to increase. Let's take a look at the significant tornado parameter for people who are curious about that. And it's starting to increase more and more, slowly but surely. So right now we're at about a 3. And if you can get to, what, about an 8, I'd say, that's when stuff can get pretty significant. So we'll continue to watch that very closely. Look at the models here. See when this stuff really is going to fire off. Because I started streaming so early because of the stuff in Louisiana. I knew that there would be tornado warnings in Louisiana. It looks like stuff will really go. Believe it or not, it's those storms that are down, that are over in Louisiana right now that is anticipated to be the big, strong one. That will start to go at, that would be 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock Eastern. So that would be 2.5 hours from now. The model is saying that a tornado would probably be on the ground at that point. That same cell occurs even an hour before, so at 3 Central, and then 2 Central, that's when stuff really starts to form over here in Louisiana. So I would say in about 30 minutes to an hour from now is when we can probably see our first tornado. Although speaking of first tornado, could have already have happened, but we still have that storm right here that's near Lettsworth and Innis heading towards the Fort Adams and the Pinckneyville area that continues to show some signs of life. But yes, this event is starting, or at least it started, what, about an hour ago. And we're trying to make sure that we catch all the tornado warnings because we want to make sure everyone is safe while doing so. Bill with the 50, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. It really does help my channel a lot. So thank you. Take a sip of my water. Also, if you want to help spread the information on Twitter, I did post a post me saying we are live covering the tornado outbreak. It's that link right there. So if you have a Twitter account, please be sure to like and retweet it. So that way we can get it out to more and more people. That's the big thing right there. The ZDR is relatively high within that. Yeah, I think according to most of the models, these storms right here, these ones right here, that's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for
What?
northern Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
Excuse me. Greene County in southeastern Mississippi. Oh. I didn't expect it to happen this early. I thought we still had 30 minutes. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mentioned last night that we have a sleeper risk for tornadoes over here, north of Gulfport, north of Mobile. There's your sleeper risk. There is two tornadic storms at the moment, right now. Oh, that's a tornado vortex signature with it, too. Let me update this here real quickly. This isn't in Louisiana. This is in Mississippi. This is in Mississippi. There you go. Tornado warning right now for Greene County in Mississippi. That'll be in effect until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we take a look at the velocities. There's a good reason why. Here is Leakesville, Mississippi. There is Neely, Mississippi. And if I actually zoom out here real quickly, so there's the tornado warning. There's Hattiesburg right there. Hattiesburg is right there. There's Laurel. And then all the way down here, On the bottom left-hand portion of your screen, there is New Orleans right there. There is Mobile, and then right there is Gulfport and Biloxi and Gulfport, as well as Pascagoula. And so you notice right here, we have two storms that could potentially produce tornadoes. The rotation is right here and right here. The radar is over in Mobile, Alabama, which is down that way. And so we take a look and we see our reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Reds away, greens greens towards. Right in the middle. And we'll look at the normalized rotation to kind of quantify as to how strong our rotation is. It's in the greens. It is in the greens, which means that there is definitely some good values of rotation within this. And for the people who live out in front of this storm, once again, that would be state line, that would be State Route 63F and State Route 57, as well as a State Route 63. You guys need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So this would be Clark, Old Avera, Carson City, as well as Avera. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Guys, if you can, please be sure, if you haven't already, share this information with as many people as possible. By copying the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible who may be on social media. And to help us get onto YouTube's algorithm, to try and spread it with more and more people who may be searching for us on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below. Right now, we're only 2 likes away from 400 likes. Jeez. 400 likes. So if we continue to bump that number up, YouTube will see it. They'll say, hey, we need to spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. And that would be another efficient way to try and help us get this out to as many people as possible. But this definitely looks like a storm that could potentially try to produce a tornado. And we need to take this seriously because, yeah, there's the new scan. And the rotation on the other storm right here, this one that is just further to the east, might be a lot stronger than the one to the west. And this one wasn't even originally warned by the National Weather Service. It's the one that was to the west, north of Neely. It says, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles northeast of McLean. And there's McLean right there. That would be that storm. And they didn't mention the one that's near Leakesville. So yeah, this is, that's 2 storms right there with its individual hooks. Because you look at the reflectivity, it's starting to wrap its rain around and wrap counterclockwise. That right there tells you that this is definitely a tornadic storm, which means, or actually 2 tornadic storms, which could potentially mean that we could have a tornado or 2 within this. So Fruitdale in Alabama, Yellow Pine in Alabama, Vinegar Bend in Alabama, as well as areas over along State Route 63 and State Route 57 in Mississippi. You need to get in your safe space right now due to the fact that we have, oh wow, both of them are starting to kind of teeter with each other in their intensity. But we have 2 areas of rotation that could potentially indicate that there could be a tornado. Big time ZDR arc right there. Is that hail fallout? No, it's not. So why did the ZDR arc get disrupted within that storm? That is very interesting. There is a ZDR arc on that. It's just relatively weak. So if you were to ask me right now, which one probably is the more intense storm out of the 2, it would be this one. This one is the more intense one. On ZDR, we have a lot of high values, which could indicate that this storm is intensifying. We have a very strong updraft within this storm. And we have a ZDR arc, which from research says that that could lead to some intensification within the thunderstorm. That could potentially lead to more intensification down the line and eventually maybe even the genesis of a tornado. So once again, people, State Line, Yellow Pine, Fruitdale need to get in your safe space, as well as Clark, Old Avera. This would be River Road. So if you live near Jonathan, River Road, Clark, Old Avera, Knobtown, Carson City, even Bird to an extent. Bird another 2 or 3 minutes until you guys are actually out of the risk. You need to get in your safe space. So those guys over in Mississippi need to watch out. And then we also have to talk about the people over in Alabama, Fruitdale, as well as US Highway 45. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That is not good, ladies and gentlemen. That is not good. Oh, the other one's starting to have a strong updraft within it as well. Both of them are starting to go. That is not good, ladies and gentlemen. We definitely have intensification ongoing within these showers and thunderstorms. Both of these are starting to look like they are going to try and produce a tornado. And this one actually, this one to the west is starting to wrap its rain around. This is forming a donut hole, as I like to call it, which is a bounded weak echo region, a BWER, B-W-E-R, bounded weak echo region. I call it a donut hole, but it is essentially wrapping rain around the actual area of rotation, which means that there's a good chance the storm could be very close to being on the ground. And I would not be surprised if that was the case either. But yeah, that is definitely a storm to watch out for, 100%. It looks like this thing, actually, we may, both of these storms might actually try to produce a tornado here in a second. A look at spectrum width. Yeah, look at that. Both of them have turbulence. One right there, one right there. Tornadoes do cause turbulence. If you didn't know that already, now you do, I guess. But 2 areas of turbulence right there, which could indicate that we very much so could have 2 tornadoes right within the same area. I hope to God that we don't see the verification that tells us that we have debris that's being lofted into the atmosphere. But unfortunately, that's also one of the ways for us to actually kind of confirm that a tornado is in progress. And, I really hope that isn't the case. But yeah, we have 2 areas of rotation right now that are currently ongoing. One right here. You can see the one triangle right there, another one right there. That is our 2 tornado vortex signatures automatically, deducted by the radar here that tells us that we have rotation on both of these storms. Still very strong updrafts within this. Not too surprised. So I wouldn't be surprised if this thing sustains further and further. I want to take a look at these other storms that are over here in Louisiana temporarily that are moving off into Mississippi, because these are the ones that are probably going to try and produce tornadoes a bit later on. And that's a new tornado warning that I was actually looking at.
Tornado warning for southeastern Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi, western Meade County in southern Mississippi.
So that is a new tornado warning over here. Once again, that is Wilkinson and Amite counties, although as the automated guy said, Amite, so it might be Amite. But either way, you have a tornado warning for your area until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live near Centerville, as well as Gloucester and Liberty over here in southern Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This will eventually head off towards the Macomb area and I-55 near Bogue Cheeto. So if you know anyone who lives in those general vicinities, be aware. The storm could be heading off into your general area, and you might have something tornadic within your general vicinity here soon. Look at the reflectivity. You can see we have that hook signature right within there, meaning that we do have a supercell. It is rotating. Velocities, not as strong, but we are looking relatively high up in the radar, high up in the sky, due to the fact that we are so far away from the storm with our radar. But there is our rotation. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where our tornadic rotation would be. So if you're in Centerville, seek shelter immediately. We do have a potential tornado that is right in front of you there. We also have another storm over here that's near Pinckneyville now and Fort Adams. That one's starting to kind of deteriorate more and more, but still, if that thing does intensify, it'll be heading off towards the Woodville, the Leslie, the Fort Adams, and the Wilkinson areas. So please seek shelter if you haven't already. Yeah, I have a feeling these storms down here on the southern portions of Mississippi, they might be the ones to actually be the big ones. Some of these other storms over here near Yazoo City, they are also starting to kind of fire off now. Before I get back to the other tornado warning here, I want to take a look briefly at the vorticity. I want to see the vorticity. I want to see how it's looking. All right, so we are starting to see a bit of a vorticity band developing within that as well. I want to take a look at one more vorticity product, surface vorticity, and 3 Cape. And we have that, believe it or not. We actually have that along that axis. We also have a lot of 3 Cape in here. This is starting to get kind of outside of the area, so that might be something to watch for like a brief tornado threat, which would be the current tornado warnings that are over in southeastern portions of Mississippi. That one, oh yeah, that one's on the ground. That one's on the ground. Yeah, that one over there. Whenever we see something like that, or whenever I see something like that, that would be on U.S. or not U.S. State Route 57 in Mississippi. That one might be a tornado on the ground. That one might be heading towards Fruitdale and Vinegar Bend as well as Tibby. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to get in your safe space 100%. Just by me and my experience looking at tornadoes, looking at these radar signatures, there's a good chance that this one is probably on the ground as of this moment. And you need to go ahead, seek shelter immediately if you're in Fruitdale, Tibby, or Vinegar Bend in Alabama, as this is going to be crossing the state border from Mississippi into Alabama here in a second. But yeah, this does look like it is probably going to produce a tornado here, at least any moment. It may be already producing a tornado right now. I'll show that a little bit later on, Jasmine. That's actually a really good video. By the way, if you guys have any pictures, or if you find any pictures on Twitter, please at me at Nate_Snyder, and please at your local or the local National Weather Service office, or if you know what state it is and you don't know which local National Weather Service office it is near to, please do the hashtag of state abbreviation and then WX at the end. That way the National Weather Service can see it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that's some big time vorticity right there. Spectrum width really just dropped. Usually, or I should say heightened. Really just picked up high values of spectrum width. Big values of velocities. Yeah, this one's probably on the ground. Alright, so my chaser is starting to be on the move here. That is the good news with that. Yeah, I mean, that just looks like it's on the ground as of this moment. There's a good chance that this one is probably on the ground. And I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a new tornado warning for Fruitdale and Tibby. Whew. Yeah, I'm still talking to my storm chaser here on the side. He will show us some feeds here in a bit. They're trying to position, or trying to find the right position for some of these showers and thunderstorms. There's the new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for West Central Washington County in southwestern Alabama, East Central Greene County in southeastern Mississippi.
So there you go. There's your new tornado warning for this very same cell, and for good reason too. Still high values of spectrum width. Correlation coefficient hasn't verified quite yet, but the velocities are still relatively strong. The other one on the other storm is kind of weakened It's still there, but it is weakened. And then we also have a new storm that's down to the south of it. That might actually be a cell merger. That might be something interesting to watch a little bit later on. But we do have the storm continuing to still intensify further and further. Fruitdale, Tibby, and Chatham, as well as Yellow Pine over here in Alabama. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So I just updated that for right now. I just said it is in Mississippi/Alabama, so that way people may be able to tell. And yeah, this thing definitely still is looking like a... Wow, it even has a bound a weak ecoregion. You can see the donut hole, guys. So it's starting to wrap rain around the actual rotation in itself. And that's as close as you can get to a tornado being on the ground without actually having the verification from debris. So yeah, this is heading straight for Fruitdale, Alabama. Heading straight for Fruitdale. If you know anyone that lives in Fruitdale, Alabama, they need to get in their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I'll take a timing here. We'll take the storm motion. The track currently takes it slightly north of Fruitdale, but it is approaching U.S. Highway 45. So U.S. Route 45, U.S. Highway 45 here right along the border of Mississippi and Alabama near Fruitdale. If you're near that area, you need to get in your safe space right now, and look at that. Yeah, that is another bounded weak ecoregion. Someone's saying look north of Houston. Like Houston, Texas? What is that? What in the world is that? Oh, that is a little mini supercell there, I'll tell you what. Yeah, that might get a tornado warning, believe it or not, but I'm not sure. There's storm relative velocity. It's not bad. So I'll continue to watch that. I'll pull up radar scope because I actually like radar scope better with its radar, at least with its storm relative velocity, because storm relative velocity is very good. I love storm relative velocity, and if you can get a higher resolution of storm relative velocity like that, and that makes things a whole lot easier. So I'll keep that on that. But yeah, that was north of Houston. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's contamination. I was about to say, what is that? No, that's contamination. It's currently got side lobe contamination as of this moment. Might have a little bit of an issue with the radar on the storm, trying to verify as to whether or not tornado is on the ground as of this moment. But yeah, we definitely have a storm approaching Fruitdale. Once again, if you know anyone that lives near Fruitdale, Alabama, you need to tell them to get in their safe space, right at this moment. And yes, that is a triple rotation. We have 3 different cells right next to each other here that are rotating with big time updrafts. Once again, please be sure to spread this information. We got to continue to share this with as many people as possible, due to the fact that some people may not have the coverage. Some people may not live in some of these areas. And due to the fact that there isn't as much populace, it's not like local radar or the local news stations may be able to cover it. Maybe the local one out of Mobile or the local one out of Hattiesburg, they might be able to, but when it's this far away from major populace, it tends to get pretty difficult for people over here to actually get that radar coverage. So, or, that radar coverage online or, on cable. So need to really watch out for this. Need to really watch out for this if you're in those areas. Please share the information if you haven't already, especially if you know anyone who lives within these areas. So once again, Fruitdale, Chatham, Tibby, Yellow Pine. You guys need to get in your safe space right now. Don't purposefully go out to try and search for the tornado. If you do, you won't be able to see it. And there's a good reason why. This is the track, the white line right here. That's the current track of the actual tornado. But you see that right in front of the track is a lot of all this rain right within here. So you're going to get a lot of heavy rain. You're going to get a lot of heavy precipitation that's going to make visibility next to zero, all the way up until you get right next to the tornado. And by the time you see the tornado, it's too late. You wouldn't be in a proper space right there to at least be safe from it. And that's keyword at least. So you need to just trust the National Weather Service by getting into a safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I want to go back to this tornado warning over here near Centerville. And the rotation on that, not really as strong as it once was. That's kind of the good news. But on the other hand, the bad news is we're so far away from a radar that it's very difficult for me to actually say that we actually have something or not. But from the looks of it right now, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like the rotation is significant enough to try and produce a tornado. But there is still a tornado warning, and that is for Gloucester, Liberty, and Centerville here in Mississippi. So if you live in these areas, you need to get in your safe space, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building. Correlation coefficient is down on all radars? What do you mean? Not on my screen. Yeah, on my screen, correlation coefficient is functioning. It's still constantly changing. Wouldn't make sense, because if correlation coefficient is down, then so would be ZDR and KDP and all other dual pole products. Big time spectrum width drop right there. Radar scope CC is broken. Okay. So that's just radar scope. That's just radar scope. I kind of want to see how broken it is just for reference. Yeah, that is definitely broken 100%. Radar scope correlation coefficient is definitely down. I'll tell you what. CC is correlation coefficient. It basically tells you as to how similar the particles are in the atmosphere within a given spot. If it's similar, it'll have a high correlation coefficient. And when we have a lot of rain, usually we have a lot of high correlation coefficient because rain is relatively the same. But if you start to introduce stuff like ice crystals, like hail, or debris and stuff like that from tornadoes, then the correlation coefficient starts to plummet, starts to go down. And because of that, that could indicate that something else is happening. That's not meteorological. That's being introduced into that. So, correlation. If you were to take anything away from that, it's the correlation between stuff around it. I find it very interesting that there's so many storms forming along that vorticity axis now. I want to see what the latest model is saying from this. 19Z, what do you got? So the 19Z still says that there is that big supercell that starts to go into southern portions of Mississippi. That one's probably going to be the one to chase. Southern Mississippi is probably going to be the one that has that big supercell. I would not be surprised if that was the case. I'm looking on Twitter. Once again, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. And Also, please be sure to @ the National Weather Service, the local National Weather Service office, if you guys find anything as well. But yeah, southern Mississippi looks to be the one area. There's another supercell that's in central to northern Mississippi. Those ones might be a little bit more difficult out of those to try and really go, but those definitely are, you know, they definitely look like they can do stuff. That right there, that just looks like a strong tornado sounding out of that. I'll come back to the models here in a bit. Surface-based cape's still pretty good. Lower level lapse rates are starting to increase more and more. So yeah, this is starting to pick up. The Fruitdale storm is starting to envelop itself in a lot of rain. Lot of rain. And because of that, because there's a lot of rain, and well, first off, there's a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for
North
Central Liberty County in southeastern Texas.
What is this? They actually pulled the trigger. Does that mean I actually have to move a radar over there now? Probably. Let's move a radar. Oh, wow. So these pixels right here in the middle, this is contamination, so don't worry about that. I know it's hard, but don't worry about that. We do have some pretty decent rotation with this storm. I will admit that. So let me go to Omega. If you live in Sam Houston, as well as Trinity River Lake Estates, Franklin, County Road 2252, State Route 146, as well as Clark, you need to get in your safe space here in Texas. Because this is definitely a storm that can try to produce a tornado, whether it being brief or, you know, a little bit of ways. Either or, a tornado's a tornado, and you need to take your proper precautions. So yes, this is a tornado warning. This is for Liberty County in southeastern Texas until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Franklin, Trinity River Lake Estates, Sam Houston, Grand Cane, as well as Clark, State Route 146, and the Mason Lake Estates. If you're in those areas, get into a safe space right now. For the people who don't know, we currently have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. A particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And if you know anyone who lives within these areas, whether it is the yellow, the orange, or in the red, they need to watch out. Specifically the orange and the red. That is where the most significant activity is anticipated today. So we're going to be covering this live. We have our storm chaser that's trying to get into position right now to try and set up his feed. We'll get there in a bit in regards to, you know, his feed. They are getting there. But we do have a chaser that is going to be within this area. He is going to be trying to chase all these significant storms. I would assume his target's probably southern Mississippi at this rate, due to the fact that all the other storms are kind of, I guess, congealing with the other ones. But if you're in the orange or if you're in the red, a significant day could potentially unfold within your area, and you need to watch out. Dean stayed moderate. I would too, honestly. I've been telling everyone I would stay moderate. The uncertainty for where these storms are actually going to occur is just too high at this moment. I would stay moderate. But once again, this dark red outline here is our particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, which has a greater than 95% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, and then a 90% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes within this watch. So the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center are anticipating within this giant dark red box right here, with all these little squiggly lines that outlines the counties that are in it, they are anticipating at least 1 strong tornado within this event, or at least a 90% chance of that actually happening. So we currently have 4 tornado warnings at this time. Let's start from the easternmost tornado warnings. We have 2 of them, one of which is over here in Washington County, Alabama, until 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. They have 2 areas of rotation at the moment. Run over here near Fruitdale. The other one that's actually due east of Fruitdale, north of Vinegar Bend, and approaching the Tibby area. So if you know anyone who lives near Tibby, as well as Chatham, and then areas along State Route 17 and State Route 56 here in Alabama, you need to get in your safe space, underground, or lowest and innermost part of your building. The other tornado warning over here for Greene County, Mississippi, this one has deteriorated very much so significantly over the past 10 minutes. So I'm anticipating that warning to kind of deteriorate here soon. They might actually cancel that. But regardless, there is still a tornado warning here until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Moving off to the west, we have a tornado warning over here in southwestern portions of Mississippi. You can tell this is a southwestern portions of Mississippi because at the bottom part of your screen, right there is New Orleans. Right here is Hattiesburg. There's Macomb, and then this giant red polygon right here is our tornado warning. So tornado warning here, this would be for Wilkinson and Amite counties. I'm not sure if that is the correct pronunciation for Amite, because I've heard that it could be potentially something else in other portions of the United States. So if I'm wrong, please correct me in the chat. But regardless, this is going to be still a storm to watch, as we do have some rotation with this here right now. Reds are moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Our radar is down over in New Orleans, so right about there is where the rotation would be. It's very hard to tell because we have a lot of these, I should say, purple corrupt data values that really don't tell us as to what's going on. So all we can say is that there is rotation right within the storm right there, and hope that it doesn't intensify further beyond that. A lot of lightning potential within that storm too. Then we move off to Houston, and this is actually north of Houston. Someone's knocking on my door. That is a weird slushy, I'll tell you what. It'll try and help me with my voice throughout the majority of this stream, but it is what it is. So tornado warning over here for Texas. Liberty County, here in eastern portions of Texas, I'd say even southeastern portions of Texas, you have a tornado warning until 2:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. The rotation is right here, red's moving away, green's moving towards, and our radar is over more towards Galveston than it is in Houston. You can see right there is Houston, and then here's Galveston. You can see the radar is right there. So a little bit closer to Galveston than it is to Houston. But regardless, there's the rotation, and we have a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Holmes County in central Mississippi, southwestern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, southern Leffler County in north-central Mississippi, Humphreys County in central Mississippi.
So, already by looking at the radar here from Jackson, I can already see where the rotation is. Silver City, Midnight, Belzoni. We were talking about Belzoni way back when. North of Yazoo City. Thornton, Carter, Chula, Kruger, Morgan City, Sidon. Those areas here, you guys are more than likely going to be impacted by what very well could be a strong thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. So if you live within these areas, all right, a lot of counties that were just called Holmes, Carroll, LaFleur, and Humphreys County here in Mississippi, you have a tornado warning until 3:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And I highly recommend that if you haven't got a sturdy structure, that would be like a mobile home, you would get into one and get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you were to have a layout of your lowest floor of your building and, and you were to put a dot right in the middle of it, you would try to get to the room that's the closest to that middle dot. If there isn't a room that is near that middle dot, you know, let's say you have all your rooms that are next to the outside parts or the outside walls of your house, get pillows, get mattresses, get all sorts of, get all sorts of things that could try to put walls in between, in between yourself and the outdoors as possible. You know, such as furniture. You can move furniture to situate yourselves around that as well. Oh yeah, the thing is starting to intensify. Oh, and look at the rotation there. There's the normalized rotation. We mentioned the scales on the left-hand side. So the scale, if it's blue, it's low. So like not really weak areas of rotation. But it is getting close to the medium levels of rotation. Green is medium levels of rotation. So it's not like to the strong levels yet, but it's like it's starting to get somewhat strong to the point to where it might actually try to produce a tornado if it gets its act together. And we do have that rotation there from the normalized rotation. It is indicated by this green south of Silver City and north of Carter. So Chula or Tachula, if you're over there, as well as over along State Route 12, that would be US Highway 49 East, as well as areas near Kruger, you guys need to get in your safe space right now, as this storm is really going to get into your area and potentially produce tornadoes. Belzona. Appreciate that. That actually helps me a lot. Belzona. So if you're near Belzona, or if you're west, or I should say east of Belzona, east of 49 West, if you are east of 49 West, you need to get into your safe space. From Silver City, Midnight, west over to 49 East. If you're in between 49 West and 49 East, that would be from Belzona, Silver City, Midnight, all the way to Thornton, Chula, as well as Kruger. You need to get in your safe space right now. This can also include areas near Black Hawk and Coila. So if you know anyone who lives over there, don't be surprised if you guys can get that activity over there. Same tornadic activity right within that same general vicinity, because this storm could veer off to the left, it could veer off to the right. You know, that's the reason why the National Weather Service issues these large polygons right here, because tornadoes are relatively unpredictable. We know in which general vicinity they're going to head towards, but do they veer off to the left? Do they veer off to the right? That is the big question that they have always, and you don't exactly know until they actually do it. So that's the reason why they issue these large polygons, and you guys need to get in your safe space. So once again, if you hear any of your counties, if you live in Holmes, Carroll, LaFleur, or Humphreys counties in central Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotations as possible. We'll go back now to the storm that is over into Alabama, and we note that there is a storm that's approaching the Tibby area and the Chatham area here in Alabama, almost a little bit further away from the border of Mississippi and Alabama right now. So there would be the border right there Of course, I'm terrible at drawing lines. Let's see if I can make a good straight line. There it is. So there's the border of Mississippi, Alabama. We have now crossed into Alabama, and we have this new tornado warning, or not exactly a new tornado warning, but we still have our tornado warning here. This would be for, if I could pull this up, Washington County in Alabama. That'll be in effect until 2:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So please get into a safe space if you haven't already. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. Once again, Chatham, Tibby, and that would be Wagerville now, heading towards the U.S. Highway 43 general vicinity. That is where the tornadic rotation could potentially exist. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. There could be some people that may not have cable, may not have service, and our live stream could potentially help those people in getting information out to what they may need to do if they are in these warnings. And so, if you haven't already, share them to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any other social media services. Help us get out onto YouTube's algorithm, especially if you're a new person here. You probably clicked onto the stream because you found out that there is a tornado outbreak here today. And that's all because of the other people that actually were in the stream prior to you. They've helped us get onto the YouTube algorithm by hitting that like button down below. We're at 547. We're a good ways away from 600, but if we can get up there, we can continue to climb and climb more. Even if we get up to the 1,000 rank there, that'll help us get out to more and more people. And they've, of course, also subscribed and all sorts of stuff like that to help us out. But I'm not asking you guys to subscribe. I'm just asking you guys to help me get this information out to as many people as possible. Because this is, at the end of the day, I don't really care about my subscribers until after the stream and stuff like that. I care more about the people that I don't know. I care about the people that I'm seeing on the screen right now. All these individual houses and homes that can potentially be impacted by the tornado. All those guys I care more about. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible if you haven't already. But yeah, that is a tornado warning still. Washington County, Alabama, Tibby, Chatham, and Wagerville, you guys could potentially see some impacts from that storm here soon. Let's go back to the tornado warning over here. This would be now for Amite County. And that'll be in effect until 2:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are a little far away from the radar, so things might be a little bit difficult for us. By the way, the tornado warning in Texas has now been canceled. Or actually, it expired. It expired 2 minutes ago. So that is one thing to note. But now we only have 3 tornado warnings, which we hope that it stays as low as this. We don't exactly want any more tornado warnings than this than we have right now. But the unfortunate circumstance is that we probably are going to. But for right now, Gloucester, Liberty, as well as Smithdale and Thompson, you guys are in a tornado warning. You guys need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Just a quick overview for people who might be joining into the stream for the first time. This is our risk from the Storm Prediction Center here today. So if you're in the dark green area, you don't really have to worry about today's event all too much. Maybe some strong damaging winds, but that would really be it. If you're in the yellow, I would pay attention to the weather today. You're in a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. That's what the yellow means. And things could potentially fluctuate in and out of the actual yellow area. You might get some activity in there. You might not. For instance, we have a tornado warning that's currently outside of the red and the orange areas over here in this yellow area, which means that, there is some stuff even happening outside of it. So if you're in the yellow area, I would pay attention to the weather today for changing conditions. If stuff does happen, if the National Weather Service does issue a warning, then please heed it accordingly. If you're in the orange or in the red, you guys are the main priority here today. You guys are going to be impacted by what could potentially be a tornado outbreak here for much of these areas. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center has noted that there could be some strong and long-lived tornadoes that can exist within this environment, and because of that, they have issued a particularly dangerous situation, or a PDS, tornado warning. So please, 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 if you haven't already, get a plan of action so that way you guys may be able to oh wow, that thing might actually be a long tracker. That might be concerning there. Please have a plan of action just on the off chance that there is a tornado warning for your county, for your area. Have a plan of action, get into a sturdy structure, not a mobile home, and get into the lowest innermost part of your building, such as a bathroom or a closet, or if you have a basement, get into that. Wow, this storm over here near Thornton's really going to start going here soon. The storm that's over near Thornton's going to go here soon, more than likely. Cell that's north of Yazoo City. That one probably could be the long, or at least a long tracker. Oh yeah, this thing is starting to really intensify. Yeah, Thornton is starting to take advantage of the environment out there. Very strong velocities. Very strong velocities at this time. I'm actually curious to see storm relative velocity in that area. Yeah, it's very high, and it's getting into a higher value of storm relative helicity. This one, we might see some activity starting from that one over near Thornton. And okay, that is not good, because as you go with height, oh yeah, as you go with height, that rotation is 100%. Oh yeah. So Thornton, Chula, Howard, Lexington, Blackhawk, areas near US Highway 49 East. You need to get in your safe space right now. You need to get in your safe space right now, because this thing more than likely is going to try to intensify further and further. Now, we do have some contamination within this storm, so we're not really getting the true values of what's actually happening, but side lobe contamination. But if you're in Thornton, if you're in Chula, if you're in Howard, I would get into your safe space now, because this one probably could be one of those strong tornadoes that the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center has been talking about. I'm going to quickly take a look at the southern cell near Liberty. That one still is slightly rotating, bit discombobulated, honestly. But if you can get its act together, I would not be surprised if it did do something. I would not be surprised at all. What is contamination? It basically makes the data not correct, not valid. It's poisoned, if you will. Bad velocity data. It's another cell near Blackhawk, but that one's not as strong. What are they riding on? What's their vorticity axis here? It's not super high. There's some vorticity within this. Let's take a look at, just for mild laughs. That is the significant tornado parameter. So that's interesting. That's the new scan that just came in. Don't see a debris signature quite yet. I do not see a debris signature quite yet. That's the good news. Look at Natchitoches. I think you guys are fine, honestly. Let me go over to Fort Polk. And yeah, you guys are fine. Just a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Although there is a supercell that is approaching your area. I will say that. It does have some decent upper level rotation. But other than that, it is kind of fine. Just stay indoors. Stay indoors, don't go outside. Back to Jackson here. Large hail associated with that. And yeah, we do have that side lobe contamination. We do indeed definitely have side lobe. That is 100% side lobe contamination. Radar is having a difficult time trying to figure out this one. Yeah, just as a reminder, if you're in the dark green, you guys are fine for today. You don't have to worry about today all too much. It's the areas that are really in the orange and the red that need to watch out. Yellow, you can watch out. I would advise that you do, but you don't have as high of a risk as the other colors. Looks like the cell near Chatham here is starting to kind of take over and intensify. And it might actually have recycled. So interestingly enough, could very well have this cell become new tornado warning here soon, but we'll watch out for that. That one's still relatively weak at this time. Will Huntsville be okay? That's a good question. I'll move this radar over to Huntsville as of right now. But it looks like we have a lot of strong damaging winds that are moving off into that area. I would have to say yes for right now. You guys are getting a lot of strong damaging winds, so you guys should be fine. But stay indoors. Do not go outside during this event. Oh yeah, the radar is having a lot of difficulty. Radar is definitely having a lot of difficulty within this storm. Let me look on my side screen here. Interesting. Trying to communicate with someone else here as of this moment. All right, that's all I needed to know. So what's happening right now, guys, is all of these storms are currently encountering what I said last night would be the real issue with this event. This is what basically makes or breaks this event. All right. And of course, over time, it might start to alleviate. You know, that problem might fix itself. But there's two problems with this event. And we'll talk about it this way to kind of make everyone feel a little bit better, but also have something to kind of watch out for. Okay. Because if this doesn't happen, or if it fixes itself, then obviously we have a major issue on our hands. First thing is vorticity. I'll actually go with surface vorticity and 3-kilometer cape here to make things a little bit easier. You see a lot of these blue rings, these blue contours and stuff like that. we need a lot more of these blue contours here. We need a lot more of them. If we start to see more of those blue contours, that will indicate that we have vorticity, which means that some of these showers and thunderstorms could end up trying to produce tornadoes. And there's actually some more vorticity that's starting to form on these southern cells, which could mean that those southern cells might actually intensify further due to the fact that it is in a very good environment with energy. So on one hand, we have that. On the other hand, we take a look at our lower level lapse rates, and we need a lot more of these green contours to cover the area. We need these green contours to cover. This one right here, 6.5, that is perfect. If we can get 6.5 or even some of these yellow contours within some of these areas, we will 100% have these significant storms. All right, we will 100%. But as of right now, those are the two issues that we have right now. Can they resolve themselves before we get into the main threat of this, system, which will be, or the main threat of this event, which will be within the next hour? That will be the real question. But we already start to see, or we're already starting to see maybe some stronger lapse rates, which makes things a whole lot easier for thunderstorms to sustain in some of these storms. So that is the big question here. Can that be fixed? I think in some portions of this event, it can be. As unfortunate as that may sound, I think it can be fixed naturally by the weather. So I think we still have an opportunity. Like southern Mississippi, I still have hope for. I still have hope for, or at least I shouldn't say I have hope for, because I don't hope for tornadoes. But, there is still hope if you were looking for tornadoes as a storm chaser. Southern Mississippi still is, a good play. But these storms up here near Chula, Thornton, Howard, that one might be, that one could very well be localized. So we will have to see. We will definitely have to see. Latest scan came in. Yeah, the contamination is pretty bad, I'll tell you what. I think right now it looks like it's starting to become more of a gusty wind threat. So I think the lapse rate is actually limiting this storm to its full potential. So this could have been one of the long trackers. But look at this, what I talked about in the beginning of the stream. I said, these little bow echoes right here, this creates a lot of wind. And these winds kind of surge out in just one direction. And because of that, I think what we have here is a big gusty wind threat here for the time being within that storm. And that's kind of the same thing up north, too. Remember the silos over near Blackhawk? There it is. Definitely a lot stronger than it once was. But I think because it is kind of bowing out, just like that, might be a little bit more of a wind risk. Oh yeah, that's definitely side lobe. 100%. That wasn't side lobe. I don't know what it is. Yeah, if that isn't side lobe, I don't know what is. Yeah, thanks, Sam. I'll show this briefly just because, I think this is very cool sometimes to see pictures of people watching me. Appreciate it, Sam. Really does mean a lot to me. So thank you much. That's a new tornado warning. Oh, it's
Tornado warning for
Natchitoches.
Central Natchitoches Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Nakatosh.
Southwestern Wind
Never
Parish
mind, it's
in
not
north central
Nakatoches, it's
Louisiana.
Nakatosh. Nakatosh. Tells you I do not know anything about how to pronounce people's towns in this portion of the U.S. But Nakatosh. If you're in Nakatosh here in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Per Reed Timber, there was a tornado on the ground near Chula. I'm not too surprised, honestly. If it had a brief tornado and then it went back up, I would not be surprised. Nakadish. Nakadish. If you live anywhere near Nakadish here in Louisiana, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. From the surface perspective, you see there is slight rotation, very slight rotation right in there. It's almost not noticeable. You see reds moving away, greens moving towards, so very small amounts of rotation towards the surface. But I'm assuming as you go up with height, and you do, you see that the velocities are a lot stronger right within that area. So they are worried here in the National Weather Service that if something does end up intensifying, I would not be surprised if something actually did, or they wouldn't be surprised if something actually did happen. This is over here. Oh, wow. So this is from WTVA Weather, who posted this on Twitter. This is from that same cell in Chula. Let's watch it, see what's happening with it. If it loads, of course. There you go. So this is kind of a sky view of that same cell that's over in Chula. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central San Augustine County in eastern Texas, northwestern Sabina County in eastern Texas.
I'm trying to see if I can find anything. I would probably be looking at this right here. A lot of rain. This is a very low base here, though, that we're looking at right in front of us. Yeah, I'm probably looking at somewhere over here within this rain base right there. But very ominous clouds. These are definitely like shelf. This could very well be over here. I'll tell you what, this right here, this darkness right in front of us, that could very well be a wall cloud as well. So that would be something to watch out for. Just retweeted that, by the way, on Twitter. So if any of the stuff that you see on here, I will retweet.
What's up, Nate? We're actually in Vicksburg right now. We're about 40 minutes away from Yazoo City to the south. So we just want to see what you think. Do you think we should sit here and play the waiting game, or think we should go up north and try to intercept these cells, because they look like they could pop, but I mean the risk is kind of where we're at, so we don't know if we should play the waiting game or not.
That's a good question.
Yo, Nate, we're in Vicksburg right now. Do you think we should stay here or start to head north?
That's a good question. God, what would I do? Can I just go home? Is that an option? They won't catch the Yazoo City stuff, more than likely. I think the two areas to watch would have to be the stuff that's there near Vicksburg, or the cell that is getting towards south central Mississippi. So, I mean, that would probably be what I would look for, but these storms are screaming, I'll tell you what. How fast? Oh, that cell behind it near Centerville. Oh, that one just intensified. That one might go tornado warned here soon. Near Centerville. How fast is this storm moving? Northeast at 25. So they might catch up to that storm that's over near Macomb if they try. This one up here near Yazoo, though. Northeast at 55. Yeah, they're not going to catch that. So, I think either they can stay at Vicksburg or try to head to Yazoo to sit, or they can head towards Macomb down here, do stuff. The problem is, which one do I have a higher confidence in that something is going to happen? That's from the HRRR. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Pike County in southern Mississippi, east central Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi, central Amite County in southern Mississippi.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised. That was the storm that I just called. I would say probably... Yeah, I need to change my wallpaper. I've kind of grown out of that phase, haven't I? Oh, that's a new mesoscale discussion. Corridor of enhanced thunderstorm place. Increased between 3 to 4. Increasing potential for supercells will exist. So, I mean, there's no wrong answer here, in my honest opinion. If you feel like you want to sit near Vicksburg, you can. That cell is, these cells are knocking on your door. But if you want to go south to the cell near Macomb, heading over there, I mean, that one probably has the highest chance of sustaining throughout all of this event and maybe producing a tornado or two along the line. The fact that there's a cell right there in Macomb, I would have to say that one has the highest chance of probably producing a tornado. These cells down here. So that would be my answer. Might not be a great answer, but it's an answer. There is that new tornado warning, by the way, for San Augustine and Sabine counties in Texas. Rotation on that, very minuscule. Very minuscule. There is some rotation on it, I'll tell you what. But it is very minuscule to the point to where I probably don't think there could be something that could form on that. They're just trying to make sure that, all the storms that have hints of rotation, they warn, so that way, out ahead of time, people can just really, be safe from it. Even if it doesn't do anything, they still want to just, make sure. What happened to the Natchitoches? The Natchitoches area? The Natchitoches area, I gotta pull up my radar again. This is the same radar. They're getting a lot of rain, but the actual rotation itself is not very good. So I don't anticipate too much stuff happening with that storm. but they're going to get some stuff. They definitely are. That is some very high ZDR values, potentially some heavy amounts of stuff falling from the sky, maybe some large hail. Well, that does look like some large hail within that as well. And then a ZDR arc from this as well. This is a supercell. This is a pretty dominant supercell. Ports a tennis ball size. Really? Really? Jeez. Yeah, some very strong damaging winds within this cell right now. That's over near the Chula, Howard, and Lexington area. If you're near that, if you're near Route 17, if you're near I-55 from Durant all the way up to Winona, and even Duck Hill and Carrollton, I would highly recommend monitoring the weather, especially as this gets closer and closer to you. And some large hail that's fallen from this as well. Very large hail. You can take a look at that. We have these oranges. Orange. Anything near Jackson? Jackson what? Tennessee? Mississippi? If it's Mississippi, not right now, but it'll happen a little bit later on. If it's Tennessee, no, you guys might be a little too far north from this event, fortunately. Yeah, it's cell near Centerville. Watch. That's cell near Centerville and Liberty, as well as Thompson, Smithdale, and Macomb. That one might be the one to do it. That one also might be the one to do it. I have the highest confidence in that one probably doing it, you know, producing a tornado than any of the other ones. At least within its lifetime. I mean, it's really in a good environment right now. It really is. Has this updated at all? Yeah, once again, the vorticity. There is a little band of vorticity right there that it could be writing. If that's the case, though, what would this look like? Oh, yeah. There's definitely something right there. There's definitely something right here on the back of these storms, too. So maybe the storms that are heading off towards Vicksburg might try to do something here within the next, I'd say, 30 minutes. That might be something. Yeah. Mangum. That would probably be something to watch. Good to see the U.S. is winning that one. Got Storm Chaser watching us as well. Look at that. That's pretty cool. I love seeing that every now and then. People taking pictures. You know, at least it tells me that people are watching. Don't know how to share, span, post to the winds and shoals. So make sure that if you guys want to send anything, please at me at Nate_Snyder. You know, not every time I'm going to be looking at my messages, but that is my Twitter account. If you want to send stuff to me, please be sure to do so. But yeah, at me in the mentions, at me in the messages, or the comments. Like, put a comment and then at me in there. That is a ZDR arc with that cell near Blackhawk. in Lexington. This one might try to go. I'll tell you what, that looks so much better in the mid-levels with what it's doing. Whew. That is a new tornado warning, and it is an extension.
Tornado warning for northeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi, southern Carroll County in north central Mississippi, north central Atala County in central Mississippi, western Montgomery County in north central Mississippi.
So there's the extension. Winona, Vaden, Beatty, as well as West, Lexington, Poplar Creek, and Kilmichael. You guys are now in the threat of this thing. You guys are now in the crosshairs of this storm. Tornado and tennis ball sized hail possible. Tornado and tennis ball sized hail possible. I mean, let me ask you guys this question here real quickly. If you guys, did any of you guys think that tennis ball sized hail would be possible within this storm? Does weather know that we're only 2 days away from December? I wouldn't have thought, to be completely honest with you. I mean, that's just pretty crazy. By the way, I appreciate the people who've been helping me share the information with as many people as possible. We got over 600. Let's try and see if we can get to 700 likes to try and help us get out into the algorithm. If you're new, please be sure to hit that like button so that we can continue to spread it with as many people as possible. How many tours today? We've had what? How many tornado warnings so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So at minimum 11 tornado warnings. But we haven't had any official tornado reports quite yet, even though there was a couple indicators that there could potentially have had maybe a couple of weak tornadoes earlier on. But the real threat's starting to come in here. Big screen time. Someone's watching me on the big screen. That's actually pretty cool. It's also pretty funny, I'll tell you what. And then we got another person. Not the actual Storm Prediction Center, but they're watching me too. That's pretty cool. All you guys that watch me at home, thank you so much. As I continue to scan Twitter to try and see if I can find any sort of pictures and or videos for you all. If you guys find any, please be sure to @ me as well, @ Nate_Snyder. And
Hey Nate, so we're still sitting just north of Vicksburg. We want to get your opinion on that storm that's trying to form right now above Winsboro over in Arkansas.
Louisiana.
Oh, Louisiana, my bad.
Should we wait?
Yeah, you think we should wait on that or just get your opinion?
so that one's going to be heading into the environment here soon. Big band of vorticity with it. Decent amount of cape. It's got a lack of 3 cape though, so that might change here soon. Lower level lapse rate is in a pretty garbage level of lower level lapse rates. I mean, the thing is that storm is going to be probably the dominant storm to get in to the environment if it does anything. Keyword is if it does anything, though. New run of the HRRR is coming out here soon. If they want, they can wait for it. I'm not saying it could potentially produce a tornado, because once again, the further north you get, the lower the lapse rates are. Lapse rates are going to be a huge issue as it moves about. Although, according to the Monroe observed sounding, apparently there was a 6.5 lapse rate, so it might be starting to climb now. Yeah, I mean, you could definitely wait. You can definitely wait for it. Where is very high value of storm relative helicity with it too. What about, let's actually go surface to 500 meters. So it's not bad. There definitely is an interesting pocket though. So yeah, you guys can definitely wait for it if you wish. But Macomb is going to be probably the area to watch if I were you. If you know. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. There's two of them. Two supercells now that have regenerated. And yeah, they're starting to march off towards Interstate 55. Might be a new tornado warning here soon, actually, for Bogue Cheeto. Wouldn't be surprised about that. And that cell over there near Lexington and west as well as Beatty, that one might be something to watch too. How will Charlotte, North Carolina be affected? They probably won't. Anywhere within the green or the light green will not be impacted here today by these significant tornadoes. Which, as I said, if you know anyone that lives in the orange or in the red, there is anticipated to be a tornado outbreak possible within this event. And which is the reason why there is a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that has been issued for these areas here. So if you know anyone that lives within those areas, need to have a plan of action just on the off chance a tornado does form. That is some whack side lobe contamination. It also looks like this storm right here near Lexington, West, and Beatty is elevated, but... Oh, that's nice. So here's the NATO cast for today. Now, I'm not saying the NATO cast is correct, but this is what the NATO cast and its algorithm said. And it said 45% chance for tornadoes over Jackson, Mississippi. Sorry to blind you all. Tried to hit the trash can. So that right there is something to watch out for. Because that was from the AI to try and pick up as to where the most significant tornadic activity could be. They said it's right there. So I would definitely watch. I would definitely watch it very, very closely. I think the cell that's over near Macomb could actually take advantage of that atmosphere. I wouldn't be surprised. But that's kind of what we got at the moment. Any tornadoes today? Not quite yet. Had a lot of storms that have been rotating and spinning. Two of which that maybe could have produced, but no verification as of quite yet. But this Macomb cell was probably going to be the one to try and do it. Let's check on Radar Omega. Where is everyone? That is Brad Arnold. He's all the way down there. Brandon Kopic is on his way to the cell that's over near Macomb, so. And then Vince Whaley's all the way out there.
Tornado warning for East Central San Augustine
Oh,
County
what?
in eastern Texas, northwestern Sabina County in eastern Texas.
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's another tornado warning for the cell. Did it intensify within a short period of time, or? It does have some rotation within the upper level, so can't fully discredit. So yeah, that's a new tornado warning for San Augustine and Sabine counties here in Texas until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Watching on the 70-inch TV. That's pretty funny. There you go, Zion. That's pretty funny. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, that does look like a supercell. Man, look at that ZDR, though. Big time updraft within that. Huge updraft. So that storm is going to continue to try and intensify. Maybe a large hail threat. Very large hail threat as it gets towards the border of Texas and Louisiana. This other tornado warning back over here is going to get canceled, by the way. Still got 15 minutes on it, but the one near Chula and Kruger as well as Blackhawk, that one's going to get canceled more than likely. At least I wouldn't be surprised. Central Louisiana going? Oh boy. Oh, near the Natchitoches area. That's not bad. In the upper levels, the rotation isn't very good. Except for like 0.4 tilt, 17,000 feet. So it's got a long way to get there. Got a long way, but it's definitely... I'll tell you what, those cells are definitely the ones that could contribute to our chaos a little bit later on. Oh, there's that cell near Percy. What is that? Oh, that has some rotation. Hard to tell, though. Yeah, it's moved up. It does have a little bit of rotation with it. Ever so slightly, though. So maybe a new storm that's off near Hollandale, Rolling Fork, south of Greenville, and Indianola. Anything for northeastern Alabama? Not really too much. You got your severe thunderstorm over here near Huntsville, approaching the Scottsboro and the U.S. Highway 72 general vicinity. I'll put the radar over here. Oh, the radar is down. Yes, the radar is down. That is pretty funny. I mean, it's not funny for the people over here, but yeah, so long story short, there's a storm that's heading off near Scottsboro, Stevenson, Fackler, and Skyline. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I would tell them to get indoors and stay away from windows. But other than that, I don't really see too much tornadic activity. You know, maybe some spotty hail, like penny-sized. But other than that. Anything for Southern Illinois? Not at the moment. Go back to the Jackson radar. I want to see what this thing is saying. Still side lobe contamination. This thing is going to be a hassle to deal with if I keep getting side lobe. What about the Macomb cell? What is happening with this cell? That is some more contamination near Liberty. Let's see if we can fix that by going to the New Orleans radar. Oh yeah, look at that. Liberty cell definitely has some pretty strong rotation within the... Or at least it looks like there is some strong rotation within that. That is a well-defined ZDR column too. That is a well-defined ZDR column. I'm looking, I created a, well, I didn't really create a product, I should say. But there's a product that I modified that looks at the highest values of ZDR. And it essentially takes that and it plugs it all in together. And it looks at the highest values of ZDR above a specific height. And by looking at that, that tells me that there is a well-defined updraft right within that area. US 1, so they're in that. Wow. There you go. So they've advanced. Good for them. But that tells me that there is a strong updraft right within that area. That also tells me, look at that. Look at that velocity signature here. Man, this cell. Oof. Looking up 7,000 feet. Unfortunately, we're pretty far away from the radar once again. Thoughts on Mayfield tonight? Probably some strong damaging winds, but other than that, I think you guys should be all right. I apologize. I also got to say I haven't ate a whole lot, so just trying to get something in my stomach so that way I can kind of fast for the rest of the night. Just straight up, you know, tank through all of this. Yeah, I think Mayfield might be a little bit too far north. Might see some strong damaging winds, though. So that is something to take into consideration. Let's look back at New Orleans. So this is 68.99. Jackson is looking up 61.84. So, I mean, Jackson's the superior radar to look at for this storm, but you have to look through all sorts of stuff in order to get to the radar. So I'm not sure whether I want to use Jackson or I want to use New Orleans. Try and tell me what's going on with this cell. Cell is taking the Bassfield track. I mean, it's not there yet. It's got to get to Collins first before it can do anything. It's got to get to Bassfield first before it can do anything. So, I mean, it's actually Basefield, but Lamau. That is the new update. A lot of lightning with the storm. Look at this. Probability of lightning within this is relatively high. Cams for Liberty Cell? You know what? That's a good idea. Where is the Mississippi dot? Mississippi traffic cameras. Mississippi, you always love me. Cameras. There's only one, and it's near Macomb, unfortunately. I said Basefield right the first time. Nice, Basefield. The good news about that camera, though, is it looks south, it looks north, it looks east, and it looks west.
What's up, Nate? We are actually leaving to head towards Yazoo City now, so we will keep you updated.
10-4. Oh, that is a very interesting. I want to put this up here real quickly. Go to the middle screen. This is over in Macomb. This is in Macomb, Mississippi. And we're looking at some very ominous clouds over in the distance there. You see, right there. Look at that. Maybe some sort of lowering, or maybe some sort of shelf cloud shelving right within this area. But, you know, you see the classic mesocyclone, the inflow being pulled right into this area. And I find that very, very interesting with this storm. Just for reference here, if we go to dual screen here, so the camera in itself, it's right here. The camera's right here near Summit. It's looking due east. And so it's looking at this hook right here, and then you see this area right here, this rain is this band of rain right here. All right? So it's looking at the hook, it's looking at the rotation right within this area, which if we go to velocities, you can see that is exactly the case. And we're seeing some pretty funky stuff right under that. Right within there. That would be where the rotation would be. But there's another storm behind it all the way over here near Liberty. That is going to head off across the same area. So we might actually be able to see two separate things here from the same storm through one camera. As I said, Mississippi traffic cameras, hopefully. Bassfield. Monka S. Bass the fish. But we're going to see two separate things here from this same camera. Hopefully, we're able to see something. Something of interest. So let's go back to the middle screen here. Let's go back to this screen. See if we can continue to see all sorts of different stuff. I actually want to... let's expand this. There we go. That's good enough. All right, we fixed it. So, once again, very, very interesting. Someone said check Winfield. Winfield is... where? That's Winfield. All right, so I'd have to go to that radar. Fort Polk, Winfield. Yeah, that rotation is there, but it's not very strong at the moment. I think they'll be fine for the time being, but Winfield, Sykes, as well as Clarks and Ola over in Louisiana. Definitely something to watch out for. Man, this over here, I don't know what that is, whether it's scud or a wall cloud, but that is very ominous. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I mean, you can see the way the clouds are moving. They're all spinning right into this area right here. I'll tell you what. I don't know what that is, but there is definitely some rotation right within that. Real quickly, let's see if the northern view. So that's the southern view. So yeah, it's probably best to continue to use the western view. And I'll tell you what. That looks very ominous with what has lined up so far. And the other thing that I will say, we'll go back to the dual radar. It's currently looking at this first cell near Auburn, Mississippi. There's the second cell, once again, that's over near Liberty, that's going to be heading directly for the camera, which once again, it's over here near Summit. So as this thing pushes on through, we're going to be able to see two separate storms here that could try to be tornadic within this. So we'll keep the camera up there. That'll be near Macomb, Mississippi. I think I'll actually put that there. Macomb, Mississippi. There we go. So now everyone can see that. We'll keep the dual screen on for right now. Just temporarily. And we want to go north to the other tornado warning that's up, crossing I-55. I actually want to see, I'm curious with that too, while we're at it. Is there anything that's north of Durant that has cameras? No, there isn't. I would say that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So yeah, this camera is just a little south of Summit. We also have this other cell that is approaching the Belzona. I believe that's how it's pronounced, at least. Belzona. Looks like the Vaden and Beatty, or Beatty area, looks like that cell is starting to kind of go a little linear. But there's some of these other cells. Once again, the Hollandale, the Belzona area, that one might be something to watch in the future. Big updraft spike with that here over the last few minutes. Lower level lapse rates, please. Starting to increase, especially in south central Mississippi. It looks like that cell that's over near Macomb is going to be the one to intensify. It looks like that one's going to be the one that is going to take advantage of everything. And once again, I have the highest confidence that that one's probably going to produce a tornado. Highest confidence. Someone earlier, Tracy said it was something else, so I don't know now. But that's the reason why I said it. So I guess we'll need to take a group consensus if people live in these areas. There's Winfield, by the way, for the people who were curious. Once again, not very strong rotation at this time. Big ZDR arc with that, though. But what's up, Nisha? How do? Let's go to New Orleans' radar. And yeah, it looks like that rotation is going to head straight for our camera. So we will be able to see what is happening. What M.dot camera am I using? The furthest southern one on I-55. There's only one near Macomb. Has there been any tornadoes yet? A lot of tornado warnings, a lot of rotations. And there could have potentially been a tornado or two, but nothing with verification. So officially no, but there definitely could have. I have a feeling that Cell and Winfield, though, further along the line, might actually do something. That might be... Yeah, it looks like the cell from Winfield here, according to the HRRR model, looks like that actually does something. Here, I'll zoom in so you guys can see. So, here's the current mess over in Macomb. There's the Winfield cell. And as you progress, there's now the Macomb cell. It has moved off south of Jackson. And somewhere right here is the Winfield cell. You progress it another, you can see the Winfield cell passing through Vicksburg. And it looks like that one attempts to try and maintain, be someone's somewhat significant within that. But yeah, right there, and then right there, the big mess. And then those two are right next to each other, actually. They actually meet up with each other somehow. That is a very nasty shot from Macomb, Mississippi right now. Let's actually go full screen to that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you what. That shot that we are getting right now from this camera, we're seeing some very, very interesting views coming into Macomb. We do have a chaser that's currently chasing right now. I'm not sure if his feed is up quite yet, though. Let me do this here real quickly. Yeah, his feed is not up quite yet. When he does find something, though, he'll tell me. We've been in talks with him throughout a good while. And when he does see something, he'll let us know. But we'll go back to that camera over there near Macomb, Mississippi, which is in the southern portion of Mississippi. And I mean, that just looks absolutely nasty. Looks like it has paused temporarily. Let me refresh this. There we go. That's a bit better. And man, I'll tell you what, that looks... Huh. That looks very, very interesting. Brandon Kopic is in Macomb. He's about to get right next to that storm. So if you have Radar Omega, watch Brandon Kopic, or if you're on YouTube, watch Brandon Kopic. His stuff will be right there. Of course, I can't show his stuff because I haven't. No, I need to pay storm chasers for that, stuff like that. I don't have enough money. Not right now, at least. Yeah, what are we looking at right now? Big shelf cloud, I'll tell you what. Big shelf cloud. But we might see maybe a wall cloud on the backside of this, or at least we could potentially see one. I think it'll come into view more than likely. It will come into view. Let me go back up. We'll go split screen here. And there was actually a report of a funnel cloud near west, northeast of Lexington, Mississippi, near the Vaden and Beatty area here in Mississippi. This is well north of Jackson. Also reports of half dollar sized hail. So that means this storm right here, it's getting close. It's getting close to try and produce a tornado. It's getting very close. It just needs a little bit more of a push, a little bit more vorticity in order for it to actually get it. If it can get that, yeah, we'll see the tornado 100%. So we'll watch out for that. We'll definitely watch out for that. But the last thing we need to see is this polygon go from red to dark red, or even pink for that matter. Definitely don't want it to turn pink. Because if it does that, then that's when we know we have a pretty serious situation ongoing. Betty? Probably Betty then. By the way, I appreciate all the people who've been helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. You know, whether you've copied the link to the live stream, shared it with friends and family, or if you helped us, you know, get this out onto YouTube's algorithm. All right, because we do want to try and share this stream with more and more people on YouTube, and the best ways to get onto the algorithm is by people interacting with the stream, whether it's with, you know, comments in the chat, whether it's by liking the stream. You know, we're at 697. We're only a few away from 700 likes. I said if we can get closer and closer to 1,000 likes, that's when YouTube will really recommend us out onto YouTube's platform. So if we can continue to spread the information with more and more people, and even by subscribing, although as I said earlier on in the stream, I don't care about, you know, how many subscribers I have more compared to how many people are impacted by the screen that's right in front of me. So if you want to subscribe, feel free. But it'll do me more of a service if you help me spread this information. Beatty. Appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Beatty. Still has some contamination with that, so that's not even super consistent within this. That storm that's approaching Chula at this time, it's there, but it's not super significant at this moment. What in the world? Very large hail within this. Yeah, that is a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is approaching the Natchitoches area. Becca with 11 months, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really do. Skull Malice with the 2 says, have I covered severe weather in North Carolina? Yes, I have. Numerous streams, actually. But yes, I have covered them. If I've also missed any other super chats and stuff like that, I apologize. But just know that I really do appreciate your guys' support. Really does mean a lot to me. Mark with the 17. I know you're in and out here every now and then, but I really do appreciate that. And yeah, it really does mean a lot to me. Tour R. Which one would that be? Oh, the one up north. So there we go. That's our first confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado is located near Vaden, or 12 miles south of Winona, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Damaging tornado and tennis ball-sized tail. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado. So yeah, there you go. There's your first tornado of the day. You can see the darker polygon now, so we'll switch to the full screen here with this. If it's dark red, a dark red polygon, that means that it is a tornado confirmed. And we do indeed have that right now. So, tornado confirmed, tornado warning here. This would be specifically for Carroll, Atala, and Montgomery counties here in Mississippi until 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. So let me move this back. Instead of it being Mississippi and Alabama, let's just change it to Mississippi. There we are. Yeah, there's the report. It's why it says magnitude EF0, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Especially since, you know, that they haven't came out with the, you know, damage assessment quite yet, but oh well. Yeah, that was a spotter, or that's an official report. Tornado that was northeast of west. Northeast of west. People are telling me to check Twitter. Ooh. This is near West Mississippi, the same storm. That definitely looks like a funnel cloud at minimum. At minimum, that definitely looks like a funnel cloud. You can see that. Thank God he added the National Weather Service in Jackson. But at minimum, that does look like it. That's pretty cool, Zircon. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm trying to see if I can get any more stuff. I'll put back the feed, actually. But once again, report of a tornado. First tornado of the day. So it is essential that the people who live out in front of this risk, out in front of this storm, so Kilmichael, Poplar Creek, Stewart, Tom Nolan, as well as French Camp, you guys need to get in your safe space here, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, or in this case, tornado as possible. This feed is not loading here on my side screen because I've been watching it here. Just in the off chance. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. Oh, that's an extension.
Tornado warning for northern Choctaw County in central Mississippi, northwestern Octobeha County in northeastern Mississippi, Webster County in north-central Mississippi, southeastern Montgomery County in north-central Mississippi.
Yes. So there's your new tornado warning. Choctaw, Octobeha, Webster and Montgomery counties here in Mississippi. New tornado warning here with the weather spotters confirmed tornado warning. Once again, Tom Nolan, French Camp, Poplar Creek, Kilmichael, now including Eupora, Walthall, Clarkson, and Matheson. You guys need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, that's not a PDS. Not PDS, not a PDS. So this is just what I have over here. I need to change this, but it's, I need to change the color table for this stuff real quickly, or warning settings, because I haven't changed this one yet. Boom. Done. And we need the dark red. Okay. Boom. Done. Fixed it. Not PDS. Scared the crap out of even myself. I had to double check, and that's the reason why I went back over. Good call, chat. Good call. Yeah, it looks like the storm near Poplar Creek is still going. And it is still moving on through. So, this is a confirmed tornado by the weather spotters. Storm chasers on the ground that are over there that are chasing this. They are 100%, you know, they are surrounding the cell. If I actually were to go over to radar scope and show you guys all the chasers, look at all the chasers, all these little red dots. See all these little red dots around them? These are your storm chasers, or storm spotters that are around this storm that are chasing this thing. You even got another one that's all the way back here, and then you've got chasers down here on the Macomb cell down here, which we'll get back to that camera here in a second, because the storm is starting to come into view. But once again, if you are over here near Poplar Creek, Tom Nolan, Eupora, Matheson, you need to get in your safe space right now. All right, let's check to see what's happening down south near Macomb. Check to see what's happening with this cell. So the rotation in itself, not as strong as it once was. Let's see if I can switch the video here. And we'll go, let's actually go here, middle screen. And this is looking south. So once again, our camera, here's the supercell in itself. You can see this, the hook. Our camera's right here near Sumnet. And the storm might actually be already starting to pass. Might be a good idea to look east. No, definitely not. Can't see anything east. So let's continue south. And let's continue from this point of view. So it looks like from the point of view of the cameras here, the storm is starting to kind of deteriorate ever so slightly. Because both of them, it's just a big hunk of meh right now. You look at the dual screen here, look at the radar. Here's your original storm. Here is the storm that had the tornado warning on it, the one that's currently right over the camera at this time. And they've merged. These storms are all now together. And because they're kind of together at the moment, they're trying to interact with each other in weird ways. And it's not really working out for them as of this moment. So, oh boy, what is that? Oh boy. Okay, so, oh boy. Okay. Oh boy, what is that? There's, what? Alright, so as we leave the camera up there, that's Macomb, I have now found two areas of rotation that we should definitely watch out for, 100%. Number one, the former tornado warning that is crossing from Texas into Louisiana. This one near Zwol and Manny, or Many. And then Natchitoches over here. this cell right here very well could potentially try to become tornadic. I look at the upper levels of this storm, and its mesocyclone is relatively strong. So this one can definitely try to go. We'll watch out for that. A lot of lightning with that storm too, and we even have an updraft, an established updraft right within there. So that is something to note. On the other hand, we also have these cells over here, Winfield and Georgetown. Now, if we look in the upper levels of these storms, right, Georgetown actually looks a lot more significant from a radar perspective in regards to rotation. So if this thing can try to intensify and establish itself as an actual supercell, areas near Enterprise, Extension, Clarks, Gilbert, Wisner, and Winsboro over here in Louisiana might be in for a ride. They might get some stuff from those storms. So yeah, these storms that are over here in Louisiana, you know, I was talking to some of my friends and some of the storm chasers that I know, and they were like, oh, well, all this stuff is over in Mississippi. We're looking at that. And I was, the entire time, I was just like, no, we gotta continue to watch out for Louisiana. Louisiana, I definitely think it has the potential to become a part of this risk. And that's due to the fact that these storms right here on this, you know, convergence line, if you will, these ones could potentially try to spin up and maybe produce. So, like, no offense to these ones over here in Mississippi. They will get their activity. They will get their tornadoes. But I'm also going to watch the stuff over here in Louisiana, because this definitely still looks like it has the potential to try and do stuff. Zwally? Is that what it is? Appreciate it. I appreciate it. That's a new mesoscale discussion for Alabama. Let me read it. Tornado watch likely, 80%. Downstream tornado watch is likely for parts of north central Alabama as severe storms move out of Mississippi. Primary questions will be how far north and east will the risk extend? Earlier, elevated storms have cooled the air mass in northern Alabama, while moisture has been slower to return northward from around Birmingham eastward. So basically what they're saying right now is those storms that went on through that produced the wind damage may have actually limited the potential for Alabama, at least in the northern portions of Alabama. So they're not saying that they're not going to get anything, you know, northern portions of Alabama. They're just saying that how significant it could be, you know, will have to depend based off of what else happens as more moisture continues to kind of flood the area, kind of channel the area or channel within the area after storms already used all of it. So if you think of it this way, you know, if you, you know, unclog a sink, right? The sink is all, you know, the water represents the amount of energy, right? And the storm is, you know, the actual drainage of the sink. You unclog the sink. The storm is the pipes. You unclogged it, all the water is gone now, all right? Well, if you turn the sink back on, water will try and fuel back into it. Now, how much water will end up being within, you know, that sink is still to be determined. That's what they're saying. How much water will begin to refill back up in order for, you know, those storms to continue to ingest all of that energy. 34,000? Wow. Part of me wants to see if we can get to 35,000. 35,000. You know, I did say one of these days I am going to get to 100,000 subscribers. It might take forever. It might take forever. But yeah. What program am I using? This right here is, in my opinion, the best radar that you can ever get. Obviously, it's a little pricey, but it's GR2 Analyst version 3. Okay. You can create your own products. So, like, for instance, if you know how to code and stuff like that, you can input some research data, and you can see the lightning to ground probability here. There's a lot of lightning that's potentially over here in Poplar Creek and stuff like that. And you can do other stuff with that as well. You can take 3Ds of storms, which I haven't done yet because there hasn't been any storms to get close to the radar. That is a significant severe thunderstorm warning that's approaching Natchitoches. So we'll take a look at that here in a second. That might actually be the one that we want to 3D. But yeah, GR2 Analyst version 3, $250. I know, very pricey. But if you want to do weather as like a profession and stuff like that, this is a must get. Thoughts on Radar Scope? I actually like Radar Scope the most as a mobile radar product. I like it the most. But I mean, its correlation coefficient is down right now, so it's not very useful. Although you might be able to. I'm actually curious. So, correlation coefficient. Hey, correlation coefficient works with this radar. So no, correlation coefficient's fine. Yeah, I like Radar Scope the most as of right now, and the main reason for that is because it has super res storm relative velocity. Super res storm relative velocity. Storm relative velocity, in my honest opinion, is one of the best radar products that you can use on it. So I like Radar Scope. It may not have as much stuff as some of the other radars. You know, it may not be as flashy. May not have a good background and stuff like that. But it is definitely for weather nerds. It is definitely for weather nerds. Whereas Omega and other radars are definitely more for, like, the general public. And if that's stuff that you want, I mean, that's good enough too. I'm not saying that, you don't need to. Oh, wow. What is that? Ooh, son. I was just looking at this camera here real quickly, guys, from Macomb. Sure, we got some radar droplets that are blocking the scene, but that right there is a very impressive mesocyclone that you can see right there. That is very impressive. Very impressive. Okay, here is probably the most concerning storm as of right now, besides the one that has already produced a tornado. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a damage threat destructive tag. All right, issued by the National Weather Service in Shreveport. So listen in. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for West Central, Natchitoches, and Northern Sabine parishes. All right, so over here in Louisiana. At 3:41 Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located near... Someone said it earlier. I completely forgot how it was pronounced, but Zwol. So probably Zwali, knowing me. Or 25 miles south of Mansfield, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for Central Sabine Parish. Hazard, 80 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail. 80 mile per hour wind gusts. There also is something to note. There is a tour possible tag on it as well. So if you're in Sabine Parish, you need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows. All right? Because 80 mile per hour wind gusts and ping pong ball sized hail is possible within this storm. And that is a very, very impactful system. You're in Zwali? Okay, perfect. We actually have a person who lives in these areas that is giving me an idea as to how to say these towns. That's actually very helpful. Thank you so much. Because sometimes we have people that just say a bunch of different stuff of, you know, this is how you pronounce. Oh, speaking of which, seems how you're near that area. So the big city that's north and east of you, or technically east, near I-49, is it pronounced Natchitoches? Is it pronounced Natchitoches? If it isn't, I would like to know so I can know for future reference, because that thing is very, 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 very whack to pronounce. On the other hand, we also have the other two cells. We mentioned that Georgetown and Winfield, or Sykes, those would be the areas to watch for potential future areas of rotation. And Somerville, it does look like that is the case. Big ZDR arc right within there. Natchitoches. Nice! Let's go. Let's go. So, never have you seen anyone get so pumped up over pronouncing town names correctly. Never ever. Only on this channel. Only on this channel. But anyways, we do have a ZDR arc, and for people who don't know, ZDR arcs that form along supercells can indicate storm intensification. So whenever you have a little bit of a hook just like that, look at ZDR or differential reflectivity. If you see a ZDR arc with it, no, stuff's gonna potentially try to increase activity-wise. Just telling my chaser group that real quickly. Boom. All right. So yeah, once again, big ZDR arc right there. There's also another ZDR arc right here within this cell, with the damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, all the more reason why the people over here near Zwally, well, Zwally's actually starting to get out of the risk a little bit, but still stay indoors for the time being. Belmont, Marthaville, as well as Fort Jessup and Manny. You guys definitely need to get indoors due to the fact that you have some very strong damaging winds and potentially even some large hail. Yeah, Somerville cell is definitely starting to look very, very interesting. Look at that arc. Look at that hook, guys. Big hook right within that cell. That is a pretty large hook. Check the McCollum camera. West thing. Yeah, I did have that one up at the moment. Here, let's go dual radar. That's McCollum. When is this going to end? More than likely 8 o'clock, if not more. Oh, that storm just blew up. Oh yeah, Somerville cell just blew up. Yeah, that's slightly concerning. Oh, and that is an updraft right there. That is, we have our updraft detection here. Whenever we see the yellows and reds right there with our updraft detection, this is a hybrid version of ZDR that we have. This tells me that we're gonna get a strong storm, and we have that. We also have an updraft over with our other big severe thunderstorm warning too. But yeah, that tells me a lot of what I need to know. KDP also is pretty well distributed within the storm. This one probably is going to be a supercell that's going to last for quite a bit. And I'm actually curious here real quickly. I want to see. So that one unironically is in... So it's in a very high value, or in some very high values of energy. But the actual lower level lapse rates are pretty meh, according to this. Now, storm relative helicity, however... it's starting to get into a better environment. Slowly but surely, at least. And your effective bulk shear. It's starting to get higher than that as well. One last thing I want to look at. Oh yeah, that's the storm. Those are the storms right there. Those are the storms right there. So what we're looking at right now, I'll go full screen so you guys can see. All right, and I'll try and zoom in. So you see all these light blue contours over here, especially like on the side of the Carolinas. And then you see the giant red contours just like this. So the blue contours is vorticity. You need vorticity in order for you to really get tornadoes. All these red contours is your energy level. So if you have more contours in that area, the higher the energy level is. So earlier on, I'll go back to probably 2 hours. We didn't have a whole lot of blue contours, but we had some. Now we get to right now, and we're starting to get more of those contours within these areas. And now, since those contours are over those cells over in north central Louisiana, which is what we're currently looking at, that cell that's over near Somerville, that is going to be, you know, something to really watch out for, especially if these energy levels, if we can get more red contours within this area, I would not be surprised if this one could last for quite some time. So yeah, this is definitely the cell I'd watch out for. Somerville here in Louisiana. This is not in Mississippi anymore. Or actually, you know what I can do? I'll do LA/Mississippi. There we go. Now it's good. Boshear? Is that what it's kind of like? Boshear? Bacho. That one's hard to pronounce. But let's go back to the storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes. And it looks like it does actually still have some pretty good rotation with it. Let's take storm motion. And it's not gonna... There we go. Now it gives me an idea as to what I'm looking at. Oh, wow. So this thing... Vaden actually had 2-inch size hail over here in Mississippi. Vaden, Mississippi. On Facebook. So 2-inch size hail over there. And now that same storm that's over there, that was over near the west general vicinity, is now moving towards the Tom Nolan, the Eupora, and the Matheson area. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you guys need to get in your safe space. Because this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. I want to go back to the Jackson radar. What's happened to this cell near Macomb? Absolutely nothing. This is the reason why I said, stay moderate, stay moderate. Stay 4 out of 5. Don't go 5 out of 5. Boucher. Is that really it? Bossier. Bossier. People are saying Bossier. Bossier is what I want. What I want to see, because there's like everyone who's saying Bossier. Yeah, Bossier. I can hypothetically stream on both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. I just can't be partnered with Twitch if I wanted to. I can't do that. Oh yeah, that Somerville cell is starting to become very concerning. Look at this, guys. Let's take a 3D of it, shall we? This will be our first 3D of the stream. Let's see what's really happening with this storm, shall we? Okay, very interesting. So we're gonna take a look at three things. Actually, let's 3D a little bit further back, so that way we can get it in the center of the box. And there it is. So much better, isn't it? So first off, let's talk about how a thunderstorm works, because this is an actual thunderstorm. This is an actual supercell, and it more than likely is going to become tornadic as it gets closer and closer to Mississippi. So we'll look at it here in the beginning, we'll look at it during the actual tornado, and then we'll look at it towards the end to try and see how it has shifted over time. So we notice here, you see this little cave right within this area, how it looks like we have some of this. Oh, well, never mind. There's a new tornado warning. Give it a second.
Tornado warning for southeastern Caldwell Parish in north-central Louisiana, northeastern La Salle Parish in north-central Louisiana.
So it's essentially the same cell. So we'll talk about the actual tornado warning here in a second, but this is now tornado warned. But you see the cave right within there. That is essentially the mouth of the thunderstorm. That's how it takes in all the energy and the moisture that's in the atmosphere. So think of it like Pac-Man. Pac-Man goes throughout the game, it tries to get all the dots to get more and more points, and if it gets more and more dots, it, continues to live. But if it gets hit by a ghost, then it dies. Well, in this instance, the moisture and all the energy in the atmosphere, that is the dots, and that is what's allowing the storm to continue to sustain, and all it has to do is just get into the mouth of Pac-Man right here. Pac-Man. And bing, bang, boom, that's how a thunderstorm works. So when we have that, we have a pretty large inflow notch here within this. It's hard to tell. If I zoom out, you can see on the left-hand part of your screen, that's how high the actual readings are within some spots. So the actual inflow notch goes to about, I would say, 15,000 feet, maybe a little bit higher if you wanted to count like this part. But you see the actual rain kind of like hanging off just like this, and that's partially due to the updraft. On the other hand, you also see right here, you see a lot of this rain that's pretty tilted just like that. So that right there tells me that we have a lot of wind shear that is pushing, and I'll actually change this to blue. We have a lot of wind shear that is pushing the rain out ahead in front of the actual rain that's down towards the ground. So if the rain, the wind, or the tornado picks up the stuff and it shoots it straight up, the wind is actually pushing it out in front just like this, and then it falls down as the precipitation out behind it. So whenever I see an updraft that's tilted like that, that tells me it's also tornadic, because you have some very strong interaction with your wind shear with height. Finally, to actually quantify the actual updraft with height, the actual rotation with height, we can take a look at our normalized rotation that we saw in the beginning of the stream, and look at that. You actually have your rotation in multiple levels. It is actually, from the looks of it, above 20,000 feet, almost goes to about 25,000 feet. So right there is your rotation. You can clearly see in the blue that is where it's at. Maybe if I did a lit volume and made it a little bit easier to see. So if I did that, that's actually flat line. There we go. So that makes things a little bit better. So you can see there is the actual area of rotation, and it is relatively congealed within the same spot in upwards of about 25,000 feet. So this storm definitely looks very good. From a turbulence perspective, it's not quite there yet. But very interesting 3D scan here in the beginning of the storm. So once again, this is a tornado warning. This is a tornado warning for Caldwell and LaSalle Parish in north central Louisiana until 4:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. This also can produce golf ball sized hail. Golf ball sized hail is very large, can easily break windows and windshields.
Tornado warning for northern Catahoula Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Franklin Parish in northeastern Louisiana.
So that is also a new tornado warning out ahead of this storm. Let us go once again back over. I think we're going to want to continue with Fort Polk's radar. So new tornado warning out in front of this for Enterprise, Wisner, Extension, Gilbert, and Chase. If you guys live in those areas, or anywhere basically west of US Highway 65, south and west of Vicksburg, you guys need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I also want to say, later on in time, and this is not immediate, but this is definitely later on in time, Jackson is definitely a place that needs to watch out. This storm, on its current trajectory, is more than likely going to take it somewhere near Jackson. I'll actually take the storm motion from warning here. We'll take out the track. And the track, as of right now, takes it about 3 hours out until it gets to Jackson in itself. So for anyone who lives in Jackson, obviously we do have a lot of time until then, but I would just be somewhat aware as to whether or not if this stuff can actually start to move off into your area. But yes, once again, tornado warning. This now includes Franklin and Catahoula parishes here in Louisiana until this would be 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So Catahoula, Franklin, LaSalle, and Caldwell parishes, you all currently have a tornado warning. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. It looks like there's also a camera or two in Vicksburg. So I might be able to try and see something from Vicksburg if I really wanted to, but it's a little far away at this time. A little far away. The cell that's over near Fort Jessup, heading towards Natchitoches, still looks like it's producing some large hail, maybe some strong damaging winds, but unless if it really gets its act together here soon, I mean, it has a very nice ZDR arc. Unless if it can get its act together from a vorticity standpoint, I don't really see that one producing a tornado. But it definitely could here soon, due to the fact that, I mean, you see this giant hook right here within the storm. If it does wrap around, would not be surprised. Once again, I do appreciate everyone helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. It does help out. If you would like to help me spread this to more and more people who may need it, especially if they don't have any coverage within their area, like news coverage, or they have no way to get on their mobile device to look at stuff with radar, please be sure to share this live stream by copying the link to the live stream, putting it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or any sorts of social media website, so that way people may be able to get it. And another way to help us out, to help us spread information, is on YouTube here. We can get onto YouTube's algorithm, and YouTube can manually spread the information to more and more people. And the best way to do so is by interacting with the channel, like commenting on the live chat, hitting the thumbs up button down below. I said the closer we get to 1,000, the more and more YouTube will actually recommend our channel and our stream to more and more people. So, if we keep getting that like count up, even by subscribing, although as I said, I don't care about subscribers at this moment. I care more about the people that are on my screen that could potentially be impacted. Either way you would like to help us spread the information to as many people as possible is greatly appreciated. When is the peak of this event? I would say within the next 30 minutes. Within the next 30 minutes, I think these storms that are over here currently in central Louisiana, those ones are probably going to be the ones to really watch out for. And they might be the ones to try and produce your tornadoes. It looks like the cell that's south of Eupora is still looking like it can try to produce a tornado. The one that's approaching Matheson and FIBA over here in Mississippi. This is over, just for reference, this is our dark box over here that had a history of producing a tornado. It's getting close to Columbus. It's getting close to Columbus and Aberdeen over here on the eastern side of Mississippi. So if you know anyone who lives over there, basically along US Highway 82, I would tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, because there could definitely still be a tornado right within the storm. There definitely can be a tornado. But there's a lot of rain with this storm that's surrounding it. It is making life very difficult for this storm to try and really intensify, due to the fact that all these other thunderstorms are kind of combating for the same energy. So I mentioned earlier, Pac-Man needs to take in the energy, the moisture, and all that stuff to allow it to sustain and intensify. The ghosts to Pac-Man is the other storms around that thunderstorm. So every single thunderstorm is trying to fight for dominance for every single bit of energy. And there's only a certain amount of energy to go around, which means that some thunderstorms can actually choke each other off because of the fact that one might actually have more energy than another, and the other one may not be able to sustain. So this is definitely one of those things to where if we were looking at the storm, we were trying to figure out what exactly is happening. It's a bit messy, and there's a good reason for it. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to fight for dominance with a thunderstorm. No way. No way. Looks like the cell that's over near Blackhawk and Koila, heading towards the west area and the Winona area. That might be another cell to watch out for a little bit later on. No updraft as of this moment, but it does have some good lightning with it, so yeah, I would watch out for that. I'm going to go back to Fort Polk. I'm going to go back over here. Is Ohio safe? Yeah, Ohio is definitely safe. This is just the zoomed out area of what is expected to happen today. If you're in the green or the dark green, you guys should be fine. All right? Don't worry about it too much. Just some strong damaging winds, if anything. All right? But that is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale if you're in the dark green. If you're in the light green, that makes life even easier. It's just rain. The yellow, people still need to watch out for that, because that can still be kind of a half and half. There could potentially be some form of, shenanigans that can occur outside of it. We've had a couple tornado warnings, some severe thunderstorm warnings that have occurred outside of it. So I would continue to watch out if you're in the yellow, but just know that if you're in the red or in the orange, you have the highest probability of something happening in your area. That's where the ingredients are the most favorable, according to the Storm Prediction Center. So that is definitely something to watch out for. It's essentially ground zero. It's essentially ground zero as to where the stuff is actually at. So I would 100% watch out for it. But if you're in the yellow, just in case if anything veers outside of that, that color area, would not be surprised. Or I should say, do not be surprised. And have a plan of action. But red, definitely ground zero. And we're starting to get some storms that are getting into that environment, encountering it, and starting to take advantage of it. And that would include this cell over here near Enterprise. Once again, starting to intensify rather quickly. And it has some very good rotation with height, too. And we also have the Natchitoches cell over on the side near Provencal, or Provencal. Probably Provencal. Probably Provencal. Once again, this cell is definitely trying. It has a very nice ZDR arc. And it is trying to hook around. It's got the moisture coming in. Just can it wrap around completely so that it, you know, condensates a tornado? That's definitely the big question for that storm. This one near Enterprise, I mean, this one looks like it's probably going to be the cell to, you know, the cell to watch for the rest of the evening, right? This one definitely looks like, you know, if there were any other storms in this environment, maybe. Although there is a storm that's approaching Hattiesburg that's starting to get pretty interesting. But other than that, interesting. Vince and Brandon are starting to head north. Is that Brad Arnold? That is Brad Arnold. Wow. So yeah, no one's really had a whole lot today. No chasers really found a whole lot with the exception of maybe Reed. Including our chasers who are currently trying to gas up gas up before these storms actually move off into the Vicksburg area, because that's where they're currently located. They're located over there. If I were them, I would head over to like Vicksburg or even south near like Port Gibson. I would head over there, right? And there's like this road, the Natchez Trace Pikeway. That area right there, I would probably hit that. Yeah, there it is. That's a lot of trees, though. So, probably not, actually. I'd probably hit 18. 18 up. And I'd find some form of field to try and see what this storm is doing. But that is... that's the storm. That is probably the storm that's going to get some stuff. And I'm actually curious, real quickly, chat, before we get too completely off topic. Yeah, there are a lot of chasers. I don't know why they're making that mistake, though. There's a lot of chasers that are currently heading down directly towards the storm. They do realize that they have to try and, you know, cross the river. But I don't think they realize this. Yeah, I don't think they realize this completely. But I mentioned last night on my live stream, I said there are only very few roads that allow you to cross the Mississippi River. Very few. All right. I will turn on the layers here so you guys can kind of see. So right here is Vicksburg, right? Right down here is Natchez. All right. Here is Winsboro and Gilbert. So that's kind of where the storm is right now. And, or actually it's a little bit further west, but you get the point. So you look here at Vicksburg and you see that I-20 crosses the Mississippi River, right? All right, well, you go down, we'll follow the river all the way down, follow it down, follow it down, follow it down. Wait a second. That's Natchez. So you literally have only one bridge within the span of 30 miles, maybe 35 miles, before you can actually cross the Mississippi River. And I have a feeling that if they were to chase, they wouldn't be able to see anything after this storm passes through, because there isn't really too much. Shreveport, Texas storm? Broadus, maybe. Possibly. Oh,
Tornado
wow, they
warning for
Huh.
northern Marion County in south-central Mississippi, southern Lawrence County in south-central Mississippi, southern Jefferson Davis County in south-central Mississippi.
So that's interesting. I'll tell you what. New tornado warning for southern Mississippi. Once again, Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties here in Mississippi. This is approaching the Bassfield, Sumrall, and Hattiesburg general vicinity, but, you know, more closely, the Oakville, the Morgantown, the Goss area. So if you know anyone that lives in those areas, I would highly recommend you tell them to get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of their building. Because we got 2 supercells that look to potentially try to produce a tornado. 2 different mesocyclones. One right here. So this is the main tornado warning that got issued. And then there's a second one near Pricedale. So both of these will be following similar trajectories. And, you know, if all things go the way they're supposed to, these storms will definitely be marching off towards the north and east and going over almost the same paths. Or, well, like, not right on top of each other, but the same direction with each other. So, Bassfield, Oakville, Morgantown, Goss, as well as Route 13, Route 35, and Route 42 over here in Mississippi. Back on Oakville cell? Oakville. It's not that one. Not that one. Probably this one then. No. Where is Oakville? Was it the cell that I was just on? That is Oakville. I am on the Oakville cell. Scared the crap out of me. But anyways, once again, tornado warning over here. For people who may have been on my channel for as long as forever, all right? You guys remember me covering way back when the Easter outbreak of 2020. You might be familiar with some of this territory. You know, with the Bassfield So-So tornado and how significant that was. So I'm not saying that that's, you know, this the same tornado that is going to move on through. I'm not saying that it's going to be the same strength. What I am going to say, though, is that you guys have your history with tornadoes. So you guys understand what could potentially happen. It's all the more reason for you to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space. I'm not saying this tornado is going to happen. There's a tornado warning which says that it could happen. You know, there's a chance for the tornado to spawn and for it to occur. But in the off chance that it does, it's one of those things to where you'd rather be safe than sorry. If it doesn't form, it doesn't form. It is what it is. It doesn't impact your life any more than just, you know, maybe you wasting 10 minutes of it. That's it. 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all you can afford here in this situation. Especially if the worst does happen. But it's, from right now, from this perspective, it looks like we just have some general rotation for it to potentially produce some, you know, something tornadic. And you can see that with the normalized rotation here within these little dots of green. There is definitely some rotation right within these 2 cells. One near Oakville, one near Pricedale. So we definitely have something here. That cell near Extension and Enterprise is really starting to get interesting. It really is starting to get interesting with that cell. Oh, that might be a new tornado warning that can develop here soon. That just developed out of nowhere. Holly Bluff. Yazoo City! Eden and Carter have the potential for maybe something tornadic near your area, as a new area of rotation has developed near Holly Bluff. Write that script. It's always Yazoo City that gets something. It's always something like that. So yeah, Holly Bluff, Yazoo City, Carter, Eden. Even though there's not a tornado warning for you guys, if this thing continues on its trajectory, this thing very well could potentially, you know, produce a tornado warning. Red strongly moving away, green's moving towards. That comes together. There you go. What have you missed so far, Jasmine? Storms continually intensifying and then weakening and then doing it over and over and over again. So yeah, we'll watch out for Yazoo City. We'll watch out for that. Because in the future, definitely could be something to monitor. I would not be surprised, actually. I had to pop my neck there real quickly. I'm actually curious, chat, real quickly. I'm turning this on, just temporarily. High amounts of CAPE. Lot of storm relative velocity. Some lightning. Actually, not too much lightning. I had to pop my neck again. And a wave of nausea just went over my head because I popped my neck again. That's interesting. But yeah, Holly Bluff, this definitely looks like a cell that could try and do it. I wouldn't be surprised. Is there a live camera in Yazoo City? That's a good question. The answer is no. I just looked. The answer is no, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have loved to show you guys what's currently going on over there. Natchitoches might go. It got it. Let's take a look. A lot of contamination with that, I'll tell you what. But in the upper levels, yeah, it definitely has got it. There's also another storm that might prevent it from doing anything. That storm might actually be the bane of its existence, which could be a good sign. Yeah, Holly Bluff and Yazoo City. That's gonna be one here soon. I wouldn't be surprised. I want to go over to see the tornado warning that's over near Matheson. It looks like the rotation has started to wither away, which is the good news. Oh, what in the world are you doing, GR? Have you made my life a little bit easier? No? New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Grant Parish in North Central Louisiana, Central Natchitoches Parish in Northwestern Louisiana, Southwestern Wynn Parish in North Central Louisiana.
So Natchitoches, now is your time to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. The National Weather Service in Shreveport, Louisiana has issued a tornado warning for your area. So that would be for Grant, Natchitoches, and Wynn Parish until 5:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys live within those areas, please seek shelter now, especially if you're in Natchez, Flora, St. Maurice, Wheeling, and Montgomery. This could definitely be starting to intensify within your area. CC drop on that better not, I swear. Oh. Yeah, that does look like a CC drop. Yeah, that was a tornado. Good call. That is a tornado that just occurred just to the west of Oakville in southern Mississippi. That right there is a tornado. So right there, guys, you can see there is a debris signature right there. And we'll go back one scan. You see that still sits there. Reflectivity is relatively high, and ZDR drops right within that area. So that right there is a debris signature. Yeah, it's not Nacogdoches. Believe it or not, it's Natchitoches. So yeah, that is a confirmed tornado. That is 100% a tornado that exists within this supercell. So whether or not they actually confirm this, from a radar presentation, it does look like that actually is the case, that was a brief tornado. Once again, Natchitoches, Natchez, or Natchez, probably Natchez. St. Maurice, Wheeling, Montgomery, you guys need to get in your safe space because we do have a heck of a supercell that's currently ongoing that could potentially produce a tornado. I actually want to see, can I take a 3D of this storm? Yes, I can. This inflow notch is very much so smaller than the other ones we've seen, but we also have another thunderstorm that is impeding in this inflow notch, and you can see why. You can see why it's so difficult for these thunderstorms to try and sustain, because the other thunderstorms are like ghosts to them. They're blocking off their mouth, and when they try to eat other thunderstorms, it usually doesn't work very well. So yeah, that is definitely heck of a storm that's approaching Natchez. But it's not translating towards the ground quite yet. Velocities are there above the surface, but it's not quite there. Yeah, that is a confirmed tornado now. The National Weather Service has confirmed that. That is, and there's another storm that's south of it near Darbin. Very low, it has some very strong lower level rotation, but it's not super up there yet. It's got to continue to mature a little bit more before that can even produce a tornado. But we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of this. I'll tell you what, the storm continues to try and intensify further and further. And that's our second confirmed tornado of the day, officially by the National Weather Service. Let me check the Holly Bluff cell again. Yeah, Valley Park, Yazoo City, Holly Bluff, both of which look like they have some pretty decent rotation within that. Yeah, a lot of these storms are starting to intensify further within this environment. So just a reminder here, real quickly, before we get further on into the coverage. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Well, actually, a new new tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for southwestern Holmes County in central Mississippi, northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southeastern Humphreys County in central Mississippi.
I wonder. New tornado warning for Yazoo City. Not all too surprised about that one. Fully knew that that was probably going to be the next one to go. That is the case here. And, I mean, this thing has had very interesting look to it for quite some time. Just consistently rotating more and more and more. There it is. There's your tornado warning. And both of them have rotation. As I mentioned, we have two areas of rotation here. One that's approaching Holly Bluff, the other one that's over near Valley Park. So, if this can consolidate more and more, of course I'm saying there's a lot of ifs. If it can consolidate more and more, we are going to more than likely try to get a tornado from this. We are more than likely going to get a tornado from this. So, this is one of those things to where you need to take your proper precautions. A tornado warning has been issued for your area. You know, I'll pull up the counties once again so that you guys can hear. This is Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys.
We are about to go live on Facebook right now. We just got the Yazoo City tornado warning, and we are in Yazoo City, so prepare for that.
Ooh! Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? It is time, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. We have the Allegheny Stormfront team that is currently positioned in Yazoo City. This is going to be really interesting to see as to what actually is happening within this storm. But I'll continue to refresh my page here to try and see if when that actually does go up. But this is kind of the witching hour within this. You know, you hear that from NFL Red Zone all the time. Same premise. But yeah, they are positioned in Yazoo City right now. They're going to be looking at that cell. And I mean, it definitely does look organized. You see the hook that's wrapping around just like this. See another one that's wrapping around just like that. So two different supercells. ZDR, it's okay. It's pretty minuscule within its, overall activity. But other than that, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, the chaser is on Facebook, Allegheny Stormfront. I'll put the link to their Facebook group in the chat if you guys want it. So that's them. They're not up yet. They're not up and live quite yet. But they will be chasing for us here, and they'll be giving us some information if they do see anything. I do want to take a look at some of these other storms before we really get into just watching what they find. The Oakvale cell looks like the rotation from that is kind of just, it's trying to sustain itself, but it's the same that it's always been. So not too much to report from that. Darbin, the cell that's south of that, pretty strong rotation, but it's not with height. It's relatively localized towards the ground. So until that thing intensifies further by expanding, I don't really foresee too much with that in the short term. Let's take a look at the cell that's near Natchitoches. Natchitoches looks like it's starting to get further and further outside of the risk. So give it about, I'd say, 5 minutes for central to northern Natchitoches, and you guys should be fine. Natchez, you guys should be in your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. is that's where the current rotation is currently located. There's also another storm near Tolos, Urania, as well as Ola. A little bit of rotation within that storm as well. Not very too intense at the moment due to the fact that it is still in its infancy. But I still do believe that that storm a little bit later on could potentially be something to watch out for. Alrighty, let's go take a look now at what they're looking at here. Let's listen in.
There's some chasers right there.
Their screen is also vertical, so that totally makes things so much better. But that's okay. I don't care. We're seeing footage. It is what it is.
We got 7 viewers now.
Jackson. There we go.
Oh. This road's perfect. It takes me southwest, right where I would even. Look, it's right there. Nader.
I actually want to see, real quickly. There we go. So let's see what we got here. Got a low hanging clouds within that base. Tell you what, we got that vorticity tail that was right there. That vorticity tail is very interesting. That probably is the wall cloud on the left hand side that was all the way over here. But yeah, you see the vorticity tail spans, kind of like an inflow tail, if you will, feeding into the storm, especially right there. Right in there somewhere.
Above us. It's not. Straight ahead. The base is down there. Yeah, you can see the wall cloud messing.
Yeah, there's the wall cloud right there. That definitely looks like the wall cloud to me.
If we go anywhere, it needs to be.
So once again, this is in Yazoo City, Mississippi. This is our storm chasers right now. They are on the ground. They are currently looking at the storm as it continues to march off towards the north and east.
There's not already one.
I'm trying to see if they can find any tornadoes along the line. I think it would probably be on the furthest left of that base,
I'm gonna
more than likely.
see. Alright, so we should let it pass and get it from the backside or what? I mean, we have the good view on the mezzo up here. Look at it lowering. Look at it lowering. You see it lowering? Yeah.
That's the tail on the side. We can see that now. And we'll go to the dual screen here. I want to actually try and see here real quickly. I'm going to make things a whole lot easier for us to
Across this field. Just like that.
watch. There we go. So much better, right? Made things a little bit easier for us. But here's the current look at the radar within that area. Once again, they're positioned in Yazoo City, and there is the supercell. You can see the hook wrapping around just like that. The actual velocities of the storm starting to intensify further and further. We have a lot of reds that are surging into the storm, which means moisture is getting into the actual thunderstorm. Greens moving, towards the actual radar, which means we do have rotation right within that area where they are currently looking at. So if you're in Yazoo City, if you're near Eden, Carter, Midway, Ebenezer, Lexington, Howard, and Thornton here in Mississippi, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. This is not Macomb. I'm going to change this to Yazoo City. There we go. Yazoo City. And wow, that thunder is just absolutely... It is roaring out there. There's another cell that's to the south and west of them, over south of Holly Bluff. That'll be the next cell that could potentially try to produce a tornado. And that'll head off directly towards Yazoo City. So I would not be surprised if something happens over there. And, you know, you guys definitely need to watch out for that. We also have the cells down in southern Mississippi near Oakville, Goss, Morgantown, and Bassfield, eventually heading off towards the Hattiesburg and Laurel areas. There is a tornado warning over there at this time. You can see we do have a pretty powerful mini supercell that is right within that area. Potentially could try and intensify further, maybe even produce a tornado. So Goss, State Route 1335.
Nate, just want to check to see if you're on our stream. We got a pretty good view right now. Not sure if you're showing it or not.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking at it. I'm seeing the same exact thing that you are. That thing on the furthest left side of the lowering cloud base. Definitely the wall cloud, in my honest opinion. And it might actually try to move off towards you based off of the motion of the storm. But yeah, once again, stuff near Goss, Morgantown, and Bassfield, as well as Sumrall. They are expected to really get some of this activity. Just got a new report. Yeah, reports of tornado debris reported with possible structure damage over in Lawrence County, Mississippi. So if you know anyone who lives over there, hope that they are all right. But if you know anyone that lives out in front of this near the Bassfield area, this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. So you really need to watch out for this very, very closely. We also have another tornado warning over here near Natchitoches, as well as the areas around it. This would be for Grant, Natchitoches, and Wynn parishes here in Louisiana. And if you guys live over in this area, you need to go ahead and get in your safe space. The rotation is not as evident as it once was before, but it could potentially try to produce a tornado, so need to watch out for it if you guys can. I don't know what they're looking at right now. I'm not sure if that actually is a funnel cloud or not. That is very interesting.
Being brought like this hill, this is
Let's
nice.
let's full screen on that. I don't know what that is.
Is that it? That could be it. I think that is it right there. Get this on camera. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah.
That looks like that could potentially be a funnel cloud.
Jesus. Yazoo City, baby.
That looks like that could potentially be a funnel cloud.
That's a tornado.
It's hard to say, but that looks like a funnel cloud.
Holy shit, look at that nader.
That looks like it could very well be a tornado as well.
Locking the door so it doesn't
But
go out.
look at that. That right there.
Here's that RFG. Yep, that's definitely the nader. That's it, yeah, look at it.
That looks like a tornado right there. Or at least relatively close to it.
I'm gonna try and get it.
Yeah, look at, that definitely looks like a funnel cloud of some sort. That would be approaching the Eden area.
That tornado before it gets rain rats. Are they commenting?
Oh yeah, that is 100% funnel cloud at minimum.
Yazoo City, tornado.
And that is north of Yazoo City, approaching the Eden area. So we'll go half and half screen now. I'll lower down the actual audio here so you guys are not killed by the actual rain in the background. But here is the storm in itself. Yazoo City is right here. They are currently positioned, I believe, on 49 East, heading towards Eden. And the storm is heading off towards the Ebenezer area, as well as further off towards Thornton, Howard, and Lexington. So if you know anyone who lives within those areas, they need to get in their safe space right now. We just saw what could have potentially been, at minimum, a wall cloud or a funnel cloud. and they are currently, yeah, oh yeah, there's a new warning that just got issued. That's in for Vicksburg, actually.
Tensaw Parish in northeastern Louisiana, southern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, southwestern Warren County in west central Mississippi, northern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi.
Yeah. So that is a new tornado warning and extension for the cell that's over near Gilbert. That'll be heading off towards the Vicksburg area, as well as Newellton and Grand Gulf. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I would highly recommend telling them to get into their safe space if they haven't already. But once again, we just witnessed what very well could have been a tornado, a possible tornado that just went on through, according to our storm chasers over there near Yazoo City. So once again, we need to spread this information to as many people as possible by either copying the link to the live stream and putting it on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, or by helping us get out onto YouTube's algorithm to spread this out with more and more people. So please be sure to interact with this channel either by commenting or saying stuff in the chat. Hit that thumbs up button down below. The closer we get to 1,000 likes, the more YouTube will think they will need to recommend this channel and this live stream out to more and more people. Or if you really want to go that far, hit the subscribe button down below. But you don't really need to. The big things there are really just spread the things, spread the live stream to as many people as possible. That's really the more important stuff. But yeah, Yazoo City, very well. That was as close as you probably could get to maybe a tornado and or a funnel cloud. Huge hunk of vorticity within that too, and it actually looks like that was the case. You see the spectrum width, it dropped, or it actually spiked right as soon as we watched the actual footage that went right across from us. So that would support their thesis that potentially there was a funnel cloud, and there probably is still a funnel cloud at this time with the storm. So if there was some way for them to catch back up to this thing, it might be very difficult to do so, unless if they went to like 16, 432, and then went north on 55, then maybe that would be one way to do it. But other than that, they may need to actually wait for this other storm that is approaching Yazoo City as well. Chris with the 5, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. All the people who have helped support the channel, once again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. If I missed your donation, stuff like that, I apologize. Let's go back down south. Oh, that's some side lobe contamination, I'll tell you what. Or either that or that's some big time hail. But that definitely looks like side lobe contamination. A lot of contamination within that area. So I did say that it's around this time into which we probably would add someone else. That would be Morgan. So here is Morgan. He's going to be saying stuff around in the background with us, trying to point out some things.
Good day, good day. Have I missed anything of substance? Or
a lot of storms that have like formed and then like
I've seen a lot of mergers. That is what I have seen.
Yeah. A little bit of everything that has occurred today, with the exception of Siggy's.
Because I see the storm or storms by Yazoo City. I also see the storms down by Bassfield. And the storms by Gilbert, that is, I believe.
That is a heck of a hook over there near Natchitoches. My goodness. Which, by the way, Natchitoches is not Natchitoches. It's actually Natchitoches.
Interesting.
But yeah, stuff over there, and that's a heck of a hook over there. I'll tell you what, ZDR art, very nice.
Which radar? Probably Fort Polk, right?
Yeah, I'm using Fort Polk within that. I'm not using Shreveport.
Yeah, that is very well structured storm. It's just not surface based at the moment.
No. We'll look back over to. I have no idea where Will and Peter are actually at the moment, but I'll look back at that there in a second. It looks like they're trying to get east.
I think that first one.
Yeah, that was dinner. Yeah, Bassfield, a lot of side lobe contamination over there, so I can't say if there's a tornado on the ground or not over there. Doubt it, but there definitely could be here soon. And then, of course, we have the two cells that are approaching Yazoo City. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for West Central Sabina
Texas,
Parish in
Louisiana
northwestern
border.
Louisiana,
Is.
East Central San Augustine County in eastern
That's another
Texas,
one of those cells
northern
that
Sabina
is fired
County
up
in
behind
eastern
everything
Texas.
else. And it has a B-word. But again, it just doesn't look like it's the most surface based.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it is. It's definitely got a lot.
Good structure with height, but
Probably not in the best environment. Wind
That's
shear
true.
wise. Yeah, good luck with that fasting,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
it's also in all the capping inversion. So
Yeah. The cell that's near Tumnolan, that one's starting to rotate as well, but it hasn't really went around yet. So I think this cell over here near Yazoo City and Eden, that one's probably the ones to watch. And of course we have our chaser currently with us. I'll ask our chasing group. I'll ask Will specifically where he's at here. So let me ask. Hey Will, where are you currently going, or where are you situated? It'll be really interesting to see where he's at. Because I honestly have no idea. He was near Yazoo City. And
you know, these photographs are much more compact than models predicted. Yeah, they're not really as expansive as they were once predicted to be on the model runs, which would have supported the surface-based spin. It's just not there.
And I'll tell you what, the lapse rates across the board. I mean, you look at the
best is 6.5, and it's over south of Jackson, and there's nothing there.
Right.
So, sensing a theme, eh?
I told you. I said, did it not remind me of March 30th, 2022? Did I not say that?
There's also there's no sturdy vort boundary. It's kind of all over the place. So that's also another thing.
Yeah, it really is all over the plane. All over the place.
Plane?
The plane.
All over the plane.
The one area that I am pretty concerned about, if we were going to see a SIGI, it would probably be that cell that's crossing over from Louisiana into Mississippi. That one heading towards Vicksburg.
That, Newellton?
Yeah, that one's riding along some
in a
form
radar
of...
hole, conveniently.
I know, right? A lot of these storms are in a radar hole, aren't they?
Well, yeah, because they need to build a real radar in Monroe. but they haven't yet. So
Yeah, apparently once. What the fuck is this place, bro?
So, once again, cells over near Yazoo City. Looks like these ones are trying to put down tornadoes, but not quite yet. We haven't had any true verification of that being the case. But those two cells that are over there definitely look like they can try. I'll tell you what, the southernmost one on that Yazoo City cell, that one probably could have the best chance to try and produce. If I were Peter and Will, I would be on 16 right now, and then I would be on 432. I would be on 432 near Benton and Midway, and I would probably parallel that road and watch the storm from the north, or watch the storm from the south as it passes off to the north. That's probably where I would go. There's that other cell that's approaching Yazoo City. The southern one, at least, looks like it's a lot more well-defined. It looks like it's, you know, it's the southernmost cell, so that means there's all the energy that is in the world is going to more than likely be heading up towards it. Yeah, I would be probably at 16. And I would probably be watching it. Let's see. Michelle with the 20 says, Nate, Team Vortex are on the Nader right now. I wouldn't be too surprised. I think Zach Hall is on State Highway 3. Oh, wow, and our chasing group is actually on it right now, too.
wait, they added the 30 wind back on this newest Outlook?
Yeah.
Pff.
Very carefully.
432. But they've got a, yeah, they've got this cell right here as well. The southernmost cell from Yazoo City. Right here. They're watching it. Oh, look at that. Wow.
Rotation's like right above us, pretty much. What's that?
From Nolan, Mississippi. That's up northeast, isn't it? Oh yeah, that rotation is starting to get up there. Yeah, Tom Nolan might actually go here soon. We mentioned that there is the potential for some rotation over there. That one could potentially try to produce a tornado as it gets towards Matheson. So yeah, I'd watch out for that.
Parking lot or something.
We'll go back to
Tornado warning for
Will
the
stuff.
for the Texas-Louisiana border will continue.
That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, actually, why are there 3 separate rotations on that tornado warning on the Louisiana-Mississippi border?
Because
3.
yes, Morgan. Because yes.
3.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what exactly we're looking at. We've got our wall cloud more than likely right there in front of us. He's right next to it. He's chasing it. He's trying to see. He's 0 metering the wall cloud from the looks of it. Oh, that's a lot of scud, I'll tell you what. Holy. That's cell near Atlanta and Winfield in central Louisiana. That might be something to watch a little bit later on too. Yeah, I have
Gosh,
no idea
nothing-
where Will is currently at.
Nothing is sustaining. That Bassfield cell looked good for about 2 scans, and now it's about to go outflow dominant again.
Tried to text them and stuff like that. Yeah, that cell still going. Hopefully it doesn't produce. Hopefully it doesn't put down a tornado right over Yazoo. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where they actually are right now. Because I know they're there.
Somewhere right along in here. It's either there or there.
New tornado watch.
Downstream. There's actually 2 of them.
Laurel, Hattiesburg, north of Mobile. That small area that they outlined in a recent mesoscale discussion. That supercell in
50-20.
Bassfield is approaching the area. 50-20.
60-40 northern up towards Tuscaloosa.
They did issue a watch for there, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
All this may go linear, or at
Alright,
least
let's
congeal
go
into a
this
line
way
segment
here.
at that point,
Let's
yeah.
once again zoom out to show you guys what exactly we're looking at. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, a lot of tornado warnings across the board. So hopefully, you know, if you live within any of these areas, you're relatively safe. A large hail over invaded Mississippi. That's pretty crazy. Wow, that is pretty crazy right there too. If you find anything, if you find any pictures or videos on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder or at your local National Weather Service office, or not the local, but the local for the picture, that National Weather Service office. And they'll be able to spread the information out. But yeah, Yazoo City definitely looks like there could be something here soon. Again, as another storm.
Yazoo City, try not to be under the gun challenge. Oof.
Tornado warning for
Oh, that could be a
northeastern
tornado
Marion
on the
County
ground
in
near
south central Mississippi,
Bassfield. Or
southern
not,
Covington
Basefield.
County in
No,
southeastern
Bassfield.
Mississippi, northwestern
That is a
Lamar
tornado
County
on the
in
ground in
southeastern
Bassfield,
Mississippi,
southwest of it.
southern Jefferson
Yeah,
Davis County
small
in south
tornado,
central
but it's
Mississippi.
there.
It is there.
It's right there. That would be the tornado.
New tornado warning just got issued for it too.
Yeah. That would be the tornado warning. There is the debris signature. Yeah, there once again still the debris signature. Heading towards Bassfield. So if you're in Bassfield, Mississippi, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. It's definitely there. So Bassfield, Ebenezer, Bethel, Cantwell Mill, Morris, Melba, Route 35, Route 42, and then areas even further along towards like Sumrall. You guys need to get in your safe space. This storm definitely looks like it is producing a tornado right now. There's the debris signature once again right here. Take a look at ZDR. Yes, very low ZDR within that area. Big time ZDR arc within that too. Velocities show pretty strong velocities within that. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is definitely a tornado on the ground. Definitely a tornado on the ground.
Oh, I'm standing in water. Get your radar up. Omega. I got it.
Let's go dual screen here. See what they're up to.
It's flooded right here. It's above my feet.
That is a very ominous cloud that they're looking at, I'll tell you what. Do that, do that. There we go. Makes things a little bit easier. But once again, tornado on the ground south and west of Bassfield here in Mississippi. You can see the debris ball right within there. And I actually wonder if we can 3D this to see if we can see the tornado. Can we 3D the tornado within this? The answer is yes, we can. Let's see if we can make it. Yeah, right there's the tornado. You see this kind of skinny area, the skinny rope right within there? That is definitely a tornado.
Tornado warning for northeastern
Tornado warning,
Choctaw County in
Starkville.
central Mississippi, northern Oktibbeha County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Webster County in north central Mississippi, western Clay County in northeastern Mississippi.
That is, yeah, now it's been confirmed. Not really too too surprising. I'm gonna resituate myself here. There we go. So once again, Bassfield, Seminary, Sanford, and Sumrall here in Mississippi, southern Mississippi, north and west of Hattiesburg. You need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm also looking at the cell that our chasers are on. They're right above us there. You can see their footage. They're over near Yazoo City, and I'm trying to figure out where they are currently at. I haven't heard from them in a bit, and I'm hoping that I hear from them relatively soon. But I think they are in Yazoo City, and they might be trying to get to... I hope they're trying to get to 16. I hope they're trying to get to 432 to try and parallel the storm. That's what I would try and do. But who knows? Who knows if they are actually on it? But I knew they were on the cell beforehand. The one that was over near Ebenezer when it was over in Yazoo City. So we know that. We know that. Tornado warning Matheson and Starkville. So as Morgan said earlier. That's over for Eupora, Matheson, FIBA, Starkville, as well as Route 50, Route 15, and then Highway 82. If you guys know anyone who lives within those areas, they need to get in their safe space as well. There is some rotation within that. You can see your reds and pinks moving away from the radar that's over in Columbus Air Force Base. Greens moving towards, and right in the middle, approaching the Matheson area. So if you live near Matheson, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space due to the fact that there looks to be a strong storm that's capable of producing a tornado. We'll go back to Jackson, Mississippi here now in their radar, and we'll go back to Bassfield. And ooh, it looks like the two areas of rotation, they are starting to try and intensify, but at the same time, all right, we'll say this here right now. There is some side lobe contamination.
Hey, we had to cut the stream for a few minutes. We're going to look to see if we've got some roads that can keep us on the cell or not.
I'm pretty sure I told them. Yeah, if you get on 432, get on 16 heading to Benton, and then get on 432, and then get to 55, you should be able to parallel the storm. I wouldn't do it.
Hey, Nate.
It's fun. Give me a second. Yeah, if you get on 16, head east to Benton, then go northeast on 432 to Pickens, and eventually to Interstate 55, you should be able to parallel it. There we go. Finally. Yeah, go ahead.
We may have a problem. Matheson is down, and it really doesn't show signs of slowing at the moment.
Oh yeah, that is definitely down. That is 100% down. That is down.
This may be a problem.
That is a strong tornado.
Because at the moment, it's not fighting with anything.
That looks to be a strong tornado too.
This is velocity signature.
Yeah.
Kind of tells you that.
Well, I mean, even so, all right, if the next correlation coefficient scan shows more consistent 58 to 50, just 50% values in correlation coefficient in general, that's a significant tornado.
I'm still waiting on a new scan.
I'm waiting for it too. But that definitely is a strong tornado over there heading towards Matheson. So if you know anyone that lives near Matheson in Mississippi, they need to get in their safe space right now. Underground.
Along United States Route 82, heading off towards Starkville, and the new CC scan does not really have that. In fact, it kind of got a little bit weaker in that sense. Lowest values in the mid 70s. So that may just mean it's not over much, and that could honestly be true. Or it's maybe not as strong as we think it is. But regardless, if you are in Matheson or south of Matheson, that would be along State Route 15, United States Route 82. You need to be taking your safe spaces underground or lowest nearmost part of your building.
Yeah. So as I said, tornado on the ground, south of Matheson, approaching Matheson. And you need to seek your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
You're kidding me.
I'm gonna go back to
this thing's gonna go outflow dominant. It's about the RFD is about to go out from under itself. This environment just isn't favorable for sustaining thunderstorms. I'm just looking at the newest scan on both reflectivity and velocities. This thing's about to take the rug out from under itself.
Oh, that's the reason they can't hear you, or they can't hear me, I should say. That's a little complicated, isn't it?
Minorly. Well, it's still down. CC once again got a little bit larger, and the lowest value is at 50. There's your confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters have confirmed it over Sherwood, 20 miles southwest of Montpelier. It's moving east at 40. So, if you guys are in that area south of Matheson and Mabin, you need to be taking your safe spaces. In addition, if you are east of Matheson, along United States Route 82, you need to be taking your safe spaces.
Direct your attention to southeast of Bassfield.
Hattiesburg? Or whatever that is.
It's the same cell, but it's Bassfield. Oh, that right there might be. Yeah. Side lobe contamination's not doing us any favors whatsoever, but this probably is a SIGI as well.
Oh, that CC drop and that reflectivity. Yeah, that is on the ground. I don't care what side lobe says. That is.
Oh, it is on the ground, 100%. I know
That's
that.
a strong tornado.
Yeah, that is a strong tornado. Big
It
debris
looks
ball.
like Andover structure. Almost an invisible RFD.
Well, you could also think of Wynnewood, Katie Wynnewood as well. Same thing.
This thing is heading up towards Laurel, folks. So, Bassfield, you're being impacted as we speak. Just drifting north of State Route 80, State Route 42. Seminary and Collins, you guys are up next in the next 15 to 20 minutes. If you guys are in that area along United States Route 49, you need to be figuring out your tornado plan as we speak and putting it into action.
Yeah, if you're in Seminary or Collins.
If you're south of United States Route 84, east of Collins, you need to be taking your safe spaces.
Yeah, let me just start listing places, roads, and stuff like that. Route 589, Highway 49, Seminary, Gansdy, or Gansai, I probably think it is, Gandsi, Mount Orab, as well as McDonald, Collins, Providence, Willowtown, Kelly, Bethel, Union, areas near Morris and Melba, north of Sumrall, as well as areas out in front of it along Highway 84, and even south of Highway 84, all the way over to Hebron and getting closer to Laurel. So if you're in those areas, and even Interstate 59 and Laurel, as this thing continues to move to the north and east, you guys need to pay attention because this storm is heading off in your general vicinity. So it's one of those things, we need to watch out for this. This thing is producing a tornado right now. We have our debris signature, our debris ball right there, and it is verified by the correlation coefficient and ZDR. This thing right here is definitely producing a strong tornado more than likely, and you need to, heed the instructions from the National Weather Service. Get into a safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I also want to take a look at the mess that's over near Vicksburg, and it doesn't seem like there's too much of it. Midway, so the storm that's north of Benton, that does look like it is still rotating there. Those are supercells now. The one that's over near Ebenezer that's about to get towards Durant doesn't seem to be as tornadic as it once was, so that's kind of the good news. Let's take a look at Matheson. I'm just trying to look through to see. Oh yeah, that is still a tornado on the ground, and that actually had some pretty deep CCs for a while. Yeah, that still is a tornado. South of Matheson, crossing State Highway, or State Route 15 now, and it is going to be approaching Highway 82. So if you're now near Matheson or south of Matheson, once again, or any of the areas, I should say, that currently have a tornado warning, need to get into your safe space right now. I can't show that on stream, unfortunately. But I just retweeted it on my Twitter. That is a tornado in Bassfield. That is a tornado. And that is as Dixie of a tornado as you probably could get it. Yeah, the Matheson tornado warning, that's confirmed as well. So we have 2 confirmed tornado warnings now. Look back to the Bassfield cell. Looks like it's shifted further north, but if that's the case, that would mean that the tornado would probably not be on the ground as of this moment, but it's so hard to say because it looks like there's so much debris in the sky from the tornado. Contrary to what we had before with the big ball right here, right? We don't have those reds anymore, and it's now fanned off into all sorts of different directions. So my initial thought here is, well, maybe the tornado is not there anymore. Maybe it dissipated. my other thought is maybe the debris, it's the tornado's weakened and the debris is just kind of masking the tornado in the radar. So regardless, debris is still in the air. Debris is in the air. It is making things almost impossible for you to really see this on radar. And if you lived in these areas over near Seminary and Williamsburg, and let alone Bassfield, you got to still stay inside. Because the big thing here to take away from that is that debris is in the air, and what goes up must come down. So, you could have 2x4s flying throughout the sky. You can have any sorts of other shards, trees that are going to be falling down. You need to stay indoors.
You could also have the golf ball sized ice chunks that are falling out of the sky. So that's also something to note, particularly on the northern side. Like Williamsburg and Collins are going to get some of that soon.
Mm-hmm. Law enforcement confirmed the tornado on the Marion Jefferson Davies line. So that's south of Bassfield. So as I said, guys, need to help share this information with as many people as possible to try and really, get this out to a bunch of people. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. I just retweeted another thing on Twitter. I'm not going to show that on stream either because, once again, got to pay for some stuff. But that was from the Yazoo City, Mississippi storm, the southern one. Big time mesocyclone over there. Very crazy. The heck was that? I have no idea what that was. I'm going to turn on my lamp real quickly. 2 seconds. It's pretty dark in here. Let's light it up, shall we?
Tornado and Matheson is still down somehow. I don't understand.
Yeah, as I said, once again, please be sure to spread this information to as many people as possible. We're only 5 likes away from 900. I said as we get closer and closer to 1,000 likes, this will continue to spread to more and more people. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already, as we are trying to spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. But yeah, it looks like the storm in Bassfield is temporarily lifted, or it is weakened. And yeah, you said the storm in Matheson, tornado still on the ground. You're 100% right. That is still a debris signature right there, south and east of Matheson. So if you're driving, all right, if you're listening to this live right now and you're driving on US Highway 82 in between Matheson and Starkville, you need to hide in either one of those two cities. You need to turn around, you need to go back, or if you have, gotten past midway, you're closer to one city or another, get there, because there is a tornado likely still in progress heading off towards that area. Latest scan, yeah, the debris signature is starting to shrink little by little. But that still does mean that there is still debris in the air.
Tornado warning for southeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi, Atala County in central Mississippi, northeastern Yazoo County in central Mississippi.
So that would be the extension for Pickens, Ebenezer, and Midway, more than likely.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that is exactly that. I want to look at Fort Polk's radar, because there was this thing over near Winfield, and it's not really doing too much. Zwally will probably not have a tornado warning for very much longer. I think that storm might deteriorate slowly but surely. I think it will, at least. But still stay indoors. Still stay indoors. Yeah, that's the extension. I'm getting a lot of text from my chaser here. What is that one rinky-dink severe thunderstorm warning over there? Oh, look at that big bow echo in Alabama. Sheesh. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, it looks like the debris signature is starting to wither away with that Matheson cell. So that's kind of the good news. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Natchitoches Parish in northwestern
Oh, the
Louisiana,
extension.
northeastern Sabina Parish in northwestern Louisiana.
Did they really extend that? They really did.
Yep.
New
Yep.
MCD. Severe weather risk continues. Greatest risk for SIG tornadoes evident with supercells crossing northern Louisiana at this time. So they still believe that the cells near Vicksburg are probably the ones to probably produce your SIGgies.
Are they talking about that, or are they talking about Winfield and stuff back there? Northern Louisiana. What are we defining as northern Louisiana? Are we defining that cluster that's north and east of Shreveport?
Well,
Are we defining Winfield? Are we defining Natchitoches?
whenever you look at the warning, well, it says northeastern. So maybe the one over near Winfield. But I mean,
I don't have confidence in that cluster until it cleans up.
I have more confidence in the cells that are over near Durant and Kosciuszko.
Kosciuszko?
Kosciuszko.
That's not... No way. Someone help. That stuff looks... Okay, well, the second one that's back by Midway looks alright.
Oh. This is one of my friends that sent me a picture here, or it actually got relayed to me. He was over in Yazoo City, the southern one. Southern cell. Potential tornado on the ground with that. You can see wall cloud right there, and then it extends all the way down. That could potentially be a tornado right within there. Very well could be a tornado. Yeah, but that got relayed from one of my friends who's a spotter. Something potentially tornadic from that. And I wouldn't be surprised. Looking through Twitter right now. Oh, that's a heck of a funnel if that's actually true. If this is actually true, that definitely looks like a funnel cloud right there that went through Yazoo City. Look at that. That is definitely something to take into account.
Tornado that was near Matheson is lifted. It is outflow dominant.
That's good.
And what in the world is going on that just entered northern Alabama? What is that line?
That is a bow echo. Congratulations.
Whoop-dee.
Congratulations. You know what else is a congratulations? Whatever is happening in Collins, because that is starting to go linear.
Overconvection.
See, whenever
it doesn't know when to stop. That's the problem.
There's a bunch of people that have been saying, like, usually I say Yazoo City, all right? But then people said I said it wrong and it's a shorter A. And so I started saying Yazoo City, and I'm saying, no, it's a longer. Make up your mind, please.
His life is already difficult enough as is. Oh, it's 36 degrees here. That's why I'm cold. That makes sense.
Kosciuszko. Yep, I was right.
Fine then. I'm gonna add it again. Speaking of congratulations, look at the two cells that are in Louisiana. Oh, what is this event?
Oh, that side lobe contamination. What is that?
That is pain. That is pain.
Why is...
And also the cell back to the west is just not at the moment.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
Yazoo. Do I think this event is ending? No, I think it's right about... I don't want to say it's the peak, because, you know, other people are clearly seeing something that I didn't see. All right, but...
You know, I may be slightly crazy, and I may also be slightly stupid, but I don't think the parameter space is going to get too much better going forward. It's dark over there. Now, of course, we don't know what happens when this is all going to congeal into lines. We may have a big QLCS tornado threat. But at the moment, the lack of lower level lapse rates, which is lower levels, is important in Dixie. The lack of lower level lapse rates is choking these storms, because when the lower level stop your laughing, because I was on the same board. Dude, I was preaching it into existence in my stream yesterday.
Oh, no,
the lower level lapse rates.
Both you and I, literally, as soon as we saw this event, we both were like...
Lapse rates.
It's not done yet, but for right now, that's what's choking it off.
Because the lapse rates, the lower the lower level... the lower the lower level lapse rate is, the longer it's going to take for the updraft to form, and the shorter the updraft is going to sustain. Hence the storm up by, what's-his-face? What's that place called? Matheson. Up by there, up by Starkville. That storm, which it actually produced a tornado for longer than I thought, but the structure was good for all of 3 scans on radar, which would be about 10 minutes, and then went outflow dominant. So, and it's not like this is the only time we've seen this happen. So, like you said, Nate, not over yet, but still minorly amusing that this was one of my concerns the whole time.
Lapses
and it looks like,
definitely not fine.
Hey, look, I even thought it was going to be fixed come this morning / early afternoon when it looked like stuff was heating up nicely.
This does not look fine, Sam. This does not look fine.
What is this?
AS Normal, thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate it. Take a look at the vorticity just to see what's here. And absolutely nothing. The vorticity along the line is just bleh. It's all behind it.
There is no line. It's just all over the place.
Well, there is one that's behind it, but it's just like, it's behind it. You know what I mean?
Texas.
Yeah, there's the vorticity.
It's also stronger near NOAA, but there ain't anything there.
Check Matheson again. No debris signatures of this moment. Not right now, at least. Sure, the shortwave is late, too. I get that. All right. But the sustainability. All right. The sustainability of these storms. You gotta always bring it into consideration. In Dixie, you're not gonna get your 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer lapse rates. You're not going to.
See, and that's what made November 4th work. It's because lapse rates tend to be better over there.
And I think a part of that is also because you have to take into account how typically warm and moist this area is due to the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf of Mexico and that moisture return. There is no real...
It's hard for the upper levels to get really cold.
Yeah, there is no EML, really.
That maritime air makes it more difficult for the upper levels to really cool off even more. And it feels like a deja vu experience. It may just be me, but it feels like a deja vu experience.
Goodman, Pickens, let's see. Yeah, Salas, looks like Kosciuszko might actually try to get something here in a second. So, I would watch out. Really interesting ZDR arc over near Goodman, I'll tell you what.
Oh,
what is
my
that?
gosh.
I don't know what that is, but if it tries to intensify, that's not very nice.
Hey, Nate.
What?
I cannot make this up.
What?
The Vicksburg cluster, right?
Yeah?
Its anvil precip is approaching the tornado warning for Durant and Goodman.
Well, there's also
and
another
that's
cell.
about to be the end of that.
There's also another cell here I want to take into account from all that mess over in Vicksburg. Note there is an attempt at a supercell on the furthest eastern side of the cluster. The furthest eastern side, there is an attempt.
Not at the surface.
Well, not at the surface, no. But it is trying. It is trying its hardest to try and develop. It really is. Nisha with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Someone said show Laurel. So here's Laurel. Laurel's all the way over here. Here is the supercell that produced the tornado near Bassfield. Right now, it does have rotation. All right, it does have rotation within this storm. The only issue with it as of this moment is, number one, the radar is having issues, and I say issues, with it trying to figure out how fast the winds actually are within that storm. It is definitely trying to assess the situation, but side lobe contamination is making it very difficult. What I can say for certain, before you say anything, Morgan, what I can say for certain is that the current trajectory of the storm is taking it northeast. So Laurel, you guys might actually be a little teeny bit spared. It might be actually trying to head more towards the So-So area, unironically. But we'll continue to watch this very, very closely. So I would continue to monitor this. Angelo with the 2, thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. All right, what's up, Morgan?
Tornado warning farthest west, right? For
Right.
Zwal. Has 127 kilograms per meter squared of frozen liquid.
What? Oh, what in the actual? What is that ZDR arc, too? See,
A lot of inflow.
if you got one of these storms out in the middle of Mississippi, we'd be talking about, Siggy's
Problems. Yeah, the 4-degree tilt has 75 dBZs.
Oh, wow. Alla and Kelly and Clark's.
Weather.
Kelly Clark's. Over here in northeastern Louisiana.
Enough.
There's...
We'll be right back.
This is trying. This is trying. And that is pretty much it. So Durant will fizzle out. From the looks of it, that's kind of looking like what we might get. I'm going to look at it one more time here, or at least actually a couple more times throughout the time being. Stovepipe tornado on the ground north of Pickens. Stovepipe tornado. That would be this one.
Yes, I know.
I'm not sure how reliable that information is, but... Oh yeah, that is a heck of a tornado that was over near Bassfield. I think I actually can show that. Here, let me show you guys here real quickly. This was Bassfield over earlier on. Look at that. It is not Nacogdoches. It is not. There was people who actually lived over there.
Nacogdoches.
No, it is not. It's actually Natchitoches. Natchitoches.
Mississippi, try not to underperform challenge. Impossible.
That is a heck of a tornado that was over near Bassfield. That was a pretty large.
Yeah, I'll bet that thing was going.
I am not sure if that is a tornado. I'm not sure how reliable that is. Really? That's... What a
Really?
traitor.
Really?
What?
What are you reallying?
Brandon Williams is going to the Chiefs.
It is kind of traitorish, isn't it?
Everyone that we know goes to the freaking Chiefs. Speaking of, you know what? Sam, you might have made a great point. As soon as the storms just leave Mississippi and go into Alabama, they're just going to start doing stuff. Go ahead and check.
This is how this works.
Go ahead and check Columbus Air Force Base real quickly and look at Millport. That's the furthest, or not furthest, but it's east of the severe thunderstorm warning, east of Columbus. Go to the velocities. That's some stupid stuff right there. That doesn't make sense. And yet that
That's
might very
silly.
well try to produce a tornado. So we'll watch that very, very closely.
Yeah, this really is the Mississippi try not to underperform challenge because everything else will do just fine.
Doesn't make any sense. Yes,
Oh
there
my
are a couple of
God.
tornadoes reported.
That's a new tornado warning.
For that. Is it in Alabama?
No, it's for Clark's.
What do you mean Clark's? Where's Clark's?
Kelly Clark's.
Oh,
Tornado
really?
warning for Southern Caldwell Parish in north-central Louisiana, northeastern La Salle Parish in north-central Louisiana.
This doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to like stop coughing, but I'm coughing. Yeah, that is a tornado warning.
I present to you weather.
All right, well, if you're in Kelly, Clark's, Grayson, Columbia. Oh, that
I'm sorry.
Kelly Clark's. That's a debris signature. That's a tornado on the ground. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure if that is a tornado on the ground, now that I think about it. That might be a B-word,
No.
and it is showing through the B-word. Yeah, I actually think the CC is the B word.
Nate just got fooled.
I really did just get
Tornado warning
fooled.
for northeastern Covington County in southeastern Mississippi.
Oh, that's Laurel.
Northern Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
Yeah, that is not a debris signature, because if you look at ZDR, it's not low at all. If you look at reflectivity, that's low. So that is not a debris signature at the moment. Not a tornado. But that right there is still... I mean, the velocities are relatively strong. See, I would agree with you on it being side lobe, except for the fact that spectrum width doesn't verify that it is. So, as much as I would say it would be side lobe, I've checked. You would need to have probably everything else be Maka S around it. Now, if it helps, I'll go up a tilt and see if things are better. That's still a B-worm. My goodness. That is a pretty crazy bounded weak echo region or donut hole. By the way, I appreciate everyone sending me stuff on Twitter. It really does help me out a lot. If you guys find anything else on Twitter, or if you guys are sending pictures in, make sure to @ me and your local National Weather Service, so that way information can be spread about. All right, that right there is side lobe. That right there is side lobe. If that's not side lobe, I don't know what is. Kelly Clark's, you need to go back to singing. That's not legit. So yeah, Kelly, Clark's, Grayson, Columbia. You need to get in your safe space right now. That's a heck of a storm. This one might be your city if this thing actually gets, its act together. I mean, visually, it looks like it is a pretty strong system. All these storms have had side lobe contamination, which is pretty annoying. It looks like the Goodman, Salas, and Kosciuszko cell is starting to kind of go down a bit. It looks like it's still trying. That one over in Alabama. West Point, Starkville rotation is starting to die out, but there is new rotation developing on the southern side of the storm, so that might be something to watch if it can, keyword, get its act together. I'm gonna go back to Jackson, look back at the cell that's approaching Laurel now, and it looks like the rotation is starting to get a little bit better. So once again, Soso, Sandersville, Highway 84, and Summerland. You guys need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest and most part of your building. Yeah, it looks like this thing might try to produce a tornado again. Looks like this thing might try to produce a tornado again as it approaches Soso. Yeesh. Go back over here. Goodman on the ground via storm chasers. Which one is the Goodman cell? That... Man, this cell just continues to just intensify more and more. Can it just go away? Where's the Goodman cell? That's doing exactly what I thought it would. It's producing a supercell near Jackson. That is a tornado warning for Columbus.
Tornado warning for southeastern Clay County in northeastern Mississippi, northern Lowndes County in
Goodman's the
northeastern
Durant
Mississippi.
cell. Well, let's take a look at that real quickly. Oh, if you're thinking about with Caden, I'm not really too sure about the source with that. I've had a run-in with Caden every now and then. So, I'm not too sure about the source. But that is a new tornado warning for Columbus. By the way, Morgan, it appears as if the cell that is attempting to become a supercell is now becoming a supercell. And it's approaching Jackson.
It'll take a little bit yet, but it's getting there.
I actually want to see, because I know they have this, and you guys know me.
Traffic cameras.
No, I'll do you one even better. Sky cameras. Jackson's over there. We know. Kosciuszko. Never mind. Kosciuszko. I want a lightning strike if it can give one to me. Town Jackson. WLBT Studios. Let's see. Oh, that camera's currently looking at the ground. That's very nice. Tornado on the ground, so-so. Would not be surprised if that is the case. Ooh.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, that's maybe. Yeah, I would say maybe. I would need one more. One more scan. Capitol Towers. Is this over in... This is Jackson. By the way, real quickly, we'll do dual screen. That's not Yazoo City, by the way. I'll fix that. Whew. Excuse me.
Bless.
I'll make it larger so you guys can see. There we are. Makes things so much better. Yeah, I'm not sold. I'm not sold quite yet on that being a tornado. Don't think that one is as of right now. Might be in the future though. Yeah, this cell that's approaching Jackson, or at least the northern portions of Jackson. Let's actually get full screen on that. Not that screen. There you go. That screen. And I also need to. Let's actually do this. Boom. Made that so much better for us. Now we can zoom out. I am watching this very, very closely if this is actually the case. Because, I mean, look at that base. Very low clouds. If a tornado does form, it'll be right there in front of us. Going back to Fort Polk to Kelly and Clark's. No debris signature quite yet from that, if that is going to produce a tornado. There is a ZDR arc with it, though. There is a ZDR arc. KDP.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah?
Alabama's an issue. Not imminently, but soon.
That one cell?
Look up and tilt. Particularly on velocities.
I told you. I said that thing's gonna be stupid.
Mississippi, try not to suck challenge.
On the other hand, look at Columbus. More imminently.
Maybe.
Especially if you look at 1.3. And higher.
Well, again, fits the brief of not surface-based.
Well, but like at 0.5, you can't see what's going on because of side lobe. So, I mean, it's not like you can really give it too much crap. Let's go half and half so you guys can kind of see what's going on here. Angela, for the 2, thank you so much. As I mentioned, really do appreciate that. And by the way, if you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with more and more people on YouTube by copying the link to the live stream, putting it on all sorts of social media sites, and help me get this out onto YouTube's algorithm so that this live stream can be spread to more and more people by interacting with the channel, either by liking, commenting, or talking in chat, or even subscribing. It really does help. Is our feed going to come back to life, or it's unknown at this time? But yeah, Columbus, you guys are, it definitely looks like you guys are going to get some activity here relatively soon. It might actually be sooner than I think. It might be something over near Mayhew. That might be where the rotation is as of right now. This would be kind of near Cleveland. That stuff? I mean, okay, but it's not really going to do a whole lot. Oh, what is that? Oh, Kosciuszko. Oh, Kosciuszko. Hey, Morgan.
Oh, that's a lot of side lobe for one.
Oh,
And for two,
Kosciuszko.
yeah, it's still a lot of side lobe. All right, Nate, I'm going to make my escape for a little bit. I will just I will mute.
Sounds
Put
good.
my headphones down and I will be back in a while.
Sounds good.
All right.
Talking to my chaser. I'm trying to see where he's at. Yeah, Kosciuszko. Definitely some activity here. Holy. So yeah, Morgan's gone for a little bit. He'll come back after a little, though. I want to go back to the So-So Storm. Rotation's kind of interesting. That is definitely some side lobe. More than likely. But I don't see too much with that. Fort Polk TDS. Oh, yeah, that is a big tornado. That is a big tornado. Oh, yeah. That is a big tornado. Kelly Clarkson is, or Kelly Clark's, I should say. That is a big tornado that is now starting to go through. Oh, boy. Oh, my gosh. That is the dagger. That's a large tornado. That is a big tornado. That is a huge tornado. That is a very, very large tornado. Let's measure out how large the debris ball is. The debris ball is about 3 miles wide. 3 miles wide. PDS. PDS.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tensaw Parish in northeastern Louisiana, southwestern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Franklin Parish in northeastern Louisiana.
Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. And this is for Caldwell Parish until 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 7 miles southeast of Columbia, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. And this is for Caldwell Parish. Big debris ball. So this is in Louisiana. This is north and east of Alexandria. This is south of Monroe. Large debris ball. Large tornado currently ongoing. If you live near Liddyville, Winnsboro, Jigger, as well as Extension, and Gilbert, and Chase, you need to get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this extraordinarily dangerous tornado as possible. Once again, very large tornado that's currently ongoing right now. Jeez. Look at Twitter. Yeah, I'll pull it up here in a second. 2 seconds, please. Oh. That's the tornado. There's the edge of it right there. Large tornado. Oh my goodness. Look at how large that is. Very large tornado. There's the where it touches the ground right there, but it extends all the way out just like that. That is a large tornado. And once again, the debris ball, which is the how large the debris was slung around the tornado, or, you know, the distance between the debris being slung around the tornado from one end to the other was about 3 miles wide. And once again, large tornado in progress right now. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for southern Jasper County in east central Mississippi.
So that's like Bay Springs, more than likely. They might issue a new tornado warning for the cell that's south of Vicksburg, too. Because this one's starting to intensify further as well. Okay. That cell just did a merger over near Soso. That thing might produce a tornado as well. That might be something new heading up towards Stringer. I'd watch out for that as well. Kosciuszko, let's see what's going on up here. I don't think it's on the ground as of right now. Big side lobe contamination within that too. Sheesh. Let's take a look real quickly in northeastern. What is this? Yeah, this thing might be something to watch out for as well. Some pretty strong rotation approaching Columbus, Mississippi. And that might cross the border into Alabama. That might be a SIG tornado. Possible if it goes down onto the ground. So I would watch out for that too. All these storms are just going all over the place. But this cell right here, yeah, that is still a very large debris ball. Liddyville, Winsboro, Chase, Jigger, Extension, Wisner, and Gilbert need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado, this significant tornado, as possible. Once again, this is a large, extremely dangerous tornado that has been spotted by spotters, and it is showing up on the radar that there is some very large debris being thrown up into the air. So if you haven't already, please, please, please heed the National Weather Service's warnings. Get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. Oh, that is 28,000 feet. That is... Wow. That is some massive debris. Oh yeah, look at that. That is the debris height. That's how high the debris got slung up into the atmosphere. That was a strong tornado. Greater than 20,000 feet. Look at that. Big time debris. Jeez. Big time debris within that. It looks like the debris signature is starting to shrink, so the tornado might be shrinking. Velocity starting to kind of deteriorate a little bit more. Yeah, I'm communicating with my chaser here real quickly. Trying to see what's up with him. But yeah, a lot of rotation there still. Yeah, and it's going to head towards Winsboro, Chase, Jigger, Gilbert, and Liddyville. So if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. This does look like Yeah, the beeping noise is me talking to my chaser. This does look like probably the storm that would try to sustain. Potentially produce your actual significant tornadoes. What about Ethel? No, doesn't look like that's on the ground at the moment, which is kind of the good news. That is a wall cloud report by John Peterson. Interesting. What about this thing over here near Jackson? This thing near So-So definitely looks like this thing. This thing could probably produce. ZDR arc on it. Has some good rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing produced a tornado too. It does kind of sound like a camera. The little beep beep. Excuse me. Vicksburg, beware. Yeah, that one's going again too. Another area of rotation right there. Chris Hall is going to be in a bit of a pickle if he stays on that side of the Mississippi. He will be in a bit of a pickle. Yeah, that cell there near Vicksburg, that one could potentially try to go. Would not be surprised. If you're just tuning in here live, we just had a large, extremely dangerous tornado that just moved through. Just, what, about 5-10 minutes earlier? This was over near the Kelly and Clark's area, heading towards the extension area. And you can see that we had a large and extremely dangerous tornado because as you look through here, you'll see a big blue ball that'll just pop out of nowhere right about there. Boom. Big ball that just appeared. That right there is an indication that a tornado is doing damage. It is it's got a lot of debris. Yeah, I mean, just big time debris signature within that. So now the tornado is dissipated, but the cell, you know, the storm that still spawned it exists. It's still there. And it could be trying to make a run off towards the north and east. Might try to head towards Vicksburg. So we'll continue to watch this, but as of this moment, Winsboro, Chase, and Gilbert, they need to get in their safe space. I'll tell you what, though. Central Louisiana to northern Louisiana. That's kind of what I targeted for, what, 3 days ago? So that's probably just the area. You know, Alexandria, if I were over there, I would sit right there, try and chase the stuff around that. So far, so good with that prediction from a few, days out. So that's not bad. Definitely would have shifted to Vicksburg, though. No, I would have. Excuse me. Yeah, cell south of Vicksburg, as we've been watching, that cell still looks like it's pretty interesting. But it's very much so in its infancy as of this moment. So we'll have to see as it continues to progress further eastward. Looks like the cell near Ridgeland is more of a damaging wind risk with some spotty hail. You can see the line here is pretty linear and almost kind of bowing. There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado
Extension
warning
for
for
Kosciuszko.
southeastern Choctaw County in central Mississippi, northeastern Atala County in central Mississippi, northern Winston County in east central Mississippi.
Oh, that's probably a tornado. Oh, that is 100% a tornado. South of Calola Springs. South of Calola Springs, that probably is a tornado. Oh, yeah. That is definitely a tornado. 100%. See, you definitely didn't watch my stream on Friday when I said, go to Alexandria if you want to start to chase. You really didn't. But man, oh man, that definitely looks like we're probably going to see a tornado here within this storm. This would be north of Columbus, Mississippi, along the border of Mississippi and Alabama. You can see the tornado vortex signature right there. There's the debris signature right there. Tornado on the ground.
Tornado warning for southwestern Desha County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern
What?
Drew County in southeastern Arkansas.
What? Arkansas? Really? That? I'm gonna move my Houston radar up there. That is another tornado warning.
Tornado
Alabama.
warning for southern Lamar County in west central Alabama.
There you go. So it seems that if it's not in Mississippi, or if it's close to the edge of Mississippi, it'll produce a tornado. I'm actually really curious. What are... So the mid-levels is meh, but the... Hey, it's along the axis of 6 degrees Celsius per kilometer. So that's not terrible. What about your vorticity? Oh, there it is. That's the dagger. Your big vorticity band right there with high enough values of CAPE. There you go. That's the reason why that thing produced a tornado. You got some vorticity there. You got your vorticity. And yeah, that is a tornado right there. It is a very small tornado, but it is a tornado nevertheless. Caledonia and Steens, if you're in that area, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So now the lapse rates are starting to kind of increase. They are starting to get a little bit better. But I think the big contributor here to why these things are now doing as well as they are, your vorticity is starting to spike. Your vorticity is now starting to spike. Your low-level jet's cranking. You're getting some good veering with height. And believe it or not, because your kinematics are so good, as Sam has just mentioned, yep, now you got your tornado. Yeah, there it is. That's a confirmed tornado now, according to, that would be National Weather Service Birmingham. I don't know why Jackson hasn't confirmed that quite yet. But yeah, that is a confirmed tornado north of Columbus, Mississippi, near Steens. Judith with the 100 really does mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to my channel. Thank you so much. It really does. Oh, what is that? Why is that a tornado vortex signature? Maybe. I think I'd try. Vicksburg cell is kind of weakened a little bit. Kosciuszko heading towards McMillan. McCool in Louisville. That is some things that are starting to kind of come into it. We are only six likes away from 1,000. As I said, the closer we can get to 1,000 likes, or even if we can get more than that, the more we will be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. The more and more something gets liked, something, you know, or somebody subscribes and stuff like that, the more stuff happens to the spread of the actual content. So please be sure to do more of that, guys, because we're not done with this. There is a lot of activity still here. Tornadoes. Yeah, Stringer looks like it's going to try to put down a tornado here soon. That might actually be a debris signature, believe it or not. It also could be side lobe too. But definitely something to note from that. Let's take Omega and let's actually go to Columbus with this. Because we have our debris signature within this. We have our debris signature. And assuming this thing loads. There we go. Correlation coefficient. There's our debris signature right there. There is the debris signature. This is heading towards the Woodlawn area near Military Road and Steens, as well as Melbourne and Fernbank, as well as Star and Hytoggy and Millport here in Alabama. So if I just called your area, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because this is a tornado on the ground right now. You can see this little dot right there of low correlation coefficient. That is a debris signature. We'll go to the high-res velocity. You can see there's your velocities as well. Green's moving towards, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So this is definitely, you know, this definitely check marks all the boxes of what you can potentially get with that. Coleman, Alabama, what's the velocity on that? That's a good question. Definitely looks like some strong, damaging winds. Nothing tornadic within your area, fortunately. So on the ground. Oh boy. Yeah, that is another tornado on the ground. That is so-so. That is so-so. So-so is now on the ground. Or technically it's Stringer now. Stringer is on the ground. There is another one. Another tornado right there. You can see that's the debris signature. ZDR relatively low. Reflectivity somewhat high. Let me actually outline the pixels there. Reflectivity, yeah, that is 100% a debris signature. You can see heightened amounts of turbulence right within that area too, which means there's more than likely a tornado within that area. And of course, tornadoes do cause turbulence. So that is not very surprising. So that is a tornado. This is north of Laurel, near Stringer, south and east of Bay Springs. This is heading towards Paulding and paralleling I-59. So if you're along I-59 over here in Mississippi, north of Laurel and south of Meridian, you need to watch out. This thing looks like it is on the ground as of this moment right now. And it looks like it is producing a tornado and it is doing damage. So you need to go ahead. You need to really watch out for this very, very closely if you're on I-59. If this thing does cross the interstate, it could very well be heading towards you and you wouldn't know because, number one, it's dark. Number two, it is raining. So, you know, pair the two together and you actually have very, very low visibility within a given situation. So please be sure to heed this accordingly. Heed the warning that there is a tornado on the ground near Stringer, Mississippi right now. One of two active current tornadoes. We'll take a look back at the cell that's over here north of Columbus. Once again, this is still a tornado on the ground. You can see that it is actually still on the ground in both aspects of this because the debris signature is there. But the reflectivity, you can see maybe a little bit of a debris ball right within there. But the velocities, that's probably the cherry on top with this one. As you can see, pretty clear greens moving towards the radar, pretty clear reds moving away, and that just tightened all the more significantly. Yeah, there's your normalized rotation, and this is not what we wanted to see. Normalized rotation in the red, that is now strong rotation. Let's actually see if we can get a gate-to-gate of this right here. Delta velocity of 107.8 knots. V-rod of 53.9 knots. Yeah, that definitely looks like a strong tornado, strong rotation. Oh man, look at that debris signature. Look at that debris signature. PDS, PDS. Particularly dangerous situation warning. Particularly dangerous situation. Oh boy. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Loudons County here in Mississippi. At 6:36 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Caledonia, or 7 miles east of Columbus Air Force Base, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Loudons County in Mississippi. And then, of course, that could very well continue into Lamar County, Alabama. So if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. That is a big debris ball right there. That is a big tornado right over Highway 12. Let's pull this back up. Yeah, there's the debris ball. So Woodlawn, Military Road, Steens. This is heading off towards County Road 9. Just crossed crossed State Highway 12 or State Route 12 along Military Road. This is going to be heading towards Star, Hytaugie, as well as Melbourne, Fernbank, and Millport. If you live in those areas over there in Alabama, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, that still looks like that is the debris signature still there. That looks like that is still a tornado ongoing near Stringer. So if you're near Stringer, Mississippi, you also need to get in your safe spaces. That is a debris ball. That is a tornado that's currently ongoing, and that's heading towards Paulding and Pachuta, as well as Vosburg and Barnett. So if you're in those areas and areas along I-59, you need to get in your safe space right now if you're due east of Bay Springs. We also have another system right here, another storm, severe thunderstorm within this cell. That looks like a potential debris ball, maybe. But some strong damaging winds that are moving through the northeastern portions of Jackson. If you live over there, you need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space as well. Winnsboro, it looks like that cell has started to kind of weaken a bit. It might try and go into an intensification phase here sooner rather than later, so we'll watch out for that as it gets closer to the radar, but it's just too far away for me to tell as of right now. We also have another tornado warning that would be over, or it actually just got canceled, believe it or not. It was over for areas near Dermott and Collins in Arkansas. Now that has deteriorated and is now just a bunch of strong damaging winds. That is, yes, once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has now been issued for Lamar County in Alabama. So if you are near Millport, Kennedy, along Route 17 or Route 96, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. And this is, once again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. We'll put it right here. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located near Steens. We're 7 miles east of Columbus Air Force Base, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. So once again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued here for Lamar County in Alabama. You need to get in your safe space and get to shelter now. Yeah, that looked like that could have been a brief tornado. And it was a brief tornado. Probably would have been something similar to a strong wind gust, more than likely, within that. But that is a brief tornado that was northeast of Jackson. And it would have been relatively close to the water over there. So it's actually next to the lake in that general area. But if you live anywhere near Ludlow, Forkville, and Branch, you need to get in your safe space as well, because a potential tornado could have spawned from that storm. And you might even see more of that as it looks like the supercell might intensify due to the fact that it has a ZDR arc. And whenever we have those, history says that that usually leads to more intensification within the actual thunderstorm and or supercell. So that is something to make a note of. Further down along the line, that definitely looks like there could potentially be a stronger storm with that heading up in the future. Still looks like there's a tornado on the ground that is northeast of Stringer now, approaching the Paulding area. If you know anyone that lives near Paulding, Heidelberg, or anywhere near Interstate 59, or anywhere south and east of Bay Springs, Mississippi, they need to get in their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and these tornadic rotations as possible. So once again, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible, because there's a lot of areas here that are currently being impacted by either strong damaging winds or tornadoes that are currently ongoing. So please be sure to help copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or any sort of social media website, or by helping us get out onto YouTube's algorithm and spreading this with more and more people. That would be any way that you can interact with the channel, such as liking the live stream, or talking in the chat, or even subscribing and stuff like that. Any way would be greatly appreciated so that we can try to continue to get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Once again, we still have the debris signature here right there. That's the tornado currently ongoing right now. Velocity still show that there is still something right within here. And so we need to, look at this very, very closely as this gets closer towards, Route 17 here in Alabama. The good news is it's not as strong as it once was. You can take a look at what it was over here near Highway 12, to where you had very strong greens and very strong pinks touching each other. That right there is usually an indication that a tornado is most certainly on the ground. Now it's got a little bit of a buffer in between to where it doesn't look like it's completely touching at this moment, but it's still slinging around a lot of debris. You can see a lot of these blues in this area, which could indicate that there could still be a tornado. It would just be the weaker state of it in a weaker version. So still a tornado on the ground, still a large one at that, and it looks like the debris is still being slung around, which means that if you're trying to look for it, you could very well be hit by the flying debris, which is the reason why we ask that whether you're in the direct path of the tornado or not, you get into some form of structure so that you can avoid being hit by the actual tornado. I do have a PayPal. It's hockeyboyinnate@gmail.com. But you can also donate, not that I need the donations. You can also donate via the super chats, or you can become a member. But I don't really care about that right now. I care more about this this thing that continues to just go and go and go. This thing looks like it is still trying to hold on to any sort of relevance that it had. And because of that, I think it may still be trying to produce a tornado. The cell that's over near McMillan and Louisville, as well as Bethedin. This one also might try to produce a tornado a little bit later on as well. Got some interesting rotation within that, so that'll be something to watch. Where is Jackson? There's Jackson. Yeah, once again, the Paulding cell still on the ground as of this moment. New scan. Yeah, there's the debris ball. Still there. This is still a tornado on the ground. So Paulding, Mississippi, need to get in your safe space right now. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder so that I can show this to the stream. I knew it. I knew that source was not good. We'll go back to, so still a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued. Looks like the debris is still being slung around. Not a PDS anymore, though. It's just a confirmed tornado. But it was previously a PDS, so therefore it will still stay as that with the warning box. But we still have a lot of debris within this area of where the tornado was. Now, let's see here real quickly, chat. Let's see if we can see the debris from 3D. Let's see if we can 3D the debris. 3D the tornado. Oh, we most likely can. Oh, we most likely can. There it is. There's the tornado. See that, guys? That's the tornado right there. We just 3D'd the frickin' tornado. Goodness gracious. Oh, that's the tornado's vorticity as well. Look at that. That's the tornado's vorticity all the way up. Sheesh. I'm curious to see how high the debris went up in the sky. Oh. That's about 15,000 feet-ish, maybe a little bit less. 15,000 feet. Yeah, I'd say 15,000 feet. That was once again another strong tornado. Jeez. New scan just came in. Doesn't look as strong as it once was, so that's good. Oh. Still a PDS tornado watch. They just issued a new PDS tornado watch. That is interesting. So the old PDS tornado watch was going to expire here in about 8 minutes. They issued a new one to try and take into account all the new stuff. So there's the new PDS tornado watch that was issued. You'll see the other one vanish here in about, I'd say, 9 minutes. So we'll wait until that. But a new particularly dangerous situation tornado watch has been issued for portions of Mississippi and looks like northeastern Louisiana and southeastern Arkansas again. And that'll be until 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. That is still a tornado on the ground south of Paulding. Or at least it looks like it could potentially be. Maybe not. Maybe not anymore. Might just be the debris still being lofted in the sky. Yeah, it looks like debris fan. Jeez. But yeah, new particularly dangerous situation tornado watch has been issued. Let me update this here so that way everyone can see that. So that's the new watch. Northern and central Louisiana, central Mississippi. This would be there we go. So let me fix this stuff. Northeast Louisiana. Northeast Louisiana. Extreme southeastern Arkansas. And we already said central Mississippi. Until 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. File, save, boom, that's done. We don't have to do any more editing, hopefully. Hopefully. It looks like this system's starting to get behind its outflow boundary, meaning that this thing might be lagging behind more and more and more. And as a matter of fact, they actually canceled the tornado warning because it looks like it's not as strong as it once was. Weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Small hail, gusty winds still possible within the storm. Reports of property damage and people entrapped in Malone's grocery. Jeez. That would be Loudoun County. So let me pull up Loudoun County. And we can't actually listen to any of that, unfortunately. But yeah, there's reports of property damage and people entrapped in Malone's grocery. Let's go back down south. Let's go back to Jackson. We'll go back to Louisville here in a second, but I want to go back down to Jackson here, see what these severe thunderstorm warnings are saying for these storms. And yeah, definitely some strong damaging winds. What about the cell over near Paulding heading towards Prosciutto and Barnett? It definitely looks like this storm is starting to recycle. Maybe the potential for it to try and produce a tornado later on towards Prosciutto and Enterprise. So I would definitely watch out for that. Loudoun County. Appreciate it. Thank you. Louds. Looks like the cell that's over near Winsboro still has some rotation on it. But other than that, not really too much on that, which is kind of the good news. It's not as strong as it once was. A little bit of a ZDR arc, potentially. Alright, so let's go back to Columbus Air Force Base. Go back. Yeah, it looks like Louisville, or Louisville. Probably Louisville down here. Probably Louisville. It looks like this one might be the next one to go. Near McMillan and Bethedon. Let me turn off polling real quickly. Turn that into 7. Oh, boy. Oh, Bethedin. Oh, it's going.
Tornado warning for northwestern
Oh,
Clark
it's
County in
going.
east central Mississippi, south central
Oh,
Lauderdale
it's
County in
going.
east central Mississippi.
Louisville. Pachta. Yeah, that's more than likely going to be a significant tornado here again. We're probably going to get another one. Bethedin, you need to get in your safe space right now. Fortunately, there's not a whole lot of people that live in Bethedin. But you guys need to get in your safe space right now. Evergreen, Webster, Bethedin, Mill Creek, Loic Foma, Winston, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Because this one's probably going to produce a tornado. Big time turbulence. Yeah, this definitely looks like something that probably could. Yeah, Bethedin. Jeez. Yeah, that's some pretty strong rotation within that. Yeah, Bethedin, Highway 25. Anyone near Loic Foma, Winston. Your tornado warning just got released.
Tornado warning for Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northwestern Warren County in west central Mississippi, south central Issaquena County in west central Mississippi.
So we have 2 tornado warnings that just got issued within the past 5 minutes. Tallulah and Vicksburg, you guys are starting to get into the activity because that supercell that produced a large tornado over near Kelly and Clark's, that's now marching its way to Vicksburg. We also have the extension for the Paulding cell that's heading towards Meridian, Enterprise, Stonewall, and Pashuta. If you guys live over there, you guys need to get in your safe space as well. Excuse me. Now back to the Bethedin cell, and that pretty soon here, I'm anticipating probably a debris signature. Pretty soon. I really would not be surprised if a tornado formed from this one. Really would not be surprised. Still moderate. Yeah, and they've shrunken the moderate, but they still put it within a confined area. Yeah, so Greenville, Clarksdale, Oxford, they're no longer in the enhanced or the moderate. The moderates went further south, which is what I expected. I expected the environment to be a lot more unstable further south. And that's kind of what we got. Vicksburg's still in the 15 sig. Where is Bethedin located? Bethedin is located near Louisville, which would be over for portions of Choctaw and Winston counties in Mississippi. So essentially, if I go back to the high resolution radar, right there is Jackson. Right there is Columbus Air Force Base. There is Bethedin. Right in there. And that is some pretty strong rotation. That is some pretty strong rotation for that. Reads on that cell? I wouldn't be surprised at that point. Oh, that is some big turbulence right there. Huge turbulence. It's got a bounded weak echo region too. It's wrapping the rain all the way around the rotation. You see the lower values of reflectivity. The yellow's right within there. Yeah, it's got a bounded weak echo region. This thing might be trying to officially put down here soon. Let's go back to Vicksburg, because a lot of people are saying go back to Vicksburg. And yeah, it's doing the same thing that it was doing earlier. It is recycling, and it is heading towards Vicksburg. Tallulah, Mound, as well as Delta and Vicksburg. All of you guys might be in the crosshairs of that storm that has had a history of producing a very large tornado. Very large tornado. I'm going back to the Bethadine cell. So this is just a lot of activity that's really started to ramp up because of the low-level jet. When you have good kinematics. Oh. There's a new velocity scan. Why my phone keeps vibrating, I have no clue. Taking flight with the 5 since Huntsville, Alabama forecast is northern Alabama screwed. No, I would say you guys should be fine as for right now. You guys aren't in a tornado watch anymore. Or I don't even think you guys were in a tornado watch. But because of all the stuff that's happening down south, a lot of the energy is being absorbed. And is not being able to get that far north. So you guys should be fine. Yeah, that cell that's approaching Tallulah and Vicksburg is really starting to kind of go now. This thing, I'd give it about 10 minutes before it could potentially be in a position to produce another tornado. Give it 10 minutes. The tornado warning that is approaching Pashuta now, Route 11 as well as Interstate 59. It looks like it's not producing a tornado at this moment, but it's got the rotation to try and do so. So Pashuta, Stonewall, Enterprise, and Basic, as well as areas near Highway 45 and, well, actually US Highway 45 and US Highway 145. So please watch out for that. Areas north of Quitman definitely still need to be on alert. I am so surprised we have not seen a debris signature from this thing yet. This thing still has very good rotation. This kind of reminds me of what we just saw earlier and how we had strong rotation, strong rotation, strong rotation, and then finally it just all went. Check about Kentucky. Kentucky should be fine tonight. Anywhere that is in the green, you guys are okay for the night. You guys are good. Yellow, you guys might need to watch for the threat of severe weather. Definitely for the red and the orange. But if you're in the green, you guys are fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I am genuinely surprised. Yeah, we'll watch out for that very closely. New area of rotation trying to develop on that old cell that produced the PDS north of Columbus near Steens. And that'll be heading towards the Fayette area, so might be something to watch out for with that. Got a decent ZDR arc with it too. Very interesting rotation with height as well. Is Birmingham orange or yellow? You can't tell. It's just barely in the yellow. So you guys will get some severe weather. Let's go back to Jackson. Let's actually start deleting some radars. Will we need to delete this one? Probably not yet. Fort Polk. Yeah, probably. Definitely not Jackson. New Orleans? Yeah, probably. Memphis? Definitely not. I think this is actually what we can do with our radars. What we have left. Mobile? Let's actually move that to Birmingham. Move that radar over. That way we can put it to use. I think a lot of people forget for these style of events in like October, November, and December, there's a time change, which means anything after 5 o'clock, it's usually dark. So usually when you have that during the spring, when it's like 5 o'clock, by the way, new tornado warning just got issued for Columbus. Usually when you have that at 5 o'clock in the spring, it'll still be daytime outside. Whereas now it's nighttime because, you know, that stuff. But a new tornado warning just got issued. Mayhew, Artesia, Crawford, Brooksville, and Columbus. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for northern Noxubee County in east central Mississippi, southeastern Octobeha County in northeastern Mississippi, Lowndes County in northeastern Mississippi.
And we still also have to watch out for Vicksburg, because Vicksburg still... Vicksburg cell still looks like it is trying to put down a tornado. It's trying. Oh, yeah. Just had to look at something off to the side that didn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. It's just like, what? No. No, thank you. I'm still thinking any second this thing could try to produce the tornado. I'm still thinking that. I don't buy it. You don't have this strong of rotation for nothing. I do not buy it. Prosciutto is on the ground? No, it is not. It is definitely not. It is definitely not on the ground as of right now. And there isn't any other cell near so no, it's fine. 4 tornado warnings as of this moment. And Tallulah, Mound, and Vicksburg might be the next ones to try and get a new tornado warning. If it's not going to be this cell that's approaching Crawford and Artesia. Yeah, I really don't buy it. Maybe some hint of side lobe contamination is the reason why it's not doing anything. Oh, and that also might be a tornado too, near Fayette and Belk, but a brief one at that. So only 3 storms as of right now. Only 3 storms that are currently tornado warned. 1 additional storm that we are watching for that could potentially be tornado warned. Also over in Alabama, but this is a really interesting day. I'll tell you what, definitely not a high risk. Definitely not a high risk. I definitely did see the potential for it to produce strong tornadoes. Definitely did see that. But hasn't been to the extent of a real high risk. So I'm glad they kept it moderate. Glad they kept it moderate. Yeah, Tallulah, Mound, and Vicksburg. Oh, that is a bounded weak echo region. Look at that. That is some pretty gnarly rotation within that. 100%. They've got a wall cloud. Oh, that's fun. Oh, what? Oh, they've made mistakes. Topic, Whalety, and Arnold, they've made mistakes. They are currently right next to the rotation, and if they don't get on 20, like yesterday, They might get hit by the tornado. They won't be able to get across the bridge. Unless if they find a way to go around from like behind. That's some pretty strong rotation. That is a boundary weak echo region 100% of the time. Are they inside the thing? I don't know. The tornado doesn't appear to be on the ground right now. Definitely a lot of wind. Yeah, that's a lot of rain that they're currently hitting. I don't know how he can get a feed that good. That is not what I wanted, but oh well. Said tornado on the ground. That would be probably Brad Arnold. If that is Brad Arnold, I'll tell you what, he is currently caught because the storm just crossed right in front of him. And there's no way he can get across on the interstate to try and catch back up with it. And I think if that's Brett Adair, he's behind it too. They can't go any further, can they? There's a tree blocking the road, right? Is that what you just said? I tried to get cheeky. They tried to get cheeky. If you just waited on the opposite side of the Mississippi, they probably would be able to see it. Or, let alone, just waited on I-20 near, like, Mound or something like that. They would be able to see it. Jeez. Big time ZDR arc. Relatively strong rotation. I don't see a CC drop within that as at the moment. That's kind of the good news. Same thing with the Stonewall and Enterprise cell. That does have some rotation, but other than that, it isn't really translating towards the ground. What about this Crawford cell? It hasn't done anything. It's trying, I'll tell you what. The rotation is pretty strong. Yeah, if he's got a tornado, what I think he does, you won't be able to see it on CC. You won't be able to. 2 rain wrapped, and it also is a weak one as of right now. The vorticity hasn't been channeled all the way down towards the ground, but regardless, tornado warning here. Tallulah and Mound, Louisiana, as well as Vicksburg and Eagle Bend here in Mississippi. If you're in these areas, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. The whole purpose of that is so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That is the whole purpose. So you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. The rotation is definitely on top of him. The rotation's definitely on top of all three of them. As a matter of fact, the rotation's crossing I-20 right now. Don't see a debris signature at this time, which is the good news. New update, velocity signature. Yeah, it just moved over. Not a debris signature at this time. Lot of rain there. Definitely rain wrapped-ish. So Eagle Bend, Mound, Vicksburg, Waltersville, Redwood, right along the border of Mississippi and Louisiana here along the Mississippi River. Guys need to get in your safe space right now if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Do this real quickly. There we go. Makes things a little teeny bit easier, no? Valley Park. Is it this one? No. Where in the world is Valley Park? That one? No. Don't see that. Which cell are you guys referring to? Reporting a CC drop? Where? Not on my screen. If you're talking about this Tallulah thing, no, it's not part of it. It is not a part of the debris signature, if there was one. But there isn't. How's Louisville looking? They're looking fine right now. The storms passed through without producing a tornado, so that's the good news. And that's if you're talking about Mississippi. If you're talking about Kentucky, you're completely fine. But the Mississippi one, on the other hand, you guys are more than likely going to see some more activity a lot later on this evening. So I would take a break right now. You can rest for a little and then be right back at it probably in about, what I'd say, hour or two. I'd say that. Still some pretty strong rotation here in Crawford. Actually had very strong rotation for the time being. The fact that it hasn't produced anything still is kind of mind-boggling to me. Where is Jackson? There is Jackson. Yeah, that's not a debris signature. Velocities have also weakened significantly. That's pretty surprising. I'm waiting for the new upper level scans within this here. But yeah, the velocities have actually weakened pretty significantly on the cell for the time being. It's really interesting. Missouri? There's nothing in Missouri. There is absolutely nothing in Missouri. Go away. You're drunk. You're drunk. Yeah, that rotation just went. It really stuttered. That rotation really stuttered. Still has a decent ZDR though. Does. Crawford Storm getting strong again? Is it going to produce now or... Oh boy, actually it's getting to that point. I mean, we're looking so close to the ground. Well, actually it's not that close. It's still about 3,000 feet above the ground, but I mean, this is still some pretty strong rotation. How this has not produced a tornado is kind of beyond me. I really don't know. But treat it as if it's on the ground, in my honest opinion, If you're in Artesia, if you're in Crawford, if you're along Highway 45 alternate or Highway 45, I would get it in my safe space. If I was south and west of Columbus, I would get in my safe space. I'd be underground, or I'd be in the lowest innermost part of my building. Let's go back to Jackson. That just updated. I'll take a look at that here in a second. Yeah, I mean, maybe a weak tornado that went through south of Tallulah, but nothing with like a full-on condensation funnel that went all the way down towards the ground. Go back over to the stuff that's near Enterprise. Oh, come on. Side lobe contamination, but it still has some pretty decent rotation. Well, the storm has already passed Enterprise, so that's the good news. If you're along 59, you're fine. It's areas that's near 45 and east of 45 that's really going to have some issues now. So if you live south of Meridian along 45, you need to get in your safe space. Definitely can see the potential for a tornado to try and develop right along that area. So that would be Stinson, Sable, DeVoe, Pleasant Hill, Wolf Springs, Cliff Williams, Vimville, Increase, Highway 19, and the surrounding areas over there. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic rotation as possible. And it's starting to get more and more interesting here. There is definitely still some rotation, but we're definitely suffering from some side lobe contamination, which is something that we've been suffering from this entire day. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh no, not Slippy. What happened? That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that one definitely looks pretty interesting. Let's go back to the Vicksburg cell. Yeah, that rotation has died off. A lot of rain. Maybe some localized hail. What about Crawford? Still some pretty strong rotation. No debris signature quite yet. I'm still very surprised that this thing has not put down a tornado. I am very surprised. I'm very, very surprised. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible on either Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, any sort of social media page so that we can try and get this information out to as many people as possible. So we are trying to spread this information. We are trying to get it out to more and more people. And if you want to help us spread it on YouTube, please be sure to interact with the channel, specifically by liking the live stream. If you hit that, you know, if the like count continues to go up more and more and more, I think we're close to 1,200 likes. So if we get a few more of those, we will be able to continue to spread this channel, spread this current live stream of the tornado outbreak to more and more people. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. And it also helps if you want to interact more with the channel to help spread it out with more and more people. You know, talk in the chat or even subscribe. Subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications. That's another good way to help get us out onto more and more people's recommended feeds on YouTube. What is side lobe contamination? It's essentially the radar's imperfection in regards to how it sees velocity data. That is not a debris signature. I don't see that. That sucks. Is that debris fallout from... That is debris fallout. That is kind of disturbing. That is debris from the tornado that was over north of Columbus. And it's still lofted in the air. That is a little disturbing. No debris signature. Just watching this is exhausting. Yeah, it is a little exhausting. I mean, talking over and over again for me is slightly exhausting. But I just gotta kind of hope for the best. You know what I mean? We also just gotta kind of hope that the rest of the tonight is boring, so that way there's no more tornadoes. But if there is, you know, then that's where stuff can start to get a little bit more active. You can start to get a little bit more involved, wanting to look at stuff. Confirmed in Mound? Not according to this warning box. We have the legend that is above us that tells us, if you look at the tornado warning portion of it, which will not be the next slide over, but it'll be the following slide. So the next slide here, you'll have your tornado warning boxes up above, and you see this is a bright red, which is not a confirmed tornado warning. When am I ending the stream? Whenever the tornadoes decide not to function anymore. I've been streaming for 7 hours and 10 minutes. So I still got a little bit of gas in the tank. Yeah, if you're in a mobile home when there's a tornado warning, you need to seek shelter. There's the new tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Warren County in west central Mississippi, southwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southeastern Issaquena County in west central Mississippi.
No, Neil, I'm currently in college right now to try and get the official title. Jeez. One thing that hasn't changed on this channel is that the stuttering of my voice and my words is still consistent. But yeah, I am trying to get the title so that down the line, when I do get the degree, which I will, at some stage in my life, I'm getting that degree. You know, if I fail a couple classes to get there, which so far I haven't, then, you know, so be it. It'll take a little bit longer for me to get it, but I'm gonna get it, and I'll be able to put on this channel, meteorologist. Where do I go to school? So temporarily I was at Penn State, and then I realized Penn State costs a lot of money, so I transferred out to a different school, a local school that's near me, to get my gen ed classes done, and then I'm going to transfer back, or transfer to another school that has meteorology. Either or, I haven't really decided. So that way I only have to do my meteorology classes. But Penn State costs too much. That's the one thing I've learned. I live in Penn State. We have in-state tuition and literally out-of-state tuition for OU, Oklahoma University, costs less than in-state in Penn State, which sucks. Crawford? Oh, it's on the ground finally. We knew it. We knew it. We knew that it would happen. We knew that it would happen. After a while, we just knew. We just knew. My goodness. Yeah, I'll definitely need it, Neil. I will definitely need it. I'll tell you what. Yeah, Crawford is on the ground 100%. Let's see if we can get any other towns or cities around. So yeah, the immediate danger within this warning is Columbus. Columbus Air Force Base, areas around that, around Highway 45, Highway 82. That's the immediate danger right now. And look at that debris ball. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that is definitely a large tornado. If I were to measure this across, this would be about a mile-ish, a mile and a half wide is how far the tornado is slinging debris away from it. But it looks like the velocities are starting to deteriorate, which is the good news. So this thing, as it continues to, you know, progress on its journey, it will, assuming that this is how tornadoes work, which, you know, we've been doing this for 3 years now. We would think we would know how this works. We would think. So hopefully over the next 5 minutes, that debris signature, the big correlation coefficient drop that we have here as a ball, will start to shrink over the next, well, actually I would say within the next scan or two, which would be probably 3 or 4 minutes. But as of right now, the big issue that we have is the big debris signature that's moving about. That is definitely a tornado on the ground. If you live near Artesia, yeah, that is the confirmed tornado warning now officially by the National Weather Service. You see the dark red color.
Tornado warning for northeastern Clark County in east central Mississippi, southeastern Lauderdale County in east central Mississippi.
So that is an extension for that Snell and Stonewall cell south of Meridian. So we'll go back to that there in a second. But once again, we do have a tornado that is currently on the ground. Let's see if Omega can pick this up finally. Omega seems to take a while to load, and I very much so dislike that. Yeah, it's gonna just take forever to load. When in doubt, go to radar scope. Hope for the best. Yeah, Columbus, New Hope, Crawford, Artesia. The areas around that. It actually might be better for us if we go towards Google Maps. Google Maps might be better for us. So yeah, there's Artesia. The Golden Triangle Regional Airport. The Motor Speedway. Over there near the intersection of 82 and 45. As well as Artesia Road, that general area. The Elm Lake Golf Course, if you're over near that general area. As well as Old West Point Road. And the western portions of Columbus. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So the good news is that the debris ball is not as blue as it once was. Usually when you have these big blue debris balls, that's when you know that you have some very irregular meteorological or non-meteorological shapes and or particles that are within the radar, or at least I should say the radar is picking up. So it results into a low correlation compared to all the other burgundies, which is the higher amounts of correlation coefficient, which means that most of the particles within those areas are relatively, the same. You have a lot of rain, you have maybe some air mixed within it, but it's relatively the same across the board. And then when you introduce some things that are non-meteorological, such as debris like trees and, sticks and stones and dirt and wood of some sort, whether it's from buildings and stuff like that, that is where you can get your low correlation coefficient in some instances. And follow that up with how rotation lines up with it pretty well. That'll tell you the reason why you have as big of a correlation coefficient drop as you do. So that is, once again, a tornado in progress. It is starting to kind of weaken, though. So even if the tornado is not on the ground, we have to take into account the fact that debris is still in the air. It's being picked up by the radar, and it can fall down upon anyone who's unsuspecting out in front of this. We know the debris is going to be flowing towards the north and east, towards Highway 82 and Highway 45. So if you're driving along those roads, I would highly recommend you turn around and go back to Columbus, at least for the time being, as there could be some flying debris that could potentially impact some of the drivers there on the road and make travel hazardous throughout that area. Not that there should be any travel at this given time anyways, but there still is something right within these areas here that needs to be monitored. And that would, once again, be the potential for a tornado to still be on the ground. Once again, the velocities have died out, so, that thesis may not be as likely, but the flying debris still definitely is, and that can very well impact people. It might even hurt people. So, once again, Highway 82 and Highway 45, there is flying debris from a tornado that just passed Highway 45 alternate north of Crawford and south of Artesia. You guys, if you're driving in between Mayhew and Columbus near the golf course, specifically that would be off near the Elm Lake Golf Course, or if you're heading towards, that would be the West Louds High School. If you're heading towards the West Louds High School from Columbus, turn around real quickly and just wait for another 10, 15 minutes. Maybe if you wait at that intersection of 45 and 80, 45 and 82, you could be fine temporarily. If you're driving near the Elm Lake Golf Course, or I believe this would be the Golden Triangle Regional Airport, from 82 from the west, and you're heading east, stay near the 45 and 82 intersection, the 45 alternate and the 82 intersection right there, as there is debris that is flowing in between the East Mississippi Community College, the Golden Triangle Regional Airport, and the Magnolia Motor Speedway near West Louds High School. And there's the debris once again. It is inching ever so closer towards that Columbus area. It looks like the storm has also completely deteriorated. Yeah, you can see the echo tops here of what it once was a very strong storm, and then the echo tops just completely fizzed out. So this is definitely not any more of a threat than it was before from a tornado standpoint. But from a flying debris standpoint, it definitely still is. Go back to Jackson. It looks like the rotation near Redwood, north of Vicksburg, is starting to try and intensify again. So it might take a little bit. This was a apparent tornado northwest of Mound, Louisiana. Look at that. That definitely looks like a wall cloud right within there, and then a lowering, potentially of a funnel. Northwest of Mound, Louisiana. Looking through here, I'm trying to see if I can find some extra stuff. So now it's just these two cells, with the exception of the thing that's over in the Columbus Air Force Base area with all the debris. And yes, now the debris is starting to fly over the US Highway 82 area. Look back at Redwood here. And yes, that does look like there is still stuff there. I've also retweeted some stuff on Twitter that I can't show on stream, so if you want to go onto my Twitter, feel free to look at that. Yeah, I was getting some water from someone. They didn't want to be heard on the stream, so it's fine. We're also getting to a point to where there's little to no radar coverage. That would be the border of Mississippi and Alabama. Radar, 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 radar. Tornado that's heading straight into the middle of all of those, which means there is no coverage. I also brought me some sherbet up with my water. Try and fix my voice. Make it a little bit better at least.
Tornado warning for northwestern Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama.
So that's an extension to Alabama, which we kind of figured. We'd be heading closer to the Birmingham radar jurisdiction as well. And Birmingham can't even pick up on the rotation over near Snell, so that's a good luck from me, Chief. There is no way I'm going to be picking up that. But it looks like the one cell that probably still has a shot at being significant. One cell would be that one near Redwood. That would probably be the one that would be able to live the longest and still maintain shape. Hopefully that doesn't happen, though. Anything important in Iowa? No, not at the moment. Besides maybe some snow. But other than that, it's more of the stuff over here in Mississippi more than anything. With the exception of slight Alabama. The debris has now crossed the roadway. That is the good news. That means the people on 82 and 45 can now move safely. A tornado warning in Columbus has now been canceled and or expired. So now there's only 5 tornado warnings, but really it's just 2 different cells. They're on the Redwood cell. I'm not too surprised. How they'd be able to catch back up to it or get next to it, that's the real question. But yeah, that Snell and Cromwell cell, that thunderstorm, it's starting to get further and further away from the radar, which means we're going to have much more difficulty actually tracking it. So just assume that there's something tornadic that's heading off into Alabama now, near Ward and Cromwell, as well as Cuba and York. That would be my advice to the people downstream to this until the National Weather Service don't issue any more tornado warnings. Are there even any chasers on that cell or no? Doesn't look like there is anymore. Jordan Hall was on that cell. Wow, okay. Everyone and their mom is on the Redwood cell. Zane Hamilton. Oh, there's Kopic. There's Arnold. There's Clement. Big chaser convergence over here. Oh, I know these people. Chris Hall. Ryan Allen. Oh, look, it's Cassie. Hey, I know Cassie. I wonder if she saw anything today. Oh, the bot didn't have to subscribe. I forgot. It's not subscribers only. But it's fine. What is the thermodynamics looking at? What can I expect later on? So that's heavy amounts of 3 Cape. Any vorticity that lies within it, though, non-existent for the most part. And there's starting to be a capping that is taking place over the area. So we might see a downtrend in the event over the next hour and a half. I mean, there's already a downtrend, I should say, but like a complete downtrend. Yeah, it is a little chaser convoy over there. Outside of Columbus, Georgia. Is it safe to go to sleep tonight? Yeah, you're fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be good. It's only these areas over here in the orange and the red that really has to do some real monitoring. If you're in the yellow, I mean, if you want to watch out for it, you can. But it's just going to be some strong damaging winds for the most part. Might be a tornado, but I think it's more strong damaging winds. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Cell near Wesson? Where is Wesson? Wesson would be... It's not that one. Where is... Oh, that! There is a little rotation on that. It is a rinky-dink thunderstorm. It is a little teeny tiny one. So, I mean, that'll be something that we can watch for. Redwood, still definitely something over there. Take little bites of my sherbet before it all disintegrates. Any new pictures of damage or damage videos or pictures? I'm looking on Twitter. I can't find any. Yeah, I can't find anything. All right. So after further review, I haven't found anything. If you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @me. So we still have that rotation. It's still going. Not really all that strong. By the way, I appreciate everyone, you know, for however long you've been watching the stream. I really do appreciate you guys being here. I really do. Let's actually look through what I have retweeted here for the most part on Twitter. Of course, as I said, there's stuff that I can't share. But so there's the tornado that was over near Mound, Louisiana. That was by Matt Labonte from the Ridge Riders. Same thing with Connor Croft from the Ridge Riders there. There's the PDS Tornado Watch. That's the tornado that was over near Caldwell Parish. That would be near the Kelly and Clarkson areas. So that was the first large tornado of the day. I think there was like only 2, if not 3, large tornadoes. That was the first one, or probably the largest one out of all of them. can see just very large. You can see the power flash. That right within there. That was the tornado near Bassfield earlier on. You can clearly see large tornado right within there. Not sure. That definitely does look like a funnel near Yazoo, but that right there was Yazoo City. Yeah, I can't show that. And I can't show that. That's some strong winds near Muscle Shoals. My ears just evaporated. My ears legitimately just died. Large hail. Potential tornado there. So a bunch of different stuff. By the way, this was the snow that Jasmine showed. I'm not sure if Jasmine's still in the chat. But over there in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Really nice snowstorm over there. So. Yeah, it looks like that cell that is now approaching Satarsia is starting to get better organization, better rotation. There is definitely an updraft within the storm. Yes, there is 100% an updraft from the looks of it. Five hours before work. Yeah, you're all the way over there in the UK. You need to go to sleep. Go to bed. CP time. But yeah, good night. Thank you so much for hanging around. Do appreciate it.
Hello?
Oh, hey. How are you?
So I missed a lot, apparently.
Yeah, you sure did.
I'm dead.
When the
It's okay.
when the vorticity finally actually goes towards the ground.
Wow, amazing what happens, isn't it?
Yeah. So just a briefing. Kelly Clarkson died. Not the actual singer, but Kelly Clark. That cell did go, and it was a very large one. I retweeted a video on Twitter, so if you want to watch that yourself, you can. What parish was it? It was Caldwell Parish or Franklin Parish. So you'll be able to find that in there somewhere. And then we had the storm that was over near Columbus, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Did its thing.
That did its thing. That was pretty Monka-esque. You had a couple spin-ups that were northeast of Jackson. That was Monka-esque. And then we had another cell just about, half an hour ago? That was approaching Columbus near the Crawford area. It had strong rotation from Louisville all the way up to Crawford, and then it finally produced a tornado near Crawford. So, and then it died. So in its last resort. So if you were to take away from this was definitely a tornado outbreak. Because yes.
15 sig though. I say bona fide 10 sig, but I don't know about a 15.
Listen.
But at that rate, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, if it's a sig in general, I think it's fine, especially since it's only a 5% difference. But and there was a tornado.
Also doesn't help that
near Mound.
Also doesn't help that Twitter was overhyping this crap.
Dude, listen.
Like saying 427 unironically is not the play.
Listen, we all know.
Mm.
We all know some 13-year-olds were overexcited for this event. Dancyville had some rotation. Where's Dancyville? Where's that? Dancyville.
What?
Someone said in the chat that Dancyville has rotation.
I'm trying to find out where that is.
I don't know.
Oh?
Dancyville, Tennessee? Is that what it is?
Really?
It's northeast of Memphis, so that would kind of make sense. There's a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings over there. Like south.
No.
This south of Moscow. Oh, a couple frames before it had some pretty strong rotation, though. I'll tell you what. And then it died out.
Then it died again.
But yeah, it
Maybe
did.
has a tour
It did.
possible. It does have a tour possible. It's also severe thunderstorm warnings in the middle of nowhere, Kentucky.
Yeah, those
Actually,
are damaging winds.
somewhere.
Only the tornado warning in Alabama and the one that is approaching Yazoo City or whatever city you want me to
Something.
pronounce it by. But that one and the Alabama tornado warning are the only ones that are
Mississippi.
alive.
Mississippi tornado warning for Esquena, Warren, and Yazoo has some pretty solid elevated rotation, but it's not translating to the surface according to Spectrum with. And the thingy in, I was about to say Oklahoma, that's not correct. Alabama is just kind of dying out.
Too far away from the radar.
Well, among other things, it's exiting the best environment as well.
Bet you wish you were chasing, but it's always good to see you in the studio. Listen, I always wish I was chasing in specific events. You know, I always think that, you know, maybe if I had the opportunity to go chase, I might be in like the best position to go see stuff. And I even have all like the good camera equipment to document the stuff, right? But I mean, you know, and the fact of the matter is it costs a lot of money, and that's a lot of money that I don't have at the moment. And I've also
So leave a message at the tone.
yeah, true. And I also have other priorities. So
Hey, you can play Dixie Chasing Simulator when me and Caleb inevitably go balls deep into one of the events when we're out in Oklahoma, which is going to be a mistake. But you can probably plot our location, stuff like that.
Well, if I decide to go to OU, I'll be going with you guys, but
That is true. And I sure as hell won't be driving.
it will be me. It will not be Caleb either. I've seen that man. No.
The order of drivers is you, me, and Caleb. Caleb puts me over him, which is an interesting call.
No. I'd rather have the Tesla drive for me than have either one of you two drive.
Excuse me.
I'd rather have the Tesla drive.
Yeah, okay.
That says a lot.
Hey, I found the cold front.
Took you long enough.
Why? It's so far behind everything.
Could it possibly
That's
get
another
bad
thing.
in Birmingham? Nah, probably not. You guys are fine.
Gusty winds.
Gusty winds. Oh, that storm near the one that's the Alabama's, you know, tornado warning actually is starting to kind of look a little bit better now. It probably won't be tornado warned, though. It probably won't. Did you just try to, sing Sweet Home Alabama?
Possibly. Who knows?
Good Lord.
Sweet Home copyright.
Satarsia, hey, the rotation's starting to kind of diminish a little teeny bit. There could have been a little weak tornado, maybe. Satarsia.
I was going to say Sartatia would be how I would pronounce it. Actually, no, that's not right. Satartia. Yeah, okay.
What's the difference between Tornado Alley and Dixie Alley? So, funny thing about that.
Yes.
Funny thing about that. I'll give you the right answer and then the right answer. So there's two answers. Number one, there is no such thing as the difference between the two because they're all the same thing. All of which...
At the moment, at least.
All of which is Tornado Alley. That is a new tornado warning, by the way. And that's for Alabama.
That is tornado warning.
Southern Sumter County in west central Alabama.
That is in Alabama, in Sumter County. Unironically approaching the Demopolis area, and that should sound familiar to you, Morgan. But anyways. So, there isn't really a difference.
Dude, among other things, the days of 3/17/21 and 3/25/21 are probably going to stick with me more than any other events.
Yeah.
Because one of those I did with you, like, the whole time. And then the other one I did by myself because you went on vacation.
And to think I could have chased. Don't laugh at me.
That is another new tornado warning.
Where?
Tornado warning for
Southern
Amite County in southern Mississippi.
What?
Liberty.
It is Liberty. Hey, we've got a camera over there.
Oh no.
It's all the way in Macomb, but it's heading the same spot again. That is Liberty. Lexington, Kentucky? It better not. Hold up. Let's see.
No.
It better not.
I'm going to open up one more radar tab just as a floater.
I have an Omega tab that just does that. No, that's just strong damaging winds. Don't worry about it.
That is a lot of gusty winds.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Got a place for you.
Every single chaser known to man is in Satartia.
Well, yeah, because it's basically their last chance. That's another new tornado warning. It's basically their last chance before everything goes messy. Yazoo City again.
Central Yazoo County in central Mississippi.
Like I said earlier, Yazoo City try not to be under the gun 5 times in one event challenge. Nearly impossible.
So
that is a new tornado warning for that cell near Satartia that I think is kind of meh.
Morgan.
But what?
Do me a favor and click the mesoscale discussion that is over the moderate risk. I have never seen them correct a mesoscale discussion before, so that was pretty unique.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, I don't know what Yazoo City did to deserve this. What kind of microphone do I use? A Rode Pod. Rode Pod microphone.
Do not get Go XLR. I cannot tell you guys the amount of times that Nate has had fits with that thing.
It's pain.
And it's pretty amusing when it occurs.
It is pain. Go die. Go die. Go die.
Well, storms have decreased a bit with respect to organization in general over the past hour, likely due to modest after-dark stabilization. Some increases noted within streamers of showery convective cells south of the main convection, example across southeastern Louisiana and southern Mississippi, including hints of weak rotation. may be reflective of the aforementioned increase in low-level shear, which overall suggests that the potential for tornadoes continues across the area. Find it interesting that they don't mention significant stuff at this point. Not once in that outlook, or in that outlook discussion did they mention significant stuff.
Yeah.
So that part of it may be coming to a close. And if that's the case, we dodged a bullet today. This non-sig tornado outbreak is brought to you by low-level lapse rates, guaranteed to ruin any event in your local area.
This is also brought to you by slightly stable air above the surface.
And surface vorticity.
The thing that most people want, but it is very hard to get.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there a good free radar that it has all the different stuff like velocity settings? Doesn't my radar do that?
Really? It's a little bit messy in terms of
listen, no good radar is ever cheap. You got to pay a little teeny bit of money. But that's the reason why, Radar Scope and Radar Omega cost
Radar
so
Scope
little.
is a $10 flat fee.
Yeah, same thing with Omega.
Get any of the subscriptions.
It's flat. So I mean, you get that, you have a happy day. We had 3 strong tornadoes due to the strong vorticity. That was really it. The reason why all the other storms did not sustain as long as they did was the reason why there was low lapse rates. As well as, of course, the lack of vorticity. So both of those, in part due to each other, are the reason why we didn't have as big of a risk as we did today. Could have been a lot worse.
And one thing I do want to just mention, people seem to have not learned yet that that early morning lack of cloud cover does not really determine an event for thereafter. Example, saw numerous tweets this morning from chasers in southern Mississippi. 0 clouds. Meh.
Part of that was also due to the fact that there was some stable air from the high pressure to the northeast. You had a lot of dry air that was being sucked in from all that.
Yeah, so at that time of the day, that's probably going to occur. Meanwhile, I kept looking at speaking of veering, how did that go?
What?
How did that actually turn up? Like the veering of everything.
And the veering was fine. The veering was good. All right.
That actually worked?
Well, I mean, it's just, across the board, usually it was fine at least. There wasn't really any sort of issues across the board as, with that. Now, of course, some had sharper veering than others, but I mean, in this style of event, you need stuff to actually form in order to get, the byproduct of that. So,
correct.
All in all, I mean, when you have low lapse rates and you have little to no surface vorticity in specific spots due to lack of boundaries, that can be a pain.
And that is also, and I brought this up as well, people seem to not listen. The comparison to December 10th isn't fair.
Dude, there's 2 low pressure systems in this event, and December 10th had 1.
Yeah, and December 10th had 1. It was right on top of the event. This one has 2. The one from Canada is shoving the one that's driving this whole event up into the UP. Therefore, there's no boundary. Therefore, there's no vorticity. It's an unfair comparison. It's 2 entirely different setups on that front.
I think just people really love hoping for the worst. to satisfy their own enjoyment. And, you know, I know they mean well. They obviously don't want people hit by it, but it comes off as that. To where they're just like, oh wow, everything is going to be this. And I'm so excited for it because I'm going to see a once-in-a-lifetime event. That's cool
Like,
and
very
all.
cool. I would like to bring up something that I retweeted earlier. Something about, like, population vulnerability or something like that. Yes. So, Nate, I'm gonna send you this in our DMs here, and I want you to just go through it quickly while we have a small second here. This is maps of the nocturnal tornado fatalities in combination with the vulnerability of population because of infrastructure and stuff like that. Take a look.
I'll have you guys look at this here too, because I'm very interested in
Saw these maps when scrolling through this afternoon. I was like, oh, this is really cool.
So that's the annual nocturnal tornado fatalities.
Yes. Centered over the moderate risk.
Well, it's
Or
not
what was the moderate
entirely
risk?
sent.
Well, more over the enhanced.
But I mean, it's still the same area for the majority of it.
Mm.
And then this right here, heavy vulnerability. I mean, the Deep South, the South in general has heavy vulnerability to severe weather in general. A part of that is for two reasons. Number one, when you live in the middle of nowhere, you don't really have a whole lot of money to go off of, which means that some people can't actually afford to build heavy structures. Contrary to what it is over in like OKC, there is money over there, and so therefore they can build these sturdy structures that can hopefully withstand some tornadoes. That isn't the case in the Deep South because of just poverty. On the other hand, I mean, it's true. It's
yes.
poverty. It's on the other hand,
it's not even that. It's just like most of it is trees. No one really has area.
but like you could still dig up trees. You know, and Morgan just died. That's pretty funny. But you can still dig up trees and stuff like that. And yes, I know you just died. But I mean, it still is, you know, you still can't afford to dig up those trees. You still can't afford to build the big house. That's, once again, comes down to the amount of money that some people may have, which is unfortunate. It is absolutely unfortunate. On the other hand,
it's also a matter of it's not the longest time ago in which center of tornadic activity has shifted.
Well, yeah.
10 years is fairly recent as far as that goes. So, obviously, there's been stuff before that, but when I think of Dixie and I think Outbreak, the starting point is 427.11. Again, no, there was stuff before that. That is the poster child starting point.
Right.
That is something that I am probably not going to experience again for several years.
Well, there was also, I think it was the Birmingham EF5 in the late 90s, wasn't there?
Yes. Yes.
So that was the other thing too, to where you had that
you also have to
tornado.
You also have to bear in mind Tuscaloosa chunked southern Birmingham. The Tuscaloosa tornado went up. It went up whatever that is 20. Went up I-20 over North Johns, which is just to the west of the interstate, and then went south into Bessemer and Hoover, which is just south of Birmingham. That and on the beginning of 325, the first tornado emergency, Hoover and Indian Springs Village, just south of Birmingham. They've been through their own stuff.
Yeah.
And it's those areas along the major highways that actually are established places and can support infrastructure that can protect. I'm gonna just pull a town here.
Well, and while you pull a
Um,
town, to kind of bolster your point there, the reason why OKC and the reason why Moore and the reason why Tuscaloosa and Birmingham have actually, fortified their defenses with some of the infrastructure there is because they actually had experience to a significant event. But to some of these people who may have heard of the tornadoes and stuff like that, it might not also be that very high on a priority list, even if they have money. Because why would some people care about the weather?
Why would some people care about the weather and things that happen twice a year?
Exactly.
Like, it's not that big of a deal. Surely it won't impact us, right?
Surely.
100%. Say that to Centerville. Say that to Montevallo. Say that to Hoover. Say that to where else?
Yazoo City.
What else? Yazoo City. 5 times a year, I swear. Every event.
There's always something. There's always some place that always gets that activity over and over and over again. And,
Bassfield. Bassfield isn't much.
No.
Look at what they went through. Speaking of which, there is a tree.
You can always say Columbus, too.
Over there.
Columbus, Mississippi. Columbus, Mississippi, even the areas around it, that area from Columbus, Mississippi, all the way up to Tupelo. And you can even include Tishomingo, because Tishomingo had the tornado emergency back in early of 2020.
And then Tupelo had its own tornado emergency that was an EF2. Whoopity.
Well, but still, all these areas continuously get different tornado warnings, and they get consistent activity. This is just the area into which the activity is heightened. It's Alabama, it's Mississippi, it's Louisiana, it's Texas, it's Oklahoma, it's Kansas, it's Nebraska. And if you're in these areas, as unfortunate as it may be, that's just the climate. And I'm not even taking into account potential tropical systems that cause, tornado warnings within those areas. You think of Ida. Ida landfalled over in Louisiana. You think of how many times that spawned tornado warnings, not just in Louisiana, but in Mississippi and Alabama.
And then up, too. And, I don't know how long this kind of activity is going to last, because I don't know what the La Nina is going to do. It may very well be on its way out.
Well, I think it is going to be on its way out, because over the past 3 years, there's been a lot of building of abnormally hot, warm waters over in the Pacific, specifically
it just hasn't done anything.
Well, specifically the Eastern Pacific, yeah. But I think it'll eventually overflow. We'll probably start to see some lower stuff. DeKalb. Oh, wait a second. DeKalb. That sounds very familiar, doesn't it?
That is linear. That is very linear. Shukalak.
That thing?
That is linear.
Whenever I hear about Shukalak, I'm always thinking the one stream. It's Sugarlock, first off. Second off, yeah, bruh. What do they think it is, Slippy? What do they think it is? Just out of curiosity. Because it's lower level lapse rates and it's the stability of the air that didn't allow the storms to really take advantage of everything. Not to mention, we also have to take into account, Morgan, the other fail mode. And I think this actually happened the most.
Mergers
and oversaturation of 0 to 3.
Dude, there was no breaks. Maybe 1 or 2 from 0 to 3. And I said that the environment is too moist.
Because,
it's going to overconvect.
Every single time an updraft tried to sustain, it just took 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then it said, nope, you know, I'll
and
just...
then collapsed on itself.
And I think that
'cause
could be
rain.
part of the reason why some of the storms didn't produce tornadoes, is because it just... You had rain that bogged it all down as well.
You know what? Mesoanalysis, skew T-maps.
That is a good idea.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mississippi, 100%. All the way. All the way except for the one dry spike at about 4 kilometers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Particularly where all the activity is occurring in central and northern. Very saturated. And, you know, I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to say this for the first time because I'm usually very unconfident with some things that I say. I was right. I said lapse rates would be an issue. I said vorticity boundaries would be an issue, although one did eventually form, and that spawned stuff.
Yeah, that vorticity boundary.
I said oversaturation from 0 to 3 would be a problem. I said stuff overconvects when you get towards later at night, because stuff really can't wear off as much.
Apparently, this is what someone said of what happened in this event.
This is what...
Hold up.
This is what happens when social media doesn't impact your forecasting choices.
Listen to this here real quickly, Morgan. Quote, it's not the lower level or lapse rates. It's the 700 millibar winds in the LLJ that was a bit later than forecasted, which means there were a bunch of cold pools from prior supercells before the wind profiles actually got good. This had nothing to do with the lower level lapse rates. Dude, how did the cold pools actually form? How did they form?
How do cold pools form? that is step one.
How do they
going
form?
Into like lapse rates and stuff like that.
How do they form? It's because thunderstorms die. It's because updrafts die.
Anvil precip.
It's because of the outflow boundaries that they try to create and they just linger even if the storm doesn't do anything. You know, it's just like... Congratulations. Congratulations. If it really was the 700 millibar winds that really held this event back,
then I don't even think that's true.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
I'm gonna just look.
All you need. All right, believe it or not.
No, that's not true. That is just simply wrong. I'm sorry. That's just not correct.
Oversaturated essentially means it's too moist within certain profiles.
So, this is my cue for Nate to go pull a random sounding from something like that. Like, go into an old model run and pull up a random sounding. If he pulls something like that up, really from any point, any model, you'll see in the skew T chart that the red line for temperature and the green line for dew points are very closely connected all the way up through about 800 millibars, or roughly 3 kilometers. And I can
any
hear
particular
Nate clicking his
time?
mouse.
Any particular time?
No, I mean, if you want to take around 1Z, which is when stuff really kind of...
I'll take it at 0Z. I'll take it a little bit before,
okay.
And I'll take it right near where the SIG tornado was over in northeastern Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
0Z. That right there. Boom. The 700 millibar wind shear was due northeast at 60. The 1 kilometer shear was northeast at 50. So you had veering there.
Not the problem.
You had the veering
Not the
there.
problem.
Now, if you were looking at previous models, maybe. Actually, let's take a look at the NAM 3 kilometer. Let's see the Doomcasting model, right?
Oh, lordy.
At 12Z this morning. 12Z. Northeastern Louisiana. It showed the same exact thing. As a matter of fact, the NAM 3 kilometer shows the exact reason why you would think it wouldn't work, because it goes from 1, so it goes at the surface, which is almost due southerly winds moving towards the north at about 12 knots. And then you have your 0.5 shear, which is north-northeast, your 1 kilometer shear, which is almost due northeast. It's actually more, if you were to tilt it a little bit further north, that actually would be the case at 50 knots. And then your 3 kilometer shear is actually true northeast at 50 knots. So if you paid attention to the name 3 kilometer, you probably would have gotten today's event right. But who pays attention to that? Who cares?
Linear model.
Who cares? I want to see real quickly. I want to go to the RAP
Looking
model.
at the NAM 3 kilometer to forecast events? No.
No. Why would you do that?
Yeah, a very good question. I do want to note that Liberty is kind of trying Macomb. That tornado warning down there in southern
The RAP
Louisiana.
will always be one of the better models in all of models. I'm telling you right now, the RAP loves.
It's not over aggressive, but it's got a safe floor. I'll tell you what.
Well, actually, you want to... So, take a look at the Hodo map right now. All right. And then I'm going to send you a sounding.
Mesoanalysis?
Yes. And then I'm going to send you a sounding. So, even though right now we're at 1 or 2Z, something like that.
It is... We're going on 3Z, actually.
3Z. All right. So, just assume that the environment shifted from northeastern Louisiana to central, Mississippi near Jackson.
I can go back, actually. I can go back.
Well, don't worry about it. That's what we got.
Got a place for me.
Does that
Where'd you take that? Same area of Louisiana?
Northeastern Louisiana, yeah, same area.
Yeah. Dude, that lines up with 1Z. That hit the nail on the head.
And that model run was what? 18?
18.
Yeah,
18Z, so noonish.
Not terrible. If you looked at the RAP, you probably would understand what's going on in this event.
Balanced as everything should be.
True facts, I do admit.
Listen, my point, the less tornadoes, the better.
True.
And I do want to, and I'm just going to go ahead and say this now, and I'm going to be totally honest. Social media is a terrible drug. Folks, if you've been on Twitter, particularly as of late, watching people forecast this, people are smart. These guys know what they're doing. Social media influences thoughts significantly.
Oh yeah.
And I refused all the last few days. I've refused to fall victim to the overhyping. And I'm generally a conservative forecaster. Nate can attest. I'm a very conservative forecaster. I did not think that everything would be solved by morning sunlight. I didn't think that was the case. Yes, this verified. Maybe not a significant outbreak, but yes, this verified. No, it did not verify to the overhyping it was being projected to. It was not a 1210. It was not a 427. It was not a 325. None. Nada. Okay, I'm done. Sorry. That just bothers me beyond belief.
So there's Macomb. We put the camera back up top so that way you guys can see the storm that's just outside of Macomb.
Oh, what happened to your storm chasers?
Oh, they caught some stuff that was over near Yazoo City. And then they decided, and I don't know why they decided this, but at the same time, they kind of live up in Kentucky, so maybe they were just going to try and think, oh, well, I'm going home anyways.
Go home.
They decided to go after the storms that were over in Arkansas that had a tornado warning and a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. And I was like, well, do you want to see any more tornadoes? And they're like, well, we got a 10-hour drive to get back, so, I mean, of course we do. But, we're just not sure if any stuff can actually happen near Vicksburg.
It's
and
night,
I'm like,
it's Dixie, it's grungy.
well, but I told them, I said, well, if you do want to see tornadoes, I'm telling you that the best environment is near Vicksburg, and you should probably go get it. And they're like, nah, we're going to pass. So that's fine. I mean, they caught us, caught us like a funnel cloud / tornado that was over near Yazoo City. I'm not too concerned about that. They did a very good job in helping us, get information out. Even if it was limited, it did help us out. It really did. So I'm always happy to see that. Oh, really?
It was definitely overhyped by social media, but the SPC convective outlook was also grim. I agree.
As
The
Maka
SPC also forecasted the lapse rates to be a little bit less modest than they actually were. They thought that previous precipitation and cloud cover eroding would help that, and it did some, but not enough.
I want to actually see real quickly.
I still think DeKalb is linear, but that may just be me.
It still kind of is. That's pretty funny, Slippy. I'm not gonna lie.
Tornado warning and oh no. That is 119 under 13. That's not fun. Yeah, that is a strong rotation heading up towards Smithdale. I gotta say, west of Macomb, that thing is going. No CC drop
That is
as
a
of
new
yet. New tornado warning.
Oh, that is an extension.
Tornado warning for Lincoln County in south central Mississippi, northern Lawrence County
Bog
in south
Cheeto,
central
Monticello,
Mississippi,
and Brookhaven.
southeastern Franklin County in southwestern Mississippi.
Yeah, I mean, that one, there's actually 2 rotations there. There's the one near Smithdale, and then there's the one near Brookhaven.
Yeah, this is true.
I also don't think the Smithdale cell is has got any contamination whatsoever, which means that might actually be real raw data for once.
For the first time in forever.
Oh my god, I don't like you.
Dude, I've had enough weather Twitter for a couple of days. I want to go home. I got a place for me.
Yep. Night ambush. Nice to see you around. It does have some pretty nice spectrum width. What are the current photographs of this area? Pretty decent viewing, actually. Pretty decent.
Yeah, it isn't bad down there. It isn't bad down there.
There is no surface vorticity, though, which sucks, but doesn't suck at the same time.
Womp womp. It's not completely saturated, though, so I wonder actually if it's gonna let itself live for a bit and not drown itself.
It's in an area of really good lift, though, I will say. But it also is slightly, ever so slightly elevated. But not terribly.
Look from New Orleans. Why?
That's pretty
Is New Orleans farther than Jackson?
Very nice elevation, I'll tell you what.
Might as well run the fade. I don't think so.
Yeah, that kind of does make sense.
Yeah, I don't think so.
That also slightly makes sense. Actually, you know what? It does make a lot of sense. That is a pretty big, cold pool. There's a couple of them, actually. Oh. So there is still some advection. It's just ever so slight. Light green. That would result to more than likely higher temperatures. Higher temperatures, decent dew points.
To whoever
higher dew
said there's a
points.
TDS in Alabama from the from Columbus radar, please double check your reflectivity with your correlation coefficient values. It would save us all the headache. Because what's going on west of it may be a tornado, it may not, but spectrum width does not overlap, and nor does ZVR. We're also looking up 10,000 feet, so it's very hard to tell.
That's still near
But I'm
Auburn
less inclined to
still.
say that is. O'Reilly's Auto Parts.
Yeah, Slippy, he's really emphasizing our point and partially your point, although you didn't fully explain that. Yeah, yes, it is. Cold pools are essentially a natural process in thunderstorms, you know, whether they survive, they die, or whatever. What we are saying is, okay, cool. Thunderstorms would have survived if it weren't for the fact that you still had it to sustain in the first place. But due to the fact of it either A, being oversaturated, or B, not being able to sustain its updraft due to lower level lapse rates, you still had vorticity in some spots. They just weren't in the surface.
If the profile from 0 to 4 wasn't so saturated, you wouldn't have all this excess moisture. Therefore, you wouldn't have all this excess cold pooling. Therefore. Yes.
They're 5.
So they're 5. Yes. Auburn is a B word, by the way. So it all it snowballs. It definitely snowballs when it comes to that, and that's why weather's so hard to predict. Even with all these tools at our disposal, that's why it's so hard to calculate. And honestly, I don't, and obviously there's a bunch of people that are, but I feel like the SPC doesn't get enough credit because we weather, I'm going to say we as a general term, myself included, we weather weenies on Twitter with our pivotal weather and our COD. Go and look at model runs and try to interpret our best when those people have degrees and have known what they're doing for decades in some instances. So we can aspire to be that next generation, but you have to understand how cold pooling works first. I'm such a terrible person. No. Dang it. Oh, what are you? New NOAA.
That's pretty funny. I didn't know they had this.
Hey Nate.
I want to look at memes. I
would like a second opinion really quickly.
Not terrible, actually. Yeah, go
Jackson
for it.
radar, south of the tornado warnings in Liberty. CC, velocity, reflectivity. I want a second opinion.
South of the tornado warning. Where?
Liberty. So northwest of Liberty.
What the heck is that?
Thunderstorm.
Hail.
Yeah, I think so too. I just wanted a second thought. There is some
CC just alleviated back into to higher values. But the previous scan, I would say either hail or I would say 3-body scatter spike, which could also be due to hail.
Yes. You know, that's
Thanks, Captain Obvious. Very cool. Time to go.
yeah. You kind of answered your own point.
So the correct answer is hail.
Do you think the damage toolkit will be updated or whatever tomorrow?
No.
They're not doing anything tonight.
No. I don't think it will be.
Either tomorrow or a while from now.
I think it'll be ready by Thursday. Oh, I do need to do this real quickly though. I'll be in my. I'm in this room, so I'm still available to talk. But give me a second here. I need to open this package.
You know, open this package.
Yes, I had a package that I took up here.
Boy. Just gonna do a quick flyby of everything. Scuba is still linear. That's nice. Everything else is either a mess or hail. So, you know,
With the
at this
exception of
rate.
Auburn. Auburn is Maka S. Why did they have to put so much packaging for such a little thing? Not that serious. Oh well, it's a fine addition to my collection.
Meridian. Let's take a look. Meridian should be. It actually should be mostly fine for the rest of the evening. Everything's around them.
Open the package, please.
Open the package. No.
There's no reason why it had to be this heavy.
Nate ordered diapers. 100%.
Excuse me?
This is someone in your chat said.
That's not very nice. Open! Please!
When do y'all think the new EF scale will come out? It's not going to be new, it's going to be revised.
Definitely.
Because this is actually, I'm getting the chance to actually use a saying that I've wanted to. The bones are there, but it's really missing the meat.
They put a bag inside of a bag inside of a bag inside of a bag!
It's better than a box and a box and a box and a box.
Give me this. Enough is enough.
Is December 10th the craziest coverage you've done so far? Possibly for Nate. For me, it was 325.
No. The craziest event that I've ever covered is, Easter. That'd be
Easter,
April 12th,
that's true.
2020. Alright. It works. Haha. That is some good stuff. I'll tell you what. Alright, it is a fine addition to my collection. Is it as small as these other ones that I have? The answer is yes. This is very good. Alright, I'll give props to whoever can guess what that is, but I'm pretty sure no one can guess it.
Stream Deck.
No.
No.
No. It is not.
The damn figures that you were talking about the other day.
Shut.
Am I right? I'm not name dropping, but am I right?
Yeah. It's a fine addition to my collection. I've actually never had this one, believe it or not. It is definitely a thing, but I can't give you credit for that. So that's 1 out of 6 of them that I can get. Actually, I technically have 2 of them because the other one's right here.
Okay. Time to start multitasking.
Multitasking? What's that?
I have to do homework because I'm going to bed sooner than I usually do tonight.
That's right.
I feel
you
like
have
crap.
something.
Time to do my music theory homework.
Can we see what the scuba storm is doing? Yeah, but there isn't really like much to see from it. I mean, the radar is kind of... This is really the best view that you can get from it. What if we go to Birmingham? Can we see what's happening from that now? Oh, the Demopolis tornado warning got canceled. So now there's only 1. Yeah, not really too much rotation. A lot of strong damaging winds, if anything. Madison, Georgia. Anyone that really lives in Georgia, they'll be fine. They'll be fine for the night. Might get some strong damaging winds, but no tornadoes, I don't believe. Yeah, Bogue Cheeto. It might be under the gun for this thing. This thing is definitely still here. Is weather supposed to be bad in Laurel, Mississippi? Well, you had a storm that went near you guys. It was close to being bad because it actually produced a tornado, one near Bassfield, and then the other was over near Stringer. As for these other storms, it's kind of difficult to say at this time. If anything, it'll be very, very late tonight if anything happens. But other than that, not really. I wouldn't anticipate too much. But yeah, Bogue Cheeto and Wanilla. These 2 storms could potentially try to produce tornadoes. That's a bruh. Yeah, Oma, Wanilla, Sontag, Bogue Cheeto. Man, oh man. long and straight. That's not how that works. You still had veering to the south. Oh
Are you
well.
reading what was said?
Just
Slippy.
did he send it to you?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
If he's talking about the stuff in northern Mississippi and Arkansas and Tennessee, then yeah, sure. I mean, all the main stuff. Sure. Seems Bogue Cheeto now has a very, very nice looking beaver. Even though it's had a beaver for a while, it's now got a very, very interesting looking one. Union? Where's the Union? Oh, what is that? Hey Morgan. Do me a solid. Northeast of Forest, northwest of Meridian. Severe thunderstorm warning near Union.
You're gonna need to give me just 1 second here.
What environment is this thing in right now? Hold up. I gotta see.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's in the long track environment.
That is a tornado warning for that.
Tornado warning for northeastern Newton County in east central Mississippi, central
they did
Kemper
not
County
hesitate.
in east central Mississippi,
That is a
southeastern
large
Neshoba
box.
County in east central Mississippi.
It's a long box. It's not really even large.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is a long box. Yeah,
A storm came from the south of it, merged, and there was convection in the inflow notch. This is what I'm talking about. It's doing it to itself. It's too saturated, and when the convection bubbles around the inflow notch, it chokes off the storm.
now it really depends because you could get mergers that actually help it. So I guess we'll just have to wait to see if it actually does. But this is some whack stuff right here, Chief. Pretty strong rotation within that as well. But that is a very skinny warning. Skinny, skinny, skinny. But that is pretty funny, I'll tell you what. I'm actually relatively curious. Supercell North. Oh yeah, that mesocyclone really developed within like a short period of time. It did, it did.
Now what? Yep. Nope. Not happening.
What?
That thing.
But displaced.
Not happening. Go look at the SKU maps. Not happening.
Bruh.
Not happening.
Interesting. Ooh. That does pique my interest. I'll have to take a look at that in the next scan. Eh. Dun 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 doo 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 doo.
My God, it did displace. And it has no upper levels to speak of.
I will say though, Morgan, they do bring up an interesting point that I've been thinking about for like the past 10 to 15 minutes. And hear me out. Hear me out. Most events with those long track type photographs are pretty hit or miss. And part of it is because you have half streamwise vorticity from 0 to 3, and then you have half crosswise vorticity. And the more streamwise vorticity you get, the higher chance of which you could potentially get a tornado. Well, if you start to get lower and lower amounts of streamwise vorticity, which is what they're claiming with the lack of backing at 700, which is, I see partially of it, then you don't get your stuff.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not the reason this crashed and burned, though.
Definitely not.
Ow.
But it is interesting to like think about, to say, hey, you know, a lot of these Dixie events, they typically have those situations to where it's more of like your long tracker type photograph. And it just doesn't do as much. What am I eating? My dinner, my supposed dinner. Actually, it's a sausage and a hot dog bun. They have 4 that hit Harrison, Ohio. June 2nd. Oh, that's crazy, Will. What about Kentucky? Just strong damaging winds. Don't worry about it all too much. I'll even show you what I mean by that here.
Mm-hmm.
It said Western Kentucky, right? Or no, just Kentucky in general. A lot of special weather statements. A lot of scatter showers and thunderstorms.
Wait a second.
Wait a second.
I'm calling a timeout.
Timeout. Morgan J. Fold. His first of the half.
I need to look in the Northeast for tomorrow. I want to see if I'm getting my funny wind. Shallow rooted showers with funny. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Only him would fanboy over wind.
Oh my gosh. That is 22 HRRR.
Only him, chat.
And let me have my moment. I haven't seen any kind of significant weather since
Significant?
beginning of October.
Significant?
Significant.
Really?
Server weather.
Significant?
Well, significant is a general term.
What about Louisiana? Unless if you're in northern Louisiana, you're pretty good for right now. If you're in northern Louisiana, though, you definitely could get some storms with some spotty hail and maybe some strong damaging winds. But other than that, not all too much. Not all too much. Is Hawaii okay? I hope they're okay. Isn't
There was an eruption there.
That's what I was about to say. Isn't there like an eruption over there? There's also a blizzard warning near Cheyenne. It actually is Cheyenne.
It's November 29. What else is new? It is winter after all. Sort of. Kind of. Enough.
Talk about frostbite as well.
Oh. Excuse me. I would like you to take a look at velocities around the tornado warning.
There's 2 of them. Which one?
Auburn. No, Auburn.
Bogue Cheeto.
That is a.
Oh, that's another. What is that?
That is a strong rotation.
That kind of looks a little bit like side lobe, though, as well.
Maybe minorly. But Bogue Cheeto is a straight up B word. That's just all it is.
Bogue Cheeto, definitely. Auburn. You see how the velocities amplify as it gets further and further towards the actual. And then it, like, just cuts off. That's the reason why I'm, like, saying, you know, potentially with that.
It's definitely spinning. I don't think it's as significant as it looks.
Right. And of course you have shivers. Shiver me timbers with that, you know, that rotation over there. So essentially we have 4 areas of rotation and 3 different TVSs on our screen. Make that make sense, Weather Weenie?
Yes, sir.
Jesus loves everyone with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Lapse rate's looking great for volcanoes today. Yeah, clearly. Yeah, so once again, Shivers and then Smithdale / Auburn. That's some whack stuff over there. really it's this entire area from Polkville, Puckett, Mendenhall, McGee, Raleigh, New Hebron, and Shivers, all the way up to Wanilla, Oma, and Monticello, or Monticello. All those areas need to watch because you got like 3 different areas of rotation, 3 different supercells that are like marching up and down the line. 1 storm, 2 storm, 3 storm. If you want to count northeast, 4. That is some side lobe again. Storm is trying to go down towards it again. Is there any vorticity? Real question. There's some slight vorticity north of it. Ew, what is that 3 cape behind that? Hey Morgan.
Hey, me.
Can I have you consider the following real quickly?
Once I finish this problem. Okay, what?
Is there some vorticity on those cells near Auburn?
Oh no.
Hey, Chief. Is there some vorticity on those cells near Auburn? Hey, Chief.
You know, it's almost like I know what I'm talking about, hey?
Hey, Chief. Listen. That surface vorticity came out of nowhere. Alright, don't let anyone else tell you anything different.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a correlation.
There is a boundary that's here, clearly. I will say that. And these storms are doing things. They are definitely doing things. Don't let anyone else tell you anything different. There's also a lot of lightning. Or at least there's a lot of lightning with the Bogue Cheeto cell. And then there's some lightning over near the Auburn cell. But there's nothing near
Nate.
Shivers. What?
Nate,
What?
I can't make this up.
What?
You mentioned that, and they mentioned this.
What?
I'm not having fun anymore.
Oh boy! It's almost as if I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Wow! Yang. So for people who don't know, that is a new mesoscale discussion that has been issued for this little rinky-dink line that's over from Thompson and Bogue Cheeto and Auburn all the way up to Forest and Raleigh and New Hebron. I'll read the mesoscale discussion. Quote, tornado risk appears likely to be maximized in a narrow zone from southwestern to east central Mississippi over the next hour. Make that make sense, Weather Weenie. I'll tell you what.
Nate is the weather, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't understand this. I don't. When did that MCD actually come out? That's a real question.
1 minute ago.
1 minute ago? Actually, it's
9:22
still.
Central. 3 minutes ago.
Good thing I noticed that vorticity. Jeez. Meet me in the hotel room. I kinda want to see the wind shear and the photograph maps. Oh wow! Look at that! Your wind shear can still slightly veer and it still be tornadic. Who knew? Who knew? I didn't know. I didn't know. Oh, excuse me, what?
Hey, Nate.
Just hold up. Timeout.
Timeout. Nate Snyder. His first charge timeout of the half. This will be a 30-second timeout.
Um. Huh. So, don't look now. The surface to 500-meter storm relative helicity within this environment is above 200 meters squared per second squared. That's actually pretty good. That is an ouchie.
I mean,
So you got your surface vorticity right within there.
start the per circle that those cells stay elevated? Question mark.
Yeah, probably.
I gotta keep doing my music homework.
That's not what I wanted. Oh, there's a lot of advection near those storms currently. I think it's because the wrap is picking up on that advection. The storm is actually pulling in the moisture from the stuff around it into these storms. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. What's the storm over here in Union and Prismatic
Wait,
doing?
I can do that. And then just do that.
Discussion
That makes so
why?
much more sense.
Is that what it was earlier?
That's why it was corrected.
Oh,
Because that was the original thing.
We're starting to get some interesting pictures here out of Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. That would be the SIG tornado that was over that you missed just barely. And this is some of the damage from it. I'll full screen that.
Where's your homework? A tornado ate it. That'll be my excuse in college.
Yeah, for real. Oh, that one looks a lot more serious. Definitely a 2 at minimum. Oh, there's a dog. Poor dog.
There's a dog.
Poor dog. Yeah, 2 at minimum, might be higher, depending upon the structural integrity of the actual building. That would be what I would think. The song is stuck in my head. That is pretty cool, I'll tell you what. How's Tennessee looking? Tennessee is looking all right. I got just some few storms, but it's not really anything significant. It's stuff in Mississippi and Alabama. Really in Mississippi, though. Specifically southern Mississippi. You know, this kind of reminds me. There's a mesoscale discussion that looked very similar to this. But obviously it's not to the extent of... This mesoscale discussion right now is not to the extent of that mesoscale discussion that I'm referring to. But it does kind of remind me of that, just ever so slightly. Ah, those days. I feel like I'm not an old man. but I'm an old man. Weather passes by too slowly. Every minute of the day, it just keeps going. Oh, there's quite a bit of lightning.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah.
Ovechkin broke Gretzky's road goal record.
Shake.
403.
Rattle and roll. Shake, rattle, and roll. And that's in Vancouver tonight, too.
Correct.
Yeesh. He's going to break Gretzky's record. He's going to break all the goal ones. Or at least I think he will. Will the wind be any concern in Maryland tomorrow? Maybe if you're along the bay, but other than that, probably not. Yeah, Alex Ovechkin broke the record for the most road goals. How's it looking in Tuscaloosa? Tuscaloosa, as of right now, should be fine. Just have some scattered showers and thunderstorms that'll be moving into your area, although do take into account there is a severe thunderstorm warning outside of your area, not in your actual county, but in Greene and Sumter counties. That can be associated with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So just be advised, that area could try to move off into your general vicinity, and I'll actually place a storm track here just to see. Very well could also be further south of you as well. So if you do see some heightened amount of activity in regards to the weather, don't be surprised. It'll be within the next probably 30 to 45 minutes. And, yeah. Definitely, I'd say at minimum some strong damaging winds if you don't see some large hail. Okay, let me refresh that. If you're on the eastern side of the bay, then maybe. I'm gonna take this picture of Macomb off my screen. Person on Twitter named Miss Frizzle followed me. You, when you decide to be the driver of our storm chasing vehicle. Seat belts, everyone.
Oh, God. There'd be more than that. Full sumo wrestler padding.
Oh, boy. Someone play the Magic School Bus theme.
Lord.
What does the entire look like for the next 432 days? Blech.
What?
El
El Nino?
Nino next year, which means heightened severe weather for more than likely the Central Plains during April and May.
Oklahoma!
Oklahoma.
Yes.
Northeastern.
Hopefully it's
But
not
you were
during
near-
finals week.
Never mind. I clearly have no idea about the geography of the Chesapeake Bay. Clearly have no idea.
Okay, screw it. Got the idea. I'm gonna do the
So
other
yeah,
stuff.
it'll be pretty snowy. And then oh, there is no way. I just got sidetracked on purpose. That's pretty funny.
On purpose. Sidetracked on purpose.
This is what James Spann said. By the way, I love James Spann.
Subscribe, here's what
Dude's
the YouTubers
wicked
do.
smart.
Hey, ring the bell, subscribe, do whatever.
Yeah. Hit the bell and you'll be notified when we're live.
You'll get
NATO
notification
cast.
when we're live.
Excuse me.
So see, we
need a
I wanna
recording
be a
of that.
YouTube hipster. So no, seriously, people say, how can I watch you on Roku or Apple TV or Fire Stick or Chromecast? All the we call it over-the-top solutions. Really, for severe weather coverage, the best way of doing it, and breaking news, it's to watch our YouTube channel, ABC 3340's YouTube channel. And a lot of you are watching there. Some are watching on the face bag side. And again,
Subscribe to their channel.
Subscribe, whatever the word is now for the YouTube pages. But it is very helpful. We want you watching on your phone. Because I understand, tornado season is just starting here. Our tornado season here is November through May, okay? And so this won't be the first time or the last time this happens for the next 6 months. And we want you to be able to take that coverage with you in your hand into your safe place. And it's often more convenient to do that through YouTube or Facebook, since they've got the capacity and most people have those apps, and it's easy to do that. And if you want to watch it, through Apple TV or whatever. But let me just say one more thing. Don't forget, a lot of young people have no idea that local television is free over the air. It doesn't cost a dime. And a little cheap antenna, and you can pick up all these local stations, and the quality is unmatched. And you get all the, some of it's not that good, some of it's great. I mean, ours that we own here, 21.2 is my favorite. Antenna TV. It's these old shows. I watched Green Acres on that thing the other day, and I was laughing so hard I was crying. There
you go.
Here's what the YouTubers do. Hey, ring the bell. Subscribe. Do whatever.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, that's pretty funny. But he does bring up a value, an actual, good point. For the people who are actually in their safe spaces, we want people on YouTube to try and see, the coverage live, because it's easily accessible to most people. It's on their phones and stuff like that. So we want to, make sure that you guys are with us during this coverage, so that way if there's anything that changes, we may be able to tell you guys. We want you guys to be safe and stuff like that. And we also want, the streams, whether it's Span's coverage, whether it's my coverage or someone else's coverage on YouTube, or, whatever local news, we want it to kind of be like a little bit of a comfort screen, if you know what I mean. You can take comfort that we're watching over. We're trying to make sure that, hey, if anything does change, we're telling you exactly what's happening with these significant storms and stuff like that. So, hopefully you guys feel that way. Yeah, his coverage of 2011 was absolutely crazy. Now I'm gonna
so
be
well done too.
It was so well done. That was actual perfection. Actual perfection.
I find myself rewatching that footage because it's actually fully up on YouTube now.
Right.
Obviously there were a couple hiccups because of the earlier squall line that took down all the webcams and stuff like that. Didn't skip a beat.
And I try to use that same format and the same things that, Span constantly refers to. Every tornado warning is important. It doesn't matter about how many whatever people live in a tornado warning. If there's multiple tornado warnings, they're equally impactful to people, even if one has more populous than another. So you have to treat everyone with the utmost respect, and you also have to make sure that the people who are watching your broadcast also know what's happening within those tornado warnings. So, that's the reason why I always try to get to the new tornado warnings, or I try to look at all the tornado warnings, to make sure that if anything does happen, you guys are one of the first ones to know. You guys know exactly which one I'm talking about. All sorts of the other ones. I really want to watch out for every single one.
New tornado warning.
Extension more than likely? Yes, it is.
Yes.
Tornado warning for eastern Simpson County in central Mississippi, southwestern Smith County in central Mississippi, Lawrence County in south central Mississippi, northwestern Covington County in southeastern Mississippi, northwestern Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
Storm in Palmetto, Louisiana. It's all the way over there. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation on that. Let me look to see if there's anything over here. No. All right. Let's go to Capo. Oh, yeah. Only looking up 6,000 feet. But yeah, there's 2 areas of rotation in Louisiana over there. It's along that same area. Is this a new boundary that's developing? Better not. I don't know. Looks like there could be. Slight shift in the wind, maybe a weak boundary. Yeah, maybe.
All right. Heads up, I'm going to make my escape after 11 o'clock, my dudes, because I do need sleep. Jeez, I've got. Goodness, I suppose. Suppose Wednesday, my dudes, is a thing for me for the next 2 weeks. Actually, come to think of it. We got to practice tomorrow after school. And then next Wednesday, oh my god, next Wednesday is going to be chaotic. I've got a tournament, and then I got to run home. I don't even know if I'll have time to run home. I have a tournament, and then I have a concert at 6. So,
Thank you, Matt, for the 10. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for coming out.
Want to consider.
So it's what, the next 2 weeks or the next 3 weeks?
Just the next 2 weeks, because then once matches start, it's not every Wednesday, but it is a handful. Okay, I'm almost done. Another tornado warning.
Another one?
Tornado
It's
warning
in
for
Alabama.
central Greene County in west central Alabama, northern Hale County in west central
Butte.
Alabama.
Oh,
Dude, it's the thing that I said was linear, bruh. I mean, I guess it's not as, but it's still kind of messy.
that spectrum width though.
Oh, you know, that thing to the southeast of it may be a bit more of an issue. The thing heading towards Centerville.
Yeah.
Let's
That
pull
ZDR
up,
though. Hart County, Kentucky.
Excuse? It's got no structure with height. Never mind.
It's right there. Yeah, there isn't really
Oh.
too much.
I know why they warned the thingy for Utah. Use Birmingham radar.
Yeah, I'm using it.
It looks much more discreet that way.
The ZDR though.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I see the wind.
On the other hand, it gives you another good view on that Greensboro cell heading towards Centerville.
Mm.
Yeah, don't worry about Kentucky. It's fine. Just some strong damaging winds. Nothing really more than that. At the end of the first period, the Capitals lead 3-1. Welcome to ice hockey. Oh! Hey, Morgan.
Hmm?
That might be a tornado on the ground in Utah.
That is a tornado on the ground in Utah. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is a tornado on the ground. If you're in Utah or Akron, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
Just one confirmed.
Did just go confirmed.
They are not hesitating. So if you're in Mountainville or Cypress or along 69 there, you need to be watching this as this heads off towards your area. Additionally, if you're in Yoline or Centerville, I would be watching out for this cell that's near Hayburger, just northeast of Greensboro. As this looks like it may have the chance to wrap up as it heads towards your area, although it is no upper levels, so it's going to be a very interesting little storm. Strong damaging winds at the very least, however.
Yeah, that is definitely a debris signature.
Oh boy. Nathan.
Hold
Hold up.
I was about to say
there
what
we go.
happened.
It is coming.
What is that? Oh, what in the actual?
Yep. No more La Nina.
It won't
Might
be
get
in time
neutral for a year.
for it won't be
Might
in
get
time.
neutral for a year before we get an El Nino.
Yeah, it won't be in time for
This spring, probably not.
no. So Akron, Utah, Cypress, Moundville. You guys all need to get in your safe space. Now, let me move my Omega over. McClure, Dara, Oak Village, New Prospect, Wedgeworth, Stewart, as well as Havana, Route 69, Route 60, Guinea, Cypress, Powers, Moundville, Harper Hill, Ingram, Phipps, as well as Hogglesville and Water Oak. You guys need to get in your safe space right now.
Thing is still producing a tornado as it goes just north of Utah. So Akron, you guys are in the direct path. You guys have 5 minutes. Get into your safe spaces now.
Oh, yeah. Thing is 100%.
And it may not be the strongest tornado, but it doesn't take much out there. Y'all saw the graphs.
Debris signature up to 10,000 feet so far.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in here live, guys, this is a new tornado warning. See the clockwise rotation? Yeah, you sure can. It would be down here near Utah, but yeah. That would be where the clockwise rotation would be. Which is pretty cool. Anything on that line to the northeast that's going to develop? Unlikely. Oh, it's still going. Yeah, it's going to go straight to Akron. So if you're in Akron, Alabama, you need to get in your safe space right now. You just passed Utah, trees in the interstate? Really? Jeez.
That is probably a strong tornado. Even though radar may not show it. Speaking. What are you doing?
Velocities may have dissipated a little bit, actually.
Well, you're also looking at mile. What in the heck is the cell to the east of it doing? I don't understand.
It's got my neck, I'll tell you what.
Mm.
Like a reflectivity and it definitely has my neck. Yeah, if you're in Dara, Oak Village, Akron, Evansville, New Prospect, and Stewart, you guys are in immediate danger here in Alabama. You need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, it's not Utah the state. It's Utah the city. Here's some damage pictures from Loudoun County. One of the tornadoes that went through earlier on. Looks to be EF1 damage for the most part from those pictures. At least that's what I see.
Not.
Yeah, Dara, Oak Village, Akron. Once again, if you're just tuning into the stream right now, we do have what seems to be a tornado ongoing at this time. If you live over in those areas, you need to get in your safe space.
Dissipating. Might be dissipating. Look at
slowly
CC
but
might be
surely,
damaged.
but flying debris is still in the air.
Yeah. 2x4 hitting someone in the head would be minorly unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Also, check my Twitter if you want to die inside a little. You're welcome.
So it dissipated and then it is recycling.
It is recycling. I don't know if it's producing another one quite yet, but
It'll get there at this rate.
it might go north of Akron, to tell you the truth.
Head to Cypress and Moundville. Yeah, I think it's moving a bit more northeast, so I think, yeah, it'll be going north of Akron to Cypress specifically.
Yeah. There we go.
Will the risk boundary include north of Atlanta past midnight? Unlikely. Unlikely. Well, Morgan, I will say, that timing was absolutely terrible, first off. Second off, hopefully this timing works out. Nope, I still got a couple more seconds, specifically 20 seconds.
See if the actual thing you did works.
It probably didn't.
That's unfortunate.
What event was
We'll see.
325? An event that I couldn't cover because I was over in Daytona Beach.
Dang it.
Oh, I
Doesn't
accidentally
sound like your
snoozed
thing
it.
did it. Okay, shut up, phone. Wait, I must do the deed.
What do you mean you must do the deed?
Saluting face.
Oh yeah, I guess that does work. There you go. With that being said, you very well might have to consider the following.
At this rate, yes. I suppose I'm gonna pray that nothing else goes haywire.
Well,
I
then-
don't think it will really at this rate.
Then what I will say is, can you cover me for like 1 minute or two? I gotta
Where
go
you
get
going?
some more water.
Okay.
I currently have it situated over the Akron cell. And I set it on a 3-panel. Actually, it's a 4-panel.
Oh, it recycled.
And that definitely is on the ground again.
That is on the ground again. So, folks, I'm going to say this once again. Nate and I have already gone through this. He's going to go get his water really quickly, which is fine. If you are in Cypress, if you are in Moundville, if you are along State Route 69, around that area, around those areas, in the Greene and Hale County limits, you guys need to go ahead and get into your safe spaces. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can pose many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation / tornado as possible. This does look like it is a strong couplet. We once again have debris lofting to over 7,000 feet. So this tornado did just touch down, but it could have some strength to it as it heads up towards the Cypress and Moundville areas. Beyond that, this storm really isn't fighting anything but itself, so it could make a run at the southern Birmingham area, although it is still hard to say at this time, as this thing is going to be cyclic for Kingdom Come. But beyond Cypress and Moundville areas, Duncanville and Uline along United States Route 82, which is just to the north of where that other cluster of storms is south of Uline. You guys also need to be watching out for this and the progression of the storm as this heads up towards your area. Let's see. From a reflectivity standpoint, it looks like it's a solid storm. From a velocity standpoint, definitely tornadic. And that is a large CC signature. That is unfortunate. So I'm going to say this once again. Cypress, you have 5 minutes safe space now. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building, like a bathroom or closet, interior room without any windows, or if you know of a storm shelter near your area that is underground or is made of solid material, get into that. That will certainly protect you if you are in those areas. This does look like it is a strong storm approaching the Cypress area, and it's unfortunate that I need to leave, but I need to prioritize my sleep. That cluster near Centerville really isn't doing much. So this really looks like all we've got at the moment. The only other tornado warning that is in effect is that one for Covington and Jefferson Davis in southern Mississippi. Those storms do look like they have good signatures, but at the same time, they're elevated, so nothing's really going to the surface there. There's not a whole lot to take away from that at this time. What else? Yeah, Nate, enjoy the CC signature once you get back to your computer.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Weather.
And it's still going. Man, oh man.
Be young, you don't need sleep. Listen, I've got tests and stuff, and I can't wait for college, man. I really can't wait. Schedule is gonna loosen up a lot more. It's not as much. It's not the 8 to 2:30 schedule that I've been doing for the last 7 years. It's gonna be such a different.
Yeah.
It's gonna be such a different life. I genuinely cannot wait. But yeah, Nate, with you being around, I'm going to make my exit. Okay. What is that?
That was my snooze alarm.
Yeah, it definitely was not the goal horn.
No. But yeah, you take care. I'll cover this for as much as I can for as long as I can.
Sounds good. You get some rest of your own, and I will talk to you tomorrow.
Yep, for sure.
All right. Good night.
Mm-hmm.
Take care, chat.
So once again, we are on our own, but we are covering what appears to be a tornado that is currently ongoing near Cypress and Moundville here in Alabama. If you know anyone who lives over here, they need to get in their safe space underground or lowest innermost part of their building. We take a look at the rotation here. Specifically, our radar is at the right-hand part of our screen. Our reds are moving away. Our greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that is right exactly where our lower correlation coefficient is actually at, which correlation coefficient essentially tells us as to whether or not the particles that are in the atmosphere that the radar is picking up, is the same or not. Do they reflect back within the same frequency as some of the others. If it doesn't, then it's non-meteorological, and that could show up as a low correlation coefficient. If they do reflect within the same frequency across the board, then it is a high correlation coefficient. Essentially, everything is practically the same, such as, everything is pretty much rain or everything is pretty much air and stuff like that. So that's the reason why we have a low correlation coefficient here, right next to where the velocity couplet is. That is because there is currently a tornado that is lofting debris up into the atmosphere, and it is currently doing damage. So, unfortunately, we would like to think that the stream is starting to kind of die down and stuff like that, but it is not. We have more cells that are continuing to rotate and are continuing to try and become tornadic, and as long as we're still streaming here, we can still anticipate that there is the potential for tornadoes to actually form within this area. And Cypress, if you're in the immediate vicinity of Cypress, Alabama, or Moundville, Alabama, or anywhere along Route 69 there, near Moundville or Cypress, you need to get in your safe space. This is definitely one of those things to where if you are not in a sturdy structure right now, you will be impacted by a tornado more than likely, or at least you will have some form of impacts from the said tornado, whether it's direct or indirect. So you need to continue to heed the National Weather Service warnings very, very closely and treat them with respect, so that way people may be able, or you may be able, to be safe. So if you know anyone who lives out in front of these, we talk about Cypress and Moundville being in the immediate impact zone, but we can go ahead and refer to areas out in front of this like Havana and Phipps, as well as areas near Hull and Duncanville. If you know anyone who lives over there or anywhere south of Moundville near Cypress, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. Please be sure to share this live stream with them so that we can continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible on social media. And by actually interacting with this channel, you actually help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, such as liking the live stream, subscribing, hitting the bell and stuff like that, or even chatting in the chat and stuff like that. That really does help us spread this information with as many people as possible. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already, as this storm does look like we do have a relatively strong tornado ongoing within this environment. And you can see right there is the debris ball. It's now a little bit south of Cypress here. If we actually take off the radar, this is some residential area. We do have some people who live within some of these areas. So I really am hoping that they don't get impacted majorly by this event. But yeah, anywhere south of Moundville, we have an ongoing tornado at this time that is impacting your area. And yes, you do have a history with Moundville, Sam. Looks like the rotation has weakened ever so slightly. So that's the good news. It looks like the debris signature has kind of fanned off a little teeny bit. I wonder if we have nothing but streamwise vorticity over here. No, we kind of have a little bit of a long track mode to where it's half streamwise, half crosswise. But it still looks pretty good. Lapse rates are pretty good. Your vorticity, you have some vorticity nearby. Yeah, some slight vorticity. Check the Buchanan, Georgia cell. That cell? I see a lot of strong damaging winds with that. I don't see anything really too tornadic. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So these cells over near Monticello, or Monticello, those ones are starting to rotate a little bit more. See you, Slippy, by the way. So we still have some rotation over there, and even near the Mississippi River, back near the border of Mississippi and Louisiana. Yeah, it looks like the velocities are starting to downtrend with that. The debris is starting to go down. It's starting to get watered down, fortunately. So it looks like the tornado might be starting to kind of water down a little bit. Might be some residual debris that's being fanned off to the north, believe it or not. Centerville does have some slight bits of rotation. Doesn't look all too strong in the upper levels, though, so probably won't produce a tornado over there, but definitely some strong damaging winds. Columbus Air Force Base, you have a severe thunderstorm warning that's getting closer to your area near Starkville. That is a boundary weak echo region, believe it or not. And yeah, there's your rotation. You have another supercell that's right within that area, so we still have a couple. We still have a couple, believe it or not. Thing is some whack stuff, I'll tell you. Sturgis, Longview, Starkville. Eventually that'll head back into Columbus, too. That will indeed head back into Columbus. Oh, from a distance, it looks like the Moundville cell looks so strong, but if we take a look at the Birmingham radar, it actually isn't. Or at least not at the surface. Pretty broad, pretty broad. Right there would be the rotation. Just crossing 69 right now. Actually may have already crossed 69. Are you safe in Tennessee for right? I would say yeah. If you're in Tennessee, you should be pretty good. There should be some strong, storms every now and then that could produce some damaging winds. Maybe show some lightning and thunder. But other than that, it should be fine. I think the tornado threat is a lot further down south. Away from you. Will Atlanta get hit? There's definitely some storms that'll move on through you, but they won't be super tornadic, if any. Yeah, they did say that there was the potential for the long track tornadoes, and it didn't really happen. The sustainability of a lot of these storms, at least from a tornado perspective, were not really there. A lot of occlusion. A lot of the storms temporarily diminishing. Why is Centerville trying to get stronger? Why do you do these things to me? Why, Centerville? Why? Yeah, Sturgis, Longview, Starkville. It does look like it'll start to kind of uptick in activity here relatively soon. Oh, come on. It's still there. They just issued a tornado warning for it, didn't they? They did.
Tornado warning for southeastern Octobeha County in northeastern Mississippi, southeastern Clay County in northeastern Mississippi, Lowndes County in northeastern Mississippi.
It never ends, does it? It really does never end. Sheesh. Region Weather Live with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to me, so thank you so much. And it helps support the channel. It really does, so thank you so much. Man, these storms just... It's the song that never ends. It is the song that never ends. The distribution with the wind shear, though, I'll tell you what. The ZDR arc does look kind of clean. Not super high, but it does look kind of clean. So maybe a future intensification within this storm? Possibly. But those are relatively weak for right now, so probably stuff to put on the backside. Oh, Centerville, come on, stop it. Oh yeah, there is more and more rotation with that. If a tornado forms off of that, that might be when I decide to say, yeah, it's time for me to go. Enough is enough. Isn't Mississippi State at Starkville? I don't know. That's a good question. It almost looks like it. The answer is yes. There's a giant stadium there. Yeah, Mississippi State University. That's pretty cool. I had no idea. A tornado warning for Moundville just got canceled. So it's now down to 2. Two tornado warnings left. I checked. Columbus just received a warning. Yeah, you guys are in a tornado warning right now with Starkville, Mayhew, and Artesia. So a tornado warning now. The storm's currently south of Starkville and Longview, right along Route 25. And it'll be approaching 45 alternate and 45 here. Within the next, I would say, 10-15 minutes. From the looks of it, the current trajectory also takes this storm near or north of Columbus as well. So I would watch out for that as well. So basically almost a similar path to the cell that approached Crawford and produced that tornado earlier. Two tornadoes actually impacted near Columbus. There was the one north of Crawford and south of Artesia. And then there was the other one that's near Steens. If you guys remember that. The PDS tornado warning that was off near Steens. And 12 all the way to like Millport. A lot of lightning with this cell. So that still tells me that this thing is still active. A lot of contamination within the lower levels. So let's see. The upper levels tell me... Actually, it's the middle levels. Mid-levels of the storm. Low to mid-levels. There's still some rotation within this. What is the ongoing activity within this storm? Just for me to kind of get a perspective. You would think it's linear. It's actually not bad. Do have some decent veering in the upper levels with that. Decent cape with some vorticity. Yeah, so maybe this thing has an opportunity to try and put down a tornado. But we'll keep looking at it. We'll keep our eye on it. There's another cell that's in northern Mississippi near Baldwin and Guntown, north of Tupelo. That also looks like it could have a chance, but that one a lot lower of a chance compared to the cell here near Starkville and Longview. So right now it seems all right. Anything in the West Georgia Metro Atlanta tonight? Basically some strong damaging winds. That could start here within the next half an hour and to continue all the way throughout the rest of the night. But in regards to like tornadoes and stuff, nah, that's over in like Mississippi and Alabama here. And it's starting to even wind down a little teeny bit. New mesoscale discussion? Really? Watch issuance 95%. Before 5Z. So a new tornado watch will be issued in a half an hour. Is that when this expires? Yeah, it does. This tornado watch expires in a bit. That's a tornado report near Utah. Damage reported. The Sagewood Apartments near Utah. TDS seen on radar. So there is actually reports of damage in Utah, unfortunately. So there's going to be a new tornado watch issued. And that's until 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. What's going on for Warner Robins? Just some strong damaging winds for the most part, honestly. There really isn't too much stuff happening in Georgia besides just the thunderstorms. How's North Mississippi around Tupelo looking? This should be all right. Maybe some strong damaging winds once again. That seems to be something relatively consistent, isn't it? Unless if you're near Baldwin or Guntown or Wheeler. If you're near those areas, I highly recommend staying indoors and staying away from windows. There is a severe thunderstorm warning within that area. And it could also be producing some spotty hail. I mean, I'll tell you what. That does look pretty whack. What can we expect in North Carolina, East Coast? Might see something tomorrow afternoon. Maybe, once again, some strong damaging winds and maybe a tornado or two is possible. I'm actually curious as to what the Storm Prediction Center says for tomorrow. 2% chance for tornadoes for portions of Georgia, Alabama, and Florida tomorrow. But relatively small and unorganized chance. Let's go back up to Columbus. We still have side lobe contamination, but there still is some rotation right within this area right here. So there is still some slight rotation, but we still have some contamination within this as well, which makes it very difficult for me to actually see as to how significant this storm actually is. The issue with this storm is that the storms behind it are now starting to catch up. And when they catch up, that means that these storms probably can't do what they typically do anymore. They're being overtaken by a lot of the energy and a lot of the activity behind them. And, you know, if you were here earlier in my stream when I mentioned the terminology of a thunderstorm is like Pac-Man, and the other storms around it are the ghosts, and the energy around it are the dots that it tries to eat, it's the same premise.
Tornado warning for northeastern West Feliciana Parish in southeastern
What?
Louisiana, northwestern East Feliciana Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi.
Excuse me? Excuse me? What would be... Oh, that definitely does have some rotation, I'll tell you what. 8847 is New Orleans closer or no? What type of contamination? Side lobe contamination. Everyone's favorite contamination. Alright, so Fort Polk is actually the closer radar. So Laurel Hill, Wakefield, Norwood, Wilson, and Centerville. You guys need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Centerville, Norwood, Wilson, Laurel Hill, Wakefield. Some of these areas have actually already had this warning, believe it or not. And this will be approaching a very familiar town, Liberty, Mississippi. Yeah, clearly. It is entering Mississippi, so therefore it will not do anything. If we've learned anything from today's event, when you enter the state of Mississippi, you do nothing. Yeah, the weather says I can't sleep tonight, 100%. Okay. That just updated. Still a heck of a supercell there, I'll tell you what. But not quite there yet. Fortunately enough. So yeah, I think the only storm that we really have to watch out for at this moment is probably this one heading towards Columbus. And that one's starting to become linear. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, but very broad rotation. We don't have any consolidation within one spot. About the cell near Bassfield. There's another cell near Bassfield? Bassfield? Bruh. That tornado warning or the one that's down there? The one that's actually near Bassfield. Too weak at the moment. I wouldn't call it. It is definitely too weak at this moment. New Hebron cell. Just doesn't have that look. Yeah. Doesn't have that look with height either. Very surface based. Does have a B-word though. Either that or slight side lobe again. Another side lobe contamination. Just subbed? Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, it's nice to see everyone still here in the chat. People who've been here for practically almost all the stream. We've been live for 10 hours, believe it or not. Actually, it's 10 hours and 9 minutes. But anything and everything. I'll tell you what. All right, and while we wait for the next scan here. All right, because that's practically what we got to do at this point. Although there are quite a few cells in Alabama that are trying to rotate, but that's besides the point. Can you imagine if you were not tailored to weather at all, you had no idea how it worked, and you learned what, you know, people do during weather events, you know, like the National Weather Service? The fact that they stare at their screen all day to see different blobs of colors change, just barely, for like hours. Can you imagine how they would feel? They would feel as if, you know, we're stupid or stuff like that. Why would you waste your time looking at all sorts of different colors? How often do these scans come, though? It's a radar scan, so it depends upon what mode it's in. So in this instance, this radar scan comes in. This would be every about a minute and a half to 2 minutes. So let's just call it 2 minutes. Some are faster. Yep, indeed. That's a new tornado warning. Oh, that's an extension.
Tornado warning for southeastern Simpson County in central Mississippi, central Smith County in central Mississippi.
I'll tell you what.
North central Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi.
These people really want me to stay up until Kingdom Come. They really do. I don't know what they want from me. But they want me to stay up forever. Jeez. Yep, there's the new tornado warning. I was actually very interested to see if they actually do pull that tornado warning trigger. I was very interested. Any violent tornadoes that hit a town? Not today, fortunately. But there were a couple strong tornadoes here today. One was in northeastern Louisiana, and 2 were near Columbus, not Alabama, Mississippi. Jeez. CP time for Nate Snyder. He is starting to get tired. I'll enjoy my sleep when I actually get it. But we're not done. Oh. Vince and Brandon are all the way down there? Interesting. Who knew? Did not think. Starkville about to be in the clear? Yes, pretty soon. There's still one cell that is marching through your all's area here. Be about 5 to 10 minutes before that really starts to alleviate. So give it that amount of time. You guys should be good. What happened to the weather bot? I don't know. Nightbot is Nightbot doesn't really want to work sometimes, so I'll have to figure that out. Not the inappropriate bots. Yeah, as soon as this green blob right here passes through, should be good in Starkville. But as for right now, I'd stay indoors. I'd stay away from windows. Particularly the lowest innermost part of that building. Oh yeah, the lightning is absolutely intense across the board. I'll tell you what. There is a lot of thunder and lightning. By the way, I just want to say I really do appreciate all the people who've supported the channel throughout the entire stream. You know, we have 1,200 likes. I think if I actually look at the specifics, it might be even more than just that number. Yeah, we have 1,234 likes. I don't know how exactly that, you know, that configured. Yeah, it's not like I just put in 1, 2, 3, 4 and said, oh, that's how many likes we have. You know, that's actually how many likes we have. I guess I stumbled on that at the right time. So I really do appreciate all you guys. By the way, this live stream can You guys may not know this. This live stream has gotten out to 29,000 people. 29,000 people. That's a lot of people that tuned into the live stream to watch the significant weather event unfold. I'm very happy with you know, the outcome of the people tuning into the channel here tonight, because you know, we keep getting our word out to more and more people. We keep spreading this information out to more and more people, you know what I mean? We will continue to hopefully make an impact on some people's lives, and we want it to be in a good way. So, I mean, for all the people who liked the stream, all the people who subscribed and stuff like that, just want to say, really appreciate you. Oh, what? Really? Why did this storm near Bassfield really have to, like, intensify super quick? That's about a week echo region. This thing's gonna go tornado warned, isn't it? Really? 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 Well, that's gonna head to Laurel. Yeah, that's gonna head to Laurel. This one might not have any contamination in it. This might actually be some raw data. Which means that this could potentially try to produce a tornado here soon. So we'll watch out for that. Once again, that'd be the Sanford Seminary, I-59 area, towards Ellisville, and eventually towards Laurel. Forgot. I should totally look at this storm. Centerville, here in Mississippi, there is still some rotation within this. Is that actually better for me to look at it with this radar or with Jackson's? Wow, it's better to look at it with Jackson's radar. All right, well, I don't have to use Fort Polk anymore. Yeah, look at that. So Centerville and Norwood, if you live in those areas, once again, you still have a tornado warning there. That would be for Feliciana Parish, as well as Wilkinson County in both Louisiana and Mississippi. If you live in those areas, oh, that's also East Feliciana and West Feliciana. If you live in those areas, you guys need to take your proper precautions and get into your safe space now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And that's also including if you're in Centreville. Storm looks very interesting. Yeah, the seminary storm. Got some raw data over there. Starkville, another 5 minutes. Maybe a little bit less than that. And then you guys should be good until another line of storms move on through. But they won't be tornadic. That is a new tornado watch. $60-40? 60-40. That's the tornado watch. It's in effect until 6 a.m. Central Standard Time. By the way, I'm not staying up for that. I'm probably going to live stream at the latest until an hour and a half from now. So that would be at 1:30 Eastern, 12:30 Central. One, because my stream can't last over 12 hours, which works. On the other hand, I also have to go to college tomorrow. And that's not exactly fun. That's the new tornado watch that was issued. You're from Tom's River? Oh, that's cool. I visited up there once when I was chasing Tropical Storm Isaias. I went up there. Explored the boardwalk. Pretty cool place. Okay, so that tornado watch expired. That's until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. So that will expire here soon. That tornado. Yeah, there's the other tornado watch. It expired. So there you go. We have our 2 tornado watches now. We have the PDS tornado watch that's still ongoing. And then we also have our other tornado watch that's still ongoing. Let's just say we had 3 strong tornadoes. They didn't last very long, but we had 3. So, honestly, this event was like an enhanced to a moderate style event. 3 out of 5 to a 4 out of 5 style event. Starkville, you're good. You can go to sleep. Is Aliceville doing anything? Good question. Aliceville, Alabama. Not at the moment. Oh, that's a supercell over there that's trying to rotate, I'll tell you what. But not at the moment. There is something that's northeast of you all. You will get some more showers and thunderstorms that will head off into your area over the next few hours. And it'll be pretty stormy up until then. Jeff said wedge tornado near McGee. That cell. Yeah, I'm finding it difficult to believe that as well. And is that Petro, Sam? Or... how do you subscribe? That's a good question. So when you go to the stream, whether you're on phone or whether you're on a computer, you can go down to the channel. You'll see the channel name, and then you'll see a button that says subscribe. So you'll have to exit out of full screen, and you scroll down ever so slightly. You see Nate Snyder. Then you'll see a red button that says subscribe. So if you want to subscribe, you click that. And that basically means that you kind of follow the channel. It's no money. You don't have to pay anything for it. I know the word subscribe usually means that you have to pay for something in order to actually, be a part of it. You don't have to. All you have to do is just click that red button, hit subscribe, and then it's kind of like you're following the channel. So if you ever come back on YouTube and I'm ever, live streaming or I post some videos and stuff like that, my videos will be recommended to you, so that way you'll be able to watch it if you really want to. But it just helps my channel. Am I staying up until 6 a.m.? I am definitely not. No offense, but I gotta go to CP time myself. In about an hour and a half. Because we have been live streaming for 10.5 hours. Luckily, Dawson, we didn't. The fortunate thing as well is that the area to where all the severe weather occurred was where there isn't really too much populace. But a part of that can also be attributed to the unfortunate poverty rate within some of these areas. So, on one hand, these people are susceptible to tornadoes. On the other hand, there aren't as many people who live in these areas. So, however way you want to look at it. Yeah, Starkville is officially out of the tornado warning now. That's the good news. Interesting. Who knew? Get some water. No problem, Pamela. Is Dalton, Georgia going to be in the clear tonight? Should be. I believe Dalton is in the northwestern portion of Georgia. I can't remember. It's actually the opposite. No, it's the northwestern. I was right. Should be fine. I see a lot of strong damaging winds that could be moving off into your area within the latter stages of the overnight hours. But other than that, I really think you guys are going to be too far away from the main risk to really see a whole lot. So damaging winds and maybe some spotty hail, if anything. Yeah, I don't think this storm over here near West Blockton will really do too much. Elrod and Tuscaloosa, that does have some pretty gnarly rotation with it, I do admit. But I don't see too much with that either. Go back to Columbus here in Mississippi. And yeah, the rotation within this cell, not really as good as it once was either. So I'm not anticipating too much with that. Previous tour from Utah is going to rebuild. I doubt it. Not really in the best environment to do so. Cell near McGee and Mize has some rotation, some slight rotation. And in the mid to upper levels, not really too much. Cell near Sanford and Seminary. Does have some decent rotation with height. So that might be something to watch out for. The tornado warning that was over near Centreville in southern or at least southwestern portions of Mississippi, that has been allowed to expire. So that is some good news. So this is pretty much the only cell besides the cell in Columbus, but that will, as I mentioned, expire at 11:15 Central. This is really the only cell to watch out for. Tornado warning remains in effect until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for Simpson and Smith counties here in Mississippi. So this will be another 45 minutes until this warning expires. So that'll take quite a bit. Let's see what my Discord server is doing. Usually when my Discord server, or I would actually like to think that my Discord server is doing things. It was. And then it saw some whack storms and said, yeah, nah. Not doing any more things. A lot of people are actually in the voice chat. And the first thing I saw was the little CC, and I was like, yeah, enough. Enough is enough. The answer is no. That's pretty funny, I will admit. Southern Birmingham doing Southern Birmingham things. Yeah, Alabama is doing Alabama things in general. But I don't think it'll be doing too much. I think it'll be fine. It is trying. I will say that. It is trying. I don't know what that was. I heard a lot of shaking in the background. I was like, oh, what in the world is this? Oh, tornado warning just got updated. Simpson County is canceled. That's the good news. Smith County until 11:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Still is a tornado warning for that. I mean, the structure for this thing just continues to look meh. More and more meh as time goes along. Echo tops continue to deplete over time. Yeah, it has continued to deplete. ZDR with height is the battle of mid. Not very good. KDP with height is not very good either. It has actually decreased. Discord was wild in last night? Yeah, it was. Was not my idea either. Just happened. Tornado? What do you mean tornado, Jeff? Petro, what are you doing, buddy? Eh. Yeah, I don't really see too much. Possibly with Scud. But I'm looking at the video on the side screen. I don't believe I can show his stuff on my channel. In fear of me getting copyrighted, but other than that, that is a new scan. And the rotation continues to die off. We still have the rotation heading towards Laurel, so I think I'm going to continue to stream until this storm passes by Laurel. Probably be for the best. And that's another 20 minutes. So another 20 minutes at minimum is what I'm thinking for me to stream. Oh, that was a confirmed tornado. Wait, I just realized that they said a confirmed tornado. Said radar confirmed. Why did this turn into a radar confirmed tornado again? Yeah, this turned into a radar confirmed tornado warning. I just realized that. Has Morgan been on today? Yeah, he was. Now he's currently getting some sleep because he has some important stuff to do tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning. All right, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I mean, you see, we have the dark red. It's tornado confirmed. It said that's what it was, but I couldn't see. Couldn't see at all. McGee tornado had confirmed damage reports. Heidi. I don't know who Heidi is, by the way. Is that her new informational girl? Something like that on his channel? Yeah, I don't know. If it is a tornado, it's a relatively weak one. You know, it probably formed and then it did its thing. Actually, you know what? That is a confirmed tornado. Look at that. You know what? The only reason why I say it's a confirmed tornado. So look at here, right? Or look at down here. So you look at correlation coefficient, ball right there. Boom, ball. And then it expands. And then the fallout afterwards. Yeah, that's the debris fallout. So after a close inspection, this definitely is a debris signature. But it looks like the tornado's not on the ground anymore. The tornado definitely kind of killed itself. Wish I had the money and ability to be kind of Heidi for you. I mean, listen, if people want to get better at, you know, meteorology and stuff like that, you can always talk to me. All right? Discord or Twitter or stuff like that. You can always get in communication with me. Even on Instagram or Snapchat and stuff like that. I will help you out. We can even talk. We can get on voice chat and stuff like that. We can, you know, hang out. I don't care. I'll talk. I'll talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. So if, you know, if you want to get better at stuff, I don't want to say I'm your guy to try and help you out, but I mean, I've got a plethora of information for you, and if you want to look through it and, you know, have fun with it, have a ball, you know who to go to. Ghostbusters. Who are you gonna call? Jesse Senior Laurel. No, I wouldn't say that's a debris signature. I wouldn't say. Yeah, right there's the debris signature. Definitely was a brief debris signature over there. Yeah, I mean, you can even email me. Hard to, you know, I do look at my email every now and then. Speaking of which, I need to look to see if anything new is on there. By the way, David, Copac with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I think the rotation just diminished on that thing. Meanwhile, this cell near Ellisville and Laurel continues to look pretty concerning. I don't know how to edit either, and I still make weather videos. So you just gotta hope. Sending info across the net. That's probably how Heidi corrected Ryan. At least that's my guess. Was ignored even by chat on his channel a few times I was on. Yeah. Maybe. He does have a lot of people in his chat that say stuff, so I guess he doesn't really like pay attention to chat all too much. I would kind of understand that. When I graduate, do I plan on making YouTube a full-time career? I plan on making it a part-time career like I've always done. It'll just be more active as a part-time career. We're 37 likes away from 1,300. It's pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Legend has it that Nate doesn't sleep when the streams are over. He's been awake for 735 days straight. Listen, that would be pretty cool. I'd have to disagree, though. Speaking of... I wouldn't say speaking of. That isn't very cool. New tornado warning for Laurel.
Tornado warning for Central Jones County in southeastern Mississippi.
Well, here we go. This is more than likely the last storm with the exception of Macomb and Liberty that currently has the severe thunderstorm warning. This is probably the last storm that is actually going to have a good chance to produce a tornado. This thing has some very large echo tops, a very strong supercell that's currently ongoing within this. Very strong rotation. It has a bounded weak echo region. So it's surrounding itself in rain, the actual rotation. Strong updraft. Good rotation on NROT. This is probably the last one. Yeah, Julie, if you wanna, I'm always on Discord and stuff like that, so I know you don't have a Discord, but if you create a Discord account, and you can even friend me on there, you know, I'd be open to, you know, having some people that, you know, talk to me about, you know, some information and whatnot. You know, like feeding that through onto the stream. That's either Rie or Rye. I think that's Rie, though. But what's up? Welcome to the stream. How do? So once again, if you're in Laurel, Mississippi, you need to get in your safe space, because this storm definitely does look relatively concerning in regards to the potential of it producing a tornado. And we seem to be having this trend to where a storm continues to meander at, a good strength, a strong strength, and then when it finally does produce, the storm actually dies. This one might not do that. This one might produce a tornado and then just continue to produce a tornado. So yeah, I definitely think that this northernmost tornado warning over there near Raleigh and Bay Springs and Louisiana over in Mississippi, I think that's going to expire. There's a good chance that will. Ellisville and Laurel, you guys need to get in your safe space. If you know anyone who lives over there in Mississippi, they need to get in their safe space right now. Do you have a computer, Julie? If you have a computer, Discord could work as well. It doesn't need to just be on phone. But you don't need to invest if you don't really want to. Especially if, I don't really have a whole lot of money to give. The Tricky Panda, what's up? Welcome to stream. So the normalized rotation is starting to increase. As I said, once you start to get in towards the yellows and the reds, that's when you start to get to strong rotation. And Laurel is not a small town. It's actually a pretty decent sized city.
Tornado warning for northwestern
Extension.
Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi.
Extension for Waynesboro-ish. Man, I wish I could actually get my little buddy up here on... There we go. So Laurel's over there. Laurel's all across this general area. If I had to guess the population of Laurel, it probably would be 20,000. Let's see. Laurel, Mississippi. 17,000. I'm not too far off. I am not too far off. That makes sense. Listen, if you have a limited income, always invest in stuff that you need first. All right? It's not a necessity to upgrade anything that you may not need. So, always take care of yourself first, then worry about other stuff later. So don't worry about me if you got other stuff. Hell, I actually don't think people should be putting so much stuff into me anyways. I don't feel too comfortable within that because I don't trust myself completely. Oh, that's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, those velocities on the cell near Laurel starting to look a lot more intense. Ah, my legs. My legs. Oh, my legs. My legs hurt. Been sitting here forever. Locked me in the freaking room. But anyways. Yeah, the cell that's south of Laurel looks like it is starting to try and rotate more and more. Okay, maybe you do need to upgrade. Just maybe. Yeah, this is the only storm left that actually is tornadic. With the exception of Macomb. Every hour, or every few hours. Nah. What's going on in Columbus? Columbus, a lot of severe weather with maybe some localized flooding. See a big line of storms that are starting to move on through. Earlier, there was a couple tornadoes that actually were around those areas. Like there was an area to watch potential tornadoes south and west of Columbus near Crawford. There was also another tornado that potentially spawned near Steens. But as of right now, definitely a wind and rain flooding risk. I'll take your advice, Anne. Real quickly, getting up. I'm walking around in my room. By the way, all right. I just want to say this, chat. I haven't had time to get to it. All right, but if I do get a lot of money from my part-time job in December through January and even February, all right, the plan is that I am going to have my green screen, which is set up all the way over there. I will have that set up. I will have my podium so that I can walk around and talk about the weather and stuff like that. That'll all be set up. So that way I can avoid having my legs die in every single stream, especially in the spring. So hopefully I'll get that done sooner rather than later. Especially since my podium will be done I'll actually have me being able to draw on my podium. That'll be pretty cool. So, yeah. Knee kick, knee kick, knee kick, knee kick, knee kick, knee kick. I'll tell you what, when I lay on my bed tonight, after the stream, when I lay on my bed and I watch whatever YouTube video before I go to sleep, I will feel so much better because my legs won't be dead. It will be the truth. Yeah, Yuma County, Colorado, that is a tornado magnet. That is true facts. What's going on in Oxford, Mississippi? That is a good question. Oxford, Mississippi. That's in the northern portion of Mississippi. Just some passing showers and thunderstorms. Once that storm actually passes, you'll be fine. Why not stand up? Mount your cameras and monitors so that you can sit and stand whenever I want to. That would be a good idea. Except for the fact that I would have to edit my actual camera to what it would have to look like. Different stuff. I'll have to adjust it. And that takes a bit of work. Not that I'm too lazy to not do that. Just kidding. Secretly am. Just slightly. But still, you know, I definitely can do that. I definitely can. I might do that the next time my legs start acting up a little bit, but they're fine for right now. My legs are okay. Moment of silence for the people who thought this was going to be a high risk. It's a lot of weenies, man. A lot of weenies. I don't actually see the full picture of this. New mezzo. Latest radar loop shows a consolidating prefrontal band of strong locally severe storms extending from northwestern Alabama west-southwestward across northern Mississippi to far northeastern Louisiana. Damaging wind gusts will remain the primary severe risk with these bands of storms, though a brief tornado is also possible. Farther to the south, southeast, isolated and in some cases rotating storms continue from southern and central Mississippi to west central Alabama. Several of these storms have maintained moderate but sustained rotation as they track northeastward at around 40 knots. Their rotation has gradually weakened with most of the storms over the past half hour or so. Potential for tornadic spin-ups will persist across this area over the next couple of hours. So no Siggies, no significant tornadoes there that they mention. Man, that bounded weak echo region. Look at that. Rain wrapping around that entire storm. Oh yeah, that line is primarily wind. So nothing really too much to be worried about with that. Oh, we're starting to get some really interesting reports over near McGee. Trees and branches down. Trees and branches down. Trees and sheet metal down. Interesting. I wonder. Hmm. 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 That's pretty funny. Hmm. 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 Maybe within the next 30 minutes. Within the next 30 minutes, I think that's when this storm, we could have maybe our brief tornado within this. Anyone got an update for Georgia? Are we good or no? Georgia should be fine, to be completely honest with you. I think for the majority of this event here, they're going to be outside of the risk until tomorrow, in which there could be maybe a spin up or two. But other than that, not really too much for you guys. Areas in the orange and the red really is the stuff that need to watch out. And even then, their risk is starting to diminish quite significantly. Lightning here in Madison, Alabama. Yeah, there's definitely some widespread activity, especially in the northern portions. But once again, northern portions of Alabama should be fine. People talking about the 4th or the 5th? Really? Already? Am I getting tired? Oh yeah, I've been tired for a while. But I'm just gonna kind of truck on through. People have been talking about the 4th and the 5th. Lamau? I mean, maybe. Hmm. Yeah, maybe some slight severe weather. It is possible. I will definitely look at that after the stream. That is Monka S. Hold up, I gotta have. Hmm. Mobile radar tilt 1. Let's actually shift our radars over. Yeah, I can't imagine if I streamed this in 2011 because honestly, if I did, that would probably be monumental. If I started streaming in April of 2019, I probably would be so much larger than I am right now. So, I could think of, if I decided to stream so much easier and stuff like that, or stream so much earlier, would be, bigger and stuff like that. But to be honest with you, I've enjoyed the little journey that I've had on here, and I'm excited to continue. I mean, I'm one of the longest tenured channels here on YouTube, doing this for over 3 years. So, summer of 2019 went hard. Is Northeast Louisiana going to be okay? We're still under a tornado watch and you want to sleep? I think you should be fine, honestly. You got a severe thunderstorm warning that is north of I-20 and east of Monroe. But if you're in Monroe in itself, I think you guys should be fine. Especially since a lot of these storms are moving out of that general vicinity. If you're over near like Delhi or Tallulah, it would really have to depend upon what the motion of those thunderstorms are. I think it'll be moving off to your north, so you guys might actually be fine with that as well. But if you're like in Monroe or Bastrop, or Bastrop, and Bonita and stuff like that, you should be fine. You should be able to go to sleep. You're south of Delhi? Yeah, you're fine. You can go to sleep. You can go to sleep. Have a good night. Please be safe. Even if you're not on my stream, or even if you're just doing stuff in IRL, be safe out there. Have a good night. Let's go back to that cell over in Laurel. Yeah, once again, this cell right here continues to just linger and linger and linger. And that's kind of what we've been watching for the past, I don't know, 11 and a half hours, 11 hours and 20 minutes. See ya, Casey. Thanks for tuning into the stream. So the plan here is to continue to stream potentially for the next 30 minutes, or at least until this storm starts to dissipate here as it approaches Waynesboro. And then once that occurs, I will be going to sleep. But we will continue to monitor this because this is practically the only storm that really has a chance to try and produce a tornado again. So we will continue to monitor this. And if you know anyone who lives in Waynesboro or areas north of Waynesboro in Mississippi, feel free to share the stream with them. Or even help share the stream in general to help us get this out to more and more people who may need the coverage. Because this is late night coverage. We're getting towards midnight central. And some people may not be thinking, hey, we got severe weather in November, mind you, over here in portions of Mississippi. But indeed, this is kind of the beginning of your severe weather season. As James Spann would say, your severe season starts from October into May. Either that or October into April. October into April. That entire span right there. That's a new tornado warning. That's an extension.
Tornado warning for southwestern Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northern Wayne County in southeastern Mississippi.
So a new tornado warning there, heading towards the border of Mississippi and Alabama as of this moment. And that would include areas like Ahwahnee, Waynesboro, Shibuda, as well as Matherville. And then, of course, Sealis. That might sound familiar to people who were a part of my stream on March 17th, 2021. Sealis had quite a few tornadoes. Actually, Waynesboro and Sealis should be familiar to mostly everyone if you were a part of that stream, as that actually was the area to where there was some repetitive activity that we covered there. You live in Delhi, just checking in. Yeah, Delhi over there in Louisiana, you guys are fine. You guys can go to sleep. You guys are good. But yeah, this is the last storm here. Pretty much the last storm. Yeah, November through May, something like that. Live in Whistler? Well, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you enjoy your time here while you're here. as I repeat every single word known to man, because that's just how awkward I am. True facts. But, yeah, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your time. And by the way, is that Whistler in BC, or is that just a separate Whistler? Because if that is, Whistler in British Columbia, I actually was there. I've actually been there. Whistler's on 84 near Waynesboro. That would make a lot more sense. Yeah, I just looked up Whistler, Pritchard, Alabama over here. That's over in Mobile. And then Whistler in itself in Mississippi. That is like just due west of Waynesboro on 84. So I was just trying to make sure, all right, where are the possible Whistlers in the world to where this person could be? And yeah, there you go. So that is on 84. As long as you stay indoors, you should be fine. The storm is continuing to move off due east, off to your north, heading towards the Hiwani and Shibuya area. So if you know anyone who lives over there on 45 or on 63, and they're up, and they're up at this time, then feel free to let them know what's going on. What are those amethyst stripes running through the image near the tornado warning? This right here actually tells me the environment of what's going on. And I temporarily turned this on to try and see as to what the environment is like there. I might as well turn it off because now I kind of know what the environment is like and I don't exactly need it any more than I will in the future. So I'll turn that off. There you go. But it was those circles. And, yeah, once again, we have our tornado warning here within this spot. I'll say it again, for Choctaw and Wayne counties here along the border of Mississippi and Alabama, this will be in effect until 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Tornado and ping pong ball sized tail is also possible with this one. We're starting to get into an area of radar coverage where it's going to be more and more difficult to actually see as to what's going on, due to the fact that the storm is getting further and further away from the radar. So the further and further away from the radar a storm is, the higher and higher you actually look up into the sky, because the radar is looking at a tilt. So it's trying to look up, and as it looks further and further away, the beam continues to go higher and higher and higher until it eventually gets to the storm. So some pretty crazy stuff right there. Are you talking about this stuff right here? This amethyst band? This purple band? This right here is range folding, which is essentially when the radar can't tell if the velocities are moving towards or away. So bad velocity data. Long story short. How's Alabama doing? Depending upon where you are in Alabama, it's doing pretty fine for the majority. There was a tornado that formed near Utah. That would be EUTAW. So not the state, but Utah. And that would be south and west of Tuscaloosa. There was a tornado that was over there that went near Akron and eventually towards the Cypress area before it finally dissipated. So hopefully the people over there are fine. There's been some other areas to where there's been some wind damage, but other than that, it's been pretty good. How about the Columbus, Mississippi area? You guys are starting to get to the point to where you guys might actually be starting to be fine. You guys might actually be okay. So this entire band right here, big band of showers and thunderstorms that have developed and formed, basically from the northern portions of Alabama all the way down towards Canton and Jackson, Mississippi. This band's already passed you guys. You see, there's Columbus. And this band has already passed you all. Play the loop here so that you guys can see. It is progressing to the east, and due to the fact that it has already moved off to the east, you guys aren't seeing as heavy of a precip as you guys were before. Now, you guys can still see some more rain. I'm actually not doubting the fact that you guys could see some more rain. That could lead to some localized flash flooding risks, but other than that, you know, if you guys were to ask about tornadoes, nah, you guys are fine. You guys are fine. What about Philadelphia, Mississippi? Philadelphia actually is doing all right. You got a band of thunderstorms that are moving on through at the moment. I'll go ahead and show you guys here. There you are. So there's Philadelphia. You see you have one band of showers and thunderstorms, and then you have another band, and then you have another band even behind that. So a lot of rain, one after another. In regards to tornadoes, I don't see too much rotation within any of these storms, so I think you guys should be fine. It'll be a lot of strong damaging winds, if anything, that you guys could see overnight. So basically from now onwards, all the way into the early morning hours, and maybe even up to dawn, that is when you guys will really start to see your severe thunderstorm risk, you know, for you all. But I'm not anticipating a high tornado risk anymore for you guys. You guys should be okay. What about Florence, Alabama? You guys are pretty much super far north, so I don't really anticipate you guys to see too much in regards to your activity. Yeah, and that big band that I was talking about, that is that moved past Columbus, that same band has already moved past Florence. So you guys can still see some rain, maybe even some periods of heavier rain, but other than that, not too much besides flash flooding. Tornado potential for Georgia. Tomorrow, in the southwestern portions of Georgia, there's a small chance. But other than that, not very large one. Fort Deposit, Alabama. Let me look real quickly. Is there a rotation near Madison? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Let me check real quickly. Yeah, just a lot of strong damaging winds. I think Madison, Alabama should be fine. Fort Deposit, that's south and west of Montgomery. I think you guys should be fine until probably 2 or 3. Let's actually take a look, see. Birmingham. Yeah, so you guys are all the way down there. Early hours tomorrow morning, into the dawn hours. That's when I'm anticipating you guys to really get your main activity. But until then, overnight, I think you guys should be good. You guys can go to sleep if you need to. Is Missouri going to get affected by this outbreak tonight? No, it is very unlikely. How's Tylertown, Mississippi doing? Good question. Let me take a look. By the way, I appreciate all the people who are interacting with my channel at the moment. It really does help out, you know, the growth of my channel. So for all the people who subscribe and like the live stream and stuff like that, you're helping me spread this channel out to more and more people on YouTube. And that really does mean a lot to me, because it helps the growth of my channel. Tylertown, I think you guys are about to see some strong showers and thunderstorms move through your area. Wow, that is another area of strong rotation that's over near Pricedale and Ruth. So that might be something to watch out for later on. And that is if there would be people that would be covering this after myself. Because I will not be live for too much longer, probably about another 20 minutes. And I would say another 20 minutes would be somewhat reasonable. But yeah, there is a new area near Macomb and Pricedale with some high values of ZDR, maybe a ZDR arc within that can indicate that storm could be trying to intensify. And then, of course, we still have that other cell near Hiwani in Waynesboro. That cell still looks like it is trying to rotate as well. Hasn't produced a tornado quite yet, though. And hopefully it doesn't even ever produce a tornado. Hopefully that storm just kind of deteriorates and does nothing. Hopefully. Do I think the bands will hit Central and West Tennessee? Probably not.
Tornado warning for southeastern Clark County in east central Mississippi.
So they basically added another warning on the northern end of that, just on the off chance if it does veer off towards the north. So that makes sense. Yep, see you, Caleb. How's Ryland Pike, Alabama, before you head out? Let me take a look. So basically Huntsville. Yeah, strong damaging winds. You guys should be fine for the most part if you stay indoors. Memphis should be fine. Look what happens when there's no range folding. It's a miracle. I can actually see the rotation. You can see greens moving towards the radar and reds and pinks moving away. You actually have rotation here. Instead of that. Yeah, whenever you see the purple colors, that's bad velocity data. Unless if that's within the green. And that's only in rare instances, so just assume it's bad velocity data unless if I tell you. That's a lot of lightning with that sell and price tail. So that storm might try to intensify. How about Sumter, South Carolina tomorrow? Just some general showers and thunderstorms that could move on through in the afternoon. Not too much, though. What's up, Black Steel? Yeah, for sure, New England. Over here on the East Coast, in the Eastern Standard Time, it is pretty early. But yeah, I do appreciate you being here for as long as you have. You know, we have been out here. We have been live streaming for 11 hours, 36 minutes, almost 37 minutes now. And it's pretty whack, I'll tell you what. Think we'll have a lot of tornado warnings in South Carolina? Nope. I think if there are any tornado warnings, it'll be pretty sparse. But I even doubt the extent to that. El Dorado will be pretty cold for tomorrow. You'll have some cold air that'll start to move on through. Yeah, your highs will get barely near 50. If not, it's below that. And your lows for tomorrow night could be freezing, 32. Look at Alabama. Look at Birmingham real quickly before I go. For sure, for sure. So Birmingham, they're definitely going to get a couple showers and thunderstorms, some of which could actually be severe. That could move off into their area. Now, do I think they're going to be tornadic? I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt it based off of, number one, the orientation of these actual showers and thunderstorms. And number two, the actual environment that it's in is not exactly the best. So I would have to doubt it. But definitely could see some strong damaging winds within their area. Definitely could. You're from Philly, Mississippi. That's pretty cool. There's actually you're probably, what, the 5th or 6th person that I've seen that, you know, within the past 2 hours that have said they're from Philadelphia, Mississippi. So that's pretty cool. Nice to see I'm starting to see some consistency with my viewers in my stream. I'll at least be able to influence some people if they decide to listen to me with my radar coverage if something happens over there. But hopefully that never happens. Hopefully there's nothing ever bad that happens over in Philadelphia, Mississippi. At least not from now on. But yeah, definitely some severe thunderstorms that are possible heading into Birmingham. Well, you go get some rest, Tammy. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream here today. And yeah, man, that is making over 100 cookies. That is pretty crazy, I'll tell you what. So the only tornado warning or the only tornado warning storm that we have right now is right along the border of Mississippi and Alabama, north of Waynesboro, approaching the Needham and the Gilbertown areas over in Alabama. Now, there is some rotation with it. It does have some side lobe contamination, I will admit, which just basically makes the velocity data pretty wonky, if you will. But the storm does have a lot of lightning within this. And because it has a lot of lightning, that does tell me that the storm still is relatively strong and could continue to sustain if it does have enough energy. Which, does it have enough energy? Will it be able to continue to meander about? Yeah, for the time being it will. For the time being it will be able to continue to meander, especially if it gets into the southwestern portions of Alabama, which is where it currently is kind of at. It's terrible here in Columbus. Gotta be a lot of heavy rain and some showers and thunderstorms, no? Yeah, if you're in southern Columbus, there's definitely a lot of heavy rain. Northern Columbus, they're definitely liking it a little bit better. Philly, Mississippi is a small town. You moved from Jacksonville, Florida to be here with your wife. Well, that's pretty cool. I actually have family that live in Jacksonville. None that live in Mississippi, though. But that's pretty cool. The fact that Philly is, what, a somewhat small town. If you want to call it a city, you can. And I had so many people come from there. That's pretty cool. How do you subscribe for free? That is a good question. So, YouTube, I know subscription, the term subscription can be easily, misconstrued into other different things depending upon what website you have. But on YouTube, subscribing is essentially the same thing as following someone on a social media webpage. So if you actually go down, if you exit out of full screen and you scroll down to where you have the channel name, you have your logo, and then right next to it, there's a red subscribe button. If you click that red subscribe button, then you will actually essentially follow the channel. You will follow the YouTube channel. And that way, if I post any sort of content, you guys may be able to see that content, and it can get recommended to you. That is a 2 out of 5. Yeah, look at that. So the new SPC outlook got issued for tomorrow. A 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for portions of Florida, extreme southeastern Alabama, and southwestern Georgia, as well as there being a 2% chance for tornadoes for areas like Auburn, Montgomery, Eufaula, Albany, Tallahassee, Pensacola, Mobile, and Gulfport, and those areas as well. So that's tomorrow's risk for severe weather. Not really super high, though. At least for a tornado's perspective. No problem, Ashley. I'm always here when there is at least some form of significant weather. Whether it's in Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, any other area that might have some significant weather. Whether it's snow, ice, tornadoes, hurricanes, I'm usually here. Usually. Niceville, Florida. That sounds very familiar. What about Columbia, Mississippi? Columbia, Mississippi. Why does that sound very familiar? It sounds familiar because I talked about it earlier. Columbia, Mississippi is going to get a shower or thunderstorm that's going to move through their area here relatively soon. Now, whether it's significant or not, who knows? To me, it looks like it isn't all too much. Doesn't look like there's a lot of hail. Doesn't look like there's a lot of wind. There is a storm that's approaching the Arm and the Oakville area, as well as Monticello, or Monticello, however way you pronounce that. Silver Creek and Prentice. That over there, there could be a storm that could try to produce a tornado moving off into that general vicinity. So if you know anyone who lives over there, I would highly recommend letting them know, if they're awake, that there could be a storm that could try and produce a tornado. But it does have some contamination in that too, so it's a little difficult to tell. Yeah, Germany and Canada, I cover those areas too, as long as I know that it's actually happening over there. But do you confirm tornadoes in Columbus, Mississippi today? Oh yeah. Watch those live, and those were absolutely crazy. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Choctaw County in southwestern Alabama, northwestern Clark County in southwestern Alabama.
So if you live in those counties, please get into your safe space right now. Selling Ardmore, Alabama. That's just a giant line for the most part with some strong damaging winds. Don't foresee that to be super tornadic. There is a flash flood warning over some of these areas, so that is something to make a note of. If you live in where there's a lot of rain that has went over your area, assume that flash flooding is going to be an issue. Any sort of flooding can definitely be an issue. And if you, for whatever reason, are driving in the middle of the night, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because they can actually appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Yeah, be safe over there, Rob. What about Tuscaloosa? Tuscaloosa should be fine, at least for the time being. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for their area, though, for this big band of showers and thunderstorms that's moving off into their area. Oh, wow, it seems the Birmingham radar is down at the moment. That's not very fun. But yeah, you have a big line of showers and thunderstorms that are moving on through just like this. There's Tuscaloosa. And maybe some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail is possible within this storm. But I don't see too much tornadic activity within this. That's kind of the good news. It definitely could change. You might see a brief spin up, which would just basically be winds that would be stronger than 60 miles per hour, maybe like 80 miles per hour. But it is in a relatively confined area, so that's kind of the good news. It's almost like the chances of being hit by it is very, very, very slim. So we'll look back at this tornado warning here. And yeah, we're starting to get towards the end of the stream here, guys. Probably about another 5 minutes. If there's any other areas that you guys want me to look over, just very briefly here for the radar. I won't do forecasts. I'll just look at over, or at least I won't do forecasts for tomorrow, I should say. I'll look over and tell you guys what your potential for severe weather is for the rest of the night into tomorrow, but I won't do anything beyond that. But the tornado threat is significantly winding down at this point. It's only just these two storms as of this moment. The one that's over near Waynesboro, and then the other one that's over down here near Pricedale. Those two are definitely the ones that I would watch. So 1 and 2. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we've gotten over 1,300 likes. That is very nice. That is very good for the stream. Over 33,000 people have seen this live stream. That is also very good. We've gotten this out to as many people as we possibly can, and we, of course, look forward to try and continue to spread this out with more and more people. So if you want to be a part of the community here that we have on this channel to try and spread this information out with all sorts of people, please be sure to subscribe and even turn on notifications. Has anyone been watching the World Cup? I wanted to watch the USA game today, but obviously I had to watch tornadoes instead. But I watched the game against England, and that was pretty good. What's happening in Hattiesburg, Mississippi? Hattiesburg, you guys are anticipated to get some strong showers and thunderstorms here relatively soon. Probably, if I had to say, within the next couple of hours. And some of these could produce some spotty hail, maybe even some large hail within your area. And might even have some slight areas of rotation in there too. Yep, we're on to the next stage, which is it's pretty cool to see. Now you're really into like the win or go home now. And I guess that type of feeling is really, really gets your adrenaline going. And that's for any sports team too. Win or go home. Tennessee in the clear? Yep, it should be. Severe thunderstorm warning for Huntsville, but as I said, that's just strong damaging winds. Connecticut area might get 40 to 50 mile per hour winds at some point tomorrow. Not sure how accurate that is. Yeah, definitely could. I heard Morgan saying something about that, and I was like, yeah, no. But other than that, what about Hattiesburg? Yeah, as I said a little bit earlier, you guys can definitely see some severe weather. Probably in about, I'd say, an hour or two. Might even be less than that. If this thing actually continues to uptick in activity. But yeah, Hattiesburg, definitely some severe weather possible. Strong damaging winds and some spotty hail at minimum, maybe up to the size of quarters. But I can't rule out the chance for a tornado within that as well. So I definitely have a way to receive emergency alert notifications if you haven't already, just on the off chance that a tornado warning is issued. I get that, Effie. I get that. $34,075 subscribers. That is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. We'll get there. We're growing. Our channel is definitely growing. We're getting up there. All right, looks like we are towards the end of the stream. Once again, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy it,